Chapter 377. Liuba, you've actually betrayed the Spider Shadow Clan. Do you know what the consequences are? Do you really trust this demon that much? Yi Liusu pointed at Li Qingshan and questioned loudly. She's more trustworthy than those old coots. I'd rather die than go back and be humiliated by those bitches. Yi Liuba raised her head stubbornly. I won't allow you to die for them either. Sister, why don't you follow Sir North Moon with me? That way, we won't have to worry about those old women anymore. Shut up, you traitor. I've taken care of you for so many years to no avail. You're ungrateful. I'll be nice to whoever treats me well, which is why I can't send you to your death. You're so thick-head. Their chests heaved violently. The two of them were agitated. Li Qingshan, who had caused all of this, stood to one side with his arms crossed, just like an outsider. He spoke up to break the stalemate. Yi Liusu, do you know what Liuba said before she told me your plan? Yi Liusu's heart shivered when she heard how Yi Liuba would place her safety first, even at the cost of her own safety. Her fury vanished, replaced by helplessness. I'm only sparing you out of consideration for Liuba's feelings. Stop being so stubborn. It's actually fine even if I kill all of you here. With the appearance of murderousness, the atmosphere in the cave immediately froze. Only Yi Liuba smiled. Through Yi Liuba's introduction, Li Qingshan had already grasped some of the underground game's rules. Other folk were not demons after all. In Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes, a single Yi Liusu was definitely not more important than a powerful demon general, as long as there was no direct evidence. She basically would not kill him over a single night roamer. In his opinion, Helicoverpa Rosa was clearly using trickery to divide the night roamers, making them kill one another and drain their strength, preventing them from growing stronger. I will never betray the clan. Everything will be judged by the matriarch. I hope you can protect her. In the face of absolute power, Yi Liusu could only lower her head. She was not afraid of sacrificing herself. But he was also unwilling to make unnecessary sacrifices. After revising the route, the team set off again. Not long after they left, two black shadows appeared where they were just now, whispering to each other. It seems to be Yi Liusu and her sister. Those two voices, I can't be wrong. Why are they here? I don't know. Go back and inform Lady Matriarch. She must make sure that they remain here forever. Yes. Yi Liusu and her sister lost control of their emotions and argued loudly. They sounded like the beating of gongs and drums in the quiet night. Along the cobweb-like cave, it was transmitted to a faraway place. The team was already close to the borders of the other clan's territories, which immediately attracted patrols. One of the black shadows went back to where it came from, while the other blended into the darkness and chased after it. Li Qingshan was striding forward. Sensing that something was amiss, Zhang Xian halted his footsteps and a brilliant gleam flashed across his eyes. Clang! He drew his ice blade and swung it at the rock wall. Before the blade had even arrived, it lit up with golden light. The darkness receded like the tide. There was a black figure on the rock wall. It was extremely eye-catching. There was a shriek, and blood spurted from the rock wall. A male night roamer fell out and cried out, "Who are you?" There was another shriek soon afterwards. Oh no, it's the Bat Shadow Clan. Yi Liuba lunged over and finished him off in a single stroke. Don't tell me you can't sense it? Li Qingshan looked at Yi Liusu. This male night roamer's cultivation was only at Yi Liuba's level. Liuba, lead the way. Let's go. I don't want to be used by others. With his original body here, he did not mind killing a few more and comprehending another tiger demon. However, this mirror clone only possessed 30% of Li Qingshan's strength. If they engaged in an intense battle, it was unavoidable for him to show weakness. Alright. Yi Liuba took the lead, and the group immediately sped up. With that, their speed became apparent, turning into a long winding snake. Li Qingshan and Yi Liuba were obviously at the very front. My sister isn't with us. Ignore her. As soon as Yi Liuba stopped, Li Qingshan scooped her up and advanced even faster. But no buts. She's digging her own grave. Under Li Qingshan's stern gaze, Yi Liuba was afraid of acting rashly. All she could do was call out loudly, "Sister, come here." Iliosu stared at the darkness before her and sensed auras that were hidden extremely well rapidly approaching. Her eyes were already filled with determination. At this moment, she suddenly heard Iliobu's call. She sighed and drifted away. Find another path. Hide. Iliosu shot past the night roamer guards one by one, searching for another cave in a hurry. The night roamer guard at the very back reacted a little slower. Just as he was panicking, he suddenly stopped and was silently torn to pieces. In the end, only the three of them remained, advancing side by side. The cave was deep, like the intestines of a monster. It twisted and turned as they shot past quickly. Li Qingshan spent most of his time running along the walls, constantly changing his figure according to the direction the cave extended in. The black figure tailing behind him continued to draw closer and closer. Iliosu was puzzled. Why was he so much slower than during battle? Suddenly, the familiar sound of water rang out. The rumble was a waterfall. The cave was cut off by a surging underground river. The water was wide and rapid, almost like a clear river. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined there was such a vast river underground. Then the river was suddenly cut off by a huge hole, and the water flowed 1,000 feet straight down. Thunder roared furiously as it landed below before rolling forward again. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined there was such a steep waterfall underground. Iliobu beamed with joy. We're here. Past this waterfall is the territory of the Spider Shadow clan. Clang! With that, Li Qingshan swung his blade again, colliding with a dagger in the darkness. Sparks flew everywhere. What great power! What kind of light is this? It can actually pierce through my night roaming technique? The black figure drifted backwards. The webbing between his thumb and index finger split open. He was shocked. The dazzling sunlight left him even more doubtful. Let's go. Li Qingshan leapt into the river. Just now, in the moment the sunlight appeared, he saw two more black figures approach him. He drifted with the flow, and in the blink of an eye, he had already distanced himself from the cave. Every major clan had a main city, but every matriarch would stay in Cobweb City, which was also Helicoverpa Rose's future headquarters. Figures flickered on the streets, trading and communicating like humans, but it was abnormally quiet. Even the footsteps of children were silent. Their faces carried a coldness and calmness that did not match their age. Your Highness. Seeing Iliosu and her sister walk over, they all lowered their heads and bowed extremely politely. Among the night roamers there was a clear hierarchy. Iliosu and her sister were the matriarch's daughters. If regular night roamers dared to disrespect them, they would be severely punished. Only after they had passed by did the crowd discuss softly, why have Princess Liosu and Princess Liobo returned? Has something happened in the territory? That demon general is so handsome. If he can spend a night with me, I'd be willing even if I have to shorten my lifespan by a decade. Chapter 378. I didn't think you'd still be a princess. Li Qingshan smiled at Iliobu beside him. I'm not anymore. I'm your servant now, master. Iliobu's eyes were seductive as she hugged Li Qingshan's arm even tighter, sinking it into her abnormally plump chest to hide her fear and unease. Is the matriarch really that terrifying? Very terrifying. Iliobu seemed to think of something and shuddered. Don't be afraid. Li Qingshan pulled his arm out and wrapped it around her shoulder. Yeah. Iliobu's heart gradually settled down, and she leaned into his arms. Even Iliosu would only assist her in times of danger. She had never relied on a single person completely like this before. Along the way, Iliosu constantly paid attention to Li Qingshan's behavior, but all she saw was that he was like a tourist, studying the surrounding structures and scenery with great interest. Iliobu played the role of a tour guide, introducing him to the history of Blackluster City. Influenced by his relaxed attitude, she relaxed too, teasing him from time to time. She did not seem like a defeated general who had just lost an important piece of territory. Iliosu glanced back and let out an undetectable sigh. She instead became rather envious of her. This piece of territory held extremely great significance to the Spider Shadow clan, or even the entire race of night roamers. It was a territory where she could see the stars and the bright moon. She could still remember the shock she felt when she saw the night sky for the first time. That was the hope for the night roamers to return to the surface, yet she had personally destroyed it. She clenched her fists and her nails dug into her palms. It was impossible for her to not hate Li Qingshan, much less serve the demons. Become a servant. Liubo, why have you returned? How dare you bring outsiders to Blackluster City? An icy cold, sharp voice rang out. Li Qingshan looked over and saw a female night roamer standing on the spire of the castle, staring at him coldly. Her thin, straight nose demonstrated the coldness and determination of its owner. Compared to this distinct nose, the rest of the facial features seemed slightly faint. It was like a sketch. But when put together, coupled with her cold expression, it had a different kind of charm. Let me come all the way. Li Qingshan, who was used to seeing the various beauties of the night roamers, also felt his eyes light up. Her dark blue hair was combed into a thick and short braid, looking very neat and tidy. She was wearing a black leather shirt and pants, and black boots that went all the way to her knees, outlining her seductive curves. She had a short sword on her waist. She was a beauty that did not lose to Yi Liusu, and her cultivation was above Yi Liusu. Sister Lu Xing, I have something to report to Mistress. This demon general of the North Moon is an honored guest of my clan. Please open the gate. Yi Liusu bowed respectfully. She didn't dare to announce the loss of the territory in public. Yi Liuxing studied Li Qingshan's handsome face with a gaze as sharp as a blade. However, her cold expression did not change at all. She only sensed that something was amiss. You sisters really do look very different, Li Qingshan smiled and said to Yi Liubo softly. It's not like we're sisters by blood. Yi Liubo pouted. It turned out that they all came from different families and relied on their talent to surpass their peers. Through their talent that surpassed their peers, they became the daughters of the mistress and were conferred the titles of princess and princess. They referred to each other as sisters, but they were not related by blood. The sisters were not ranked according to their age, but according to their cultivation. Welcome, Your Highness Princess Liusu. Welcome, Your Highness Princess Liubo. The gate swung open loudly. A group of guards stood to the left and right, raising their spears and speaking in unison. Sir, please give me your weapon. A skinny caretaker in black robes arrived before Li Qingshan. Did I bring a weapon? Li Qingshan waved his hand with a smile, and the ice blade vanished. The caretaker was taken aback. Li Qingshan had already walked in with Yi Liubo in his arms, so he did not dare to stop him. Demon generals possessed a transcendent status underground. It was an unspoken rule that demons were superior to night roamers. They stepped into the black hall. There was a fountain in the center, carved with a naked woman. The ground was covered in a thick patterned carpet, while the walls were draped with tapestries. They were all embroidered with brightly colored images of spiders. The two staircases were like open arms, converging on the second floor. Yi Liuxing stood there, gazing at them coldly. Liusu, come with me. Liubo, receive the esteemed guest. Just what has happened? Cold wind whistled above the pointed tower. Looking down from the window, Blackluster City seemed to be below them. Yi Liuxing's icy cold voice was even colder than the cold wind. Yi Liusu explained everything that had happened. Smack! There was a loud slap, and a handprint appeared on Yi Liusu's face. Blood oozed from the corner of her lips, but she did not move at all. Do you know what that territory means to us? Do you know how many clansmen the clan sacrificed and how much they paid for it? Furious, cold light flickered through Yi Liuxing's eyes. I know. He must die. Before the matriarch returns. Yi Liuxing raised her hand again, but she hesitated to swing it down. She cut through the air viciously. I don't agree. Yi Liusu raised her head. Her gaze was determined. Do you want to be punished by the snake cavern? Even if the matriarch returns, would I persuade her not to do that? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that guy and want to protect him? Yi Liuxing grabbed Yi Liusu by the neck. Her cold voice was like a blade against Yi Liusu's neck. He's too powerful, and he possesses the ability to suppress night roamers. Once he strikes, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he'll heavily injure us. Yi Liusu was unfazed. She persisted. We're assassins. We've always had to defeat the strong as the weak. Yi Liuxing pushed her against the wall viciously before embracing her again. However, under her cold, unfazed gaze, she let go and turned around to go downstairs. Where is this? Li Qingshan stood in a luxurious room. The air was filled with fragrance. The oval, lace mirror reflected Yi Liubu's slender figure. My room, obviously. Yi Liubu tidied up her rather messy hair before turning around and throwing herself into Li Qingshan's arms. She raised her head and asked, "How did you do it earlier?" "With 100 treasures pouch, obviously," Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. Before he set off, he had brought 100 treasures pouch with him. There were a few items that he might be able to use in there, including over a dozen supreme-grade talismans he had obtained. If he really did end up in battle, he could still maintain the necessary lethality. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, the nature of his demon chi had changed. Not only could he refine spiritual artifacts, but he could also activate talismans. However, he was still unable to open the Soaring Dragon Elder's Sumeru ring. He had no idea what Oxen had left behind for him. 100 treasures pouch. Yi Liubu was rather surprised. Are 100 treasures pouches very rare? Only then did Li Qingshan discover that Yi Liubu did not possess any of the necessary items for cultivators above ground. Of course, only after undergoing the heavenly tribulation do you have the right to receive one from the clan. Night roamers could forge artifacts too, but they could not forge 100 treasures pouches. The 100 treasures pouches underground all came from cultivators who had come to explore above ground. They were left behind after they were killed, so there were relatively few of them. I even purposefully stood guard at a few caves for a very long time, but no cultivators above ground came down to explore. How strange. Yi Liubu mumbled to herself. Li Qingshan understood that when he massacred all the cultivators last time, no one would be bold enough to come down to die. Once we return to the territory, I'll give you one. What Li Qingshan lacked the least right now were 100 treasures pouches. He had no idea what to do with the piles of them. Really? Thank you, master. Yi Liubu kissed Li Qingshan in surprise and joy before pushing Li Qingshan onto the bed in the center of the room gently. Afterwards, she twisted her waist and removed her black armor, only leaving behind a silk undergarment that covered her private parts. She threw herself onto Li Qingshan. What are you doing? Li Qingshan placed his hand on Yi Liubu's shoulder and looked at Yi Liubu's chest. They really did live up to the bow in their names. The matriarch will be back a while later. Let me serve master properly. Yi Liubu undid Li Qingshan's belt eagerly. Her lustful behavior immediately made Li Qingshan think of himself. Her alluring body constantly rubbed against him, and he also felt the flames of lust rise up from his lower abdomen. He let out a sigh before pushing Yi Liubu away. What's wrong? Yi Liubu was stunned. I made an agreement with someone that I only belonged to her. Li Qingshan laid out his hands helplessly. A woman? Yi Liubu gasped. Of course, Li Qingshan said in exasperation. Then I don't have to worry. It's not like she's here. Yi Liubu smiled again. She lowered her body again and kissed Li Qingshan's lips. Agreements are exactly used at times like this. Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulder forcefully. He saw the pair of breasts jiggle gently. He was quite satisfied just by looking at them. All right, master, I beg you. I want it. Yi Liubu's eyes shone as she bit her knuckles. She twisted her slender legs and placed a hand between them. If you want it, then go find another man. Li Qingshan's breathing quickened. If it were not for the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, he really had no idea what he would have done. How can I want another man after seeing you? Just treat it as a good deed and accompany me once, all right? I'll definitely be loyal to master in the future. Yi Liubu's face was filled with hidden bitterness. The master doesn't fulfill the duties of a servant. Li Qingshan patted her cheek with a smile and stood up. If you won't accompany me, then I'll deal with it myself. Go ahead. Li Qingshan saw a bookshelf in the corner of the room. He walked over and pulled out a book. The words inside were the same as human books, except the handwriting was very beautiful. A resonant moan rang out from behind, which made his lips curl. Seeing Li Qingshan turn around, she became even more complacent, and the moan became even louder. Li Qingshan just moved a chair over and sat down by the bed to admire it. Watching it was not exactly letting down Qiongji. even though it was a live performance. No matter how hard Yi Liubo tried, Li Qingshan had no intentions of getting onto the bed, which made her feel dejected. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Liuxing knocked on the door and entered. She glanced at the bed and actually smiled. Her smile was like ice that had cracked open and leaked out. Sir North Moon, do you want us to accompany you? Chapter 379. Even an idiot can tell that you're up to no good. If you want to seduce me, you should learn from the one on the bed. If Yi Liusu was only cold, then Yi Liuxing was basically ice cold. Regular men would lose all thoughts with just a glance at her. Sure. Li Qingshan had to admit that he was very curious about how she would seduce him. Moreover, her cold attitude only made it easier to incite a man's desire to conquer her. Was this also part of her plan? Yi Liuxing walked over and sat down stiffly in Li Qingshan's arms. She wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck and clearly showed disgust. Master, don't. Yi Liubo tried to dissuade her loudly, but Yi Liuxing glared at her viciously. She immediately lost the courage to speak. Li Qingshan gave Yi Liubo a reassuring glance and smiled, waiting to see what else Yi Liuxing had to do. It would not be a loss if he could enjoy an erotic scene for free. Her cold lips kissed him, and her tongue slithered into his mouth like a slippery snake. Be careful. There's poison. Yi Liubo warned loudly without any regard. But it was already too late. Yi Liuxing pulled back the tip of her tongue and shot a poisonous pill into Li Qingshan's throat. Immediately a sweet smell spread out, burning his stomach. Foolish man. Even if you're a demon general, there's no difference. Yi Liuxing sneered inside. The poisonous pill had been extracted from the venom of the brightly colored underground spider and refined into a pill. Just a tiny pill like this could easily poison 100 people to death. Just when Yi Liuxing wanted to break free from Li Qingshan's embrace and draw her dagger to deal a fatal blow to Li Qingshan, Yi Liuxing sneered inside. Li Qingshan's arms tightened around her, growing tighter and tighter. Yi Liuxing immediately found it difficult to breathe as her body crackled. At this moment the two of them were still passionately kissing. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He spat out the melted venom. If you want to use this move, why don't you investigate what kind of demon you're facing first? Can't you see the pair of horns on my head? This was not a divine ability, but an innate talent. A cow could chew its cud. Oh! Yi Liuxing wanted to turn around. A big hand grabbed her from behind and continued to kiss her deeply. Although the mirror image only possessed 30% of its strength, it was enough to suppress a night roamer who did not specialize in strength. In the blink of an eye, the venom had entered Yi Liuxing's body, and only then did Li Qingshan stop. The remaining venom affected him slightly, but with his body, even if he really digested the poisonous pill, he would not be able to recover. It was just an upset stomach. Without any hesitation, Yi Liuxing broke free from night roaming and drew her dagger. It stabbed at Li Qingshan's heart. His movements were as fast as lightning. Master! Yi Liubo exclaimed. Li Qingshan chuckled. Sunlight shone in all directions and broke through night roaming. The power of tremors injured the body. With a clang, the dagger slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. The hand that gripped the dagger drooped powerlessly. Even his little finger could not move. To be honest, with just 30% of Li Qingshan's current strength, he had no confidence in dealing with Yi Liuxing at all. However, she was actually trying to scheme and engage in close combat. She was really asking for trouble. Without the suppression of spiritual qi, the poison immediately spread to her face, changing colors. Her entire body began to numb in pain, and the shadow of death immediately enveloped her. Her fate was completely in his hands now. She felt rather regretful for not listening to Yi Liusu's advice. Li Qingshan stood up, opened the door and casually tossed her into the corridor. Returning to the room, he straightened the chair and said to the dumbfounded Yi Liubo, "Let's continue." If it were not for other considerations, he would have killed Yi Liuxing right now. However, her poison had flared up now, and half of her bones had been crushed by Li Qingshan. She could forget about causing trouble in the near future. No, the master is unwilling to satisfy the servant, so why should the servant satisfy the master? Yi Liubo pouted and stood up to put on her armor. However, the feeling of dread lingering in the room did not disperse so quickly. Then take me around. Li Qingshan smiled. It was rare for him to come underground, so how could he not take a good look around? When he opened the door again, Yi Liuxing had already vanished. As soon as he arrived at the end of the corridor, the caretaker in black robes reported, "Sir North Moon, the matriarch has returned. She has invited you to dine with her." "She's come so quickly." Li Qingshan saw Yi Liubo tremble all over. He grabbed her hand, which was rather slippery. Li Qingshan followed the caretaker into a hall in the depths of the castle. The seats had already been arranged. There were a total of 14 people seated there. The person seated in the center was a woman in a luxurious dress. She wore a spider-shaped accessory on her head, a spider necklace around her neck, and a spider ring on her finger. She was the night roamer with the most accessories that Li Qingshan had ever seen. Her facial features were actually quite similar to Yi Liusu's. If it were not for her mature charm, he basically mistook her for Yi Liusu's older sister. Although her aura was completely concealed, Li Qingshan could still instinctively tell that her strength was probably no weaker than the slovenly Taoist priest from the 100 schools of thought. She was close to the second heavenly tribulation, so she could not be underestimated. To the matriarch's left, Yi Liuxing sat in the seat of honor. Her gaze towards Li Qingshan was bone-chilling. Her complexion was very ugly, probably forcing herself to remain seated. The second person was a woman Li Qingshan had never seen before. Her face was so ordinary that she did not seem like a night roamer at all. Only the third person was Yi Liusu. She stared straight ahead without even glancing at Li Qingshan. The fourth seat was empty. Yi Liubo let go of Li Qingshan's hand and took the initiative to sit down. She was cautious. The 3 people below her were slightly weaker than Yi Liubo, but they were all very young. Li Qingshan understood that these were the daughters of the matriarch who were referred to as princesses and princesses. To the other side, they were much older. There were both married women and old women, and there were actually 2 men among them. There were 6 of them in total, and they were all at foundation establishment. They all gave off a gloomy and powerful presence. Yi Liubo had once mentioned to Li Qingshan that this was the council of elders of the Spider Shadow clan. In other words, including the matriarch, there were a total of 10 powerful night roamers who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Every single one of them were terrifying assassins who had defeated those stronger than them despite being weaker. It would not be an exaggeration to call this place a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. If Li Qingshan were a little less courageous, he probably would have turned around and fled in fright. However, he only made his way over with a smile. What a warm welcome! A single clan of night roamers was already so powerful. If all the clans worked together, they would be a force that could topple over everything else. It was no wonder that the Spider Queen wanted to restrict their development. The door slammed shut behind Li Qingshan, trapping him together with the 10 night roamer assassins like a sealed insect. "I've long heard of Sir North Moon's great name. I am Yi Mingzhu. Please take a seat." The matriarch of the Spider Shadow clan, Yi Mingzhu, who sat at the head of the table, said with a smile. It was as if she had no idea that Li Qingshan had taken away the territory of the clan. After receiving the news, she immediately hurried back with the strength of the entire clan to resolve this great problem. She extended her arm towards the row of seats where the elders sat elegantly. The very last seat was empty, so she naturally gave off the bearing of someone in a superior position. She spoke politely, but her words left no room for doubt. Everyone fell silent and stared at her intently, using their silent words to increase Yi Mingzhu's authority. They were assassins. They lived in silence, and at the moment of death in silence, they would not curse or make a ruckus. They would only speak with the edge of their lethal blades. "I don't see where my seat is." Li Qingshan's words immediately made the atmosphere in the hall tense up. All of the elders placed their hands on the weapons on their waists. In the underground world, this was an insult to the matriarch. There were very few humans and demons bold enough to do this. The price they paid was usually blood and death. So everyone's armed. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and an ice blade appeared in his hand. The young night roamer girl at the very end almost drew her blade. Yi Mingzhu remained in the same posture. Even her smile remained the same, like a strange yet beautiful mask. The darkness in the surroundings seemed to become much heavier. "Oh, so it's here." Li Qingshan finally made his way to the very end. Yi Mingzhu pulled back her hand and smiled scornfully. So that's all there is to him. Cold, sinister laughter rang out in the surroundings. Yi Liubua's tense heart eased up slightly, but when she heard the laughter it tensed up again. Her feelings were very mixed. She did not want him to fall out with the matriarch, but she also did not want him to lower his head and give in. The laughter suddenly stopped as if someone had grabbed them by the throat at the same time. All she saw was Li Qingshan lifting up the heavy, obsidian table and placing it in the center of the hall. It just happened to be right across from Yi Mingzhu's seat. He measured it again before sitting down with his legs crossed. This is more like it. You're a guest from afar, so the matriarch probably won't blame you. Regardless of whether she blamed him or not, he urged loudly, hurry up and serve the dishes. I just happen to be hungry. Yi Mingzhu glanced at the caretaker, and he immediately rang the bell. Dishes were served up one by one. There were meat and vegetables, hot and cold, but all of them looked, smelled, and tasted just as good as the delicacies on the surface. However, not a single person had the appetite or the mood to pay attention to these delicacies, as their most important territory had been taken away. Apart from a single demon, the demon who had taken away their territory was currently swinging his cheeks and drinking by himself, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Tasting all the fine alcohol and delicacies in the world had always been one of his vows. How could he let such a great opportunity slip by? Whether it was war or peace, he would eat first. The food of night roamers had a unique flavor. He swept away the entire table of food in the blink of an eye. He licked his lips and said, "Not bad. Is there more?" All the caretaker could do was ring the bell again. As a result, everyone watched as Li Qingshan ate alone. The atmosphere became even stranger. Yi Liubua smiled inside. He really is master after all. Why aren't you eating? Li Qingshan swept away the entire table of food again and raised his head. If you're not eating, then give it to me. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and over a dozen ripples of water flew out, heading straight for the food before them. Swish, swish, swish. There was a flash of light, cutting through the ripples of water. For a moment the atmosphere was tense and murderous. Eat. You can die a full death on the way to the afterlife. An old woman stood up with a hunched back and placed her food before Li Qingshan as she said sinisterly. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, shaking up the entire room. The cups, plates, and plates all trembled. His laughter paused. He leaned forward and glanced around. Who dares to kill me? Chapter 380. How arrogant! The old woman drew her sword and struck out with a speed that did not match her age, stabbing towards his throat. She was as swift as lightning and as insidious as a venomous snake. The elders vanished from their seats at the same time, silently appearing around Li Qingshan. 6 lethal weapons stabbed towards 6 vital points, weaving into a net of death. Who could survive an attack like that? Li Qingshan raised his cup and drank. His clear gaze passed through the forest of blades and swords. Yi Mingzhu sat there without moving. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. The blades and swords stopped. The tip of the old woman's sword was only an inch away from his throat. Swallowing a mouthful of alcohol, his Adam's apple bobbed, almost piercing through his skin. Stand down. Did I say you'd attack? Yi Mingzhu waved her hand, and the elders immediately returned to their seats as if nothing had happened. After hearing Yi Liusu's report, her first thought was kill. What followed were various doubts. He clearly knew there was great danger, so why was he still bold enough to come? If he fought like a cornered beast, just what kind of losses would the clan suffer? That was why today's banquet was held. As long as he showed even the slightest hint of weakness, it would be a fatal situation. However, his behavior was flawless. If he was not a madman, then he must have something to rely on. This feeling of indifference definitely could not be faked. In the blink of an eye, Yi Mingzhu made up her mind. She stood up and arrived beside him with her hips swaying. She personally refilled his cup. Sir Northmoon, just what do you want? Respect. Li Qingshan shook his cup with a smile, causing the alcohol to ripple. This answer left everyone stunned. He was willing to take such a risk. It was nothing strange for him to ask for territory, treasure, or women at a banquet of night roamers, but what he wanted was a phrase that was very unfamiliar to regular demons. That's all? Yi Mingzhu frowned. Respect is the prerequisite for everything. By the way, do you want to become the strongest clan of night roamers? What if my answer is yes? I can help you. This time it was Yi Mingzhu's turn to laugh. The Spider Shadow tribe was in a very difficult moment. Losing their territory only made matters worse. Right now, their greatest enemy was actually saying he could help them become the strongest night roamer clan. Everyone present, they all felt that it was unimaginable, and their gazes towards Li Qingshan became even more unfriendly, until Li Qingshan took out a dozen spirit talismans. They were laid out on the table in a row. Do you think we can become the strongest clan with just this? Yi Mingzhu sneered, but she was secretly surprised. Night roamers did not possess the ability to craft talismans, but she understood the power of talismans very well. In a dangerous battle, a single talisman could turn the tides of life and death. It was fortunate that he did not fall out with them. Otherwise, he would have been able to drag a few of them down with him with just those top-grade talismans. Such a talisman. I have thousands of them. Of course, there are fewer top-grade and high-grade ones, and more middle-grade and low-grade ones. Li Qingshan stuck the ice blade on the table again. I have thousands of such spiritual tools. Of course, they're the same as talismans. Oh right, I don't have any on me. With that, Yi Mingzhu was unable to laugh anymore. Her perky chest heaved. The elders' faces were filled with shock. They knew very well that such a large amount of resources would not be enough. They understood what this meant to the entire clan. Mid- or low-grade talismans and talismans were not useless. After all, most night roamers still possessed cultivation. In the battles they encountered in the wilderness, these talismans and spiritual artifacts would allow them to gain the upper hand and strengthen the foundation of the Spider Shadow clan. This would completely change the situation underground. If it were not for what Li Qingshan had added at the end, they would have even considered killing and robbing them regardless of the consequences. Through Li Qingshan's observations and his conversation with Yi Liobua, he discovered that night roamers were extremely lacking when it came to forging artifacts and crafting talismans. They paled in comparison to humans on the surface. This went without saying. After living underground for thousands of years, under the oppressive rule of demons, the various clans still lacked communication. It would be unbelievable if their civilization was even greater than the surface. Afterwards, he immediately thought of the great pile of items he had accumulated in his 100 treasures pouch. There was no point in keeping them, nor was he bold enough to sell them. Even if he sold them through special channels, the price would definitely be pitifully low. Peace had been around for too long. The demand for these standard items of war had exceeded the supply a long time ago. As a result, he discovered that the night roamers before him were the best buyers. Oh right, I still have over 1,100 treasures pouches. One of the elders squeezed the wine cup in his hand flat. What do you want? Yi Mingzhu really lived up to her status as a matriarch. She calmed down very quickly and asked the most important question. Spiritual herbs, as long as they're old enough. This was also what Li Qingshan had considered. There were plenty of spiritual herbs that were hundreds or even thousands of years old underground. Demons did not know how to refine pills, but night roamers did know a little. However, what they used the most was the toxicity of these spiritual herbs. They would refine them, mix them in alcohol, and smear them on weapons. It was an absolute waste. However, in the world of humans, any spiritual herb that was old enough could definitely be used in more than one pill formula. Once they surpassed 1,000 years of age, they would become priceless. If Sir North Moon had mentioned this earlier, there wouldn't have been a misunderstanding like just now. Yi Mingzhu smiled, as beautiful as a flower. In war, people were willing to exchange their food for a gun so that they could finish off their opponents. However, spiritual herbs were not an indispensable resource to night roamers. Their method of cultivation was basically still accumulation and comprehension. Being able to exchange spiritual herbs for weapons was basically for the best. Li Qingshan thought, if I had discussed things nicely right from the beginning and stated these conditions, this mirror clone would probably have been finished off already. None of us are kind. The weak are not worthy of working with the strong. With that, the atmosphere in the hall changed drastically. Yi Mingzhu saw that the food on Li Qingshan's table was empty. Get the kitchen to serve the food. Sir Northmoon, if you're hungry, you can have my portion first. Where's the song and dance performance? The caretaker left in a hurry to make arrangements. A while later, a group of male night roamers actually came up to perform. Every single one of them was extremely handsome. They wore short shorts and performed a sharp sword dance. The elders took turns toasting him. They all smiled from ear to ear. Li Qingshan felt like he was an international arms dealer facing a group of African warlords. Yi Liuxing's face was still frigid, but she could not help but offer him a toast. Yi Liusu was slightly lost. She was rather uncertain whether meeting him was a good thing or a bad thing. Master sure is impressive. Yi Liubu stopped worrying. Her face was filled with joy. She looked at Li Qingshan so much that tears almost dripped from her eyes. After drinking for 70 minutes, eating 5 different dishes, and both the host and guest enjoyed themselves, Yi Mingzhu blushed slightly. She smiled charmingly. Sir Northmoon, have you finished eating? You can discuss the deal in detail in my residence later. I'll deal with the matters in the clan first. His face immediately froze. Yi Liusu, Yi Liubu, kneel. Chapter 381. Yi Liusu was expressionless. Yi Liubu's expression changed, but she did not dare to disobey the matriarch's orders. She glanced at Li Qingshan and knelt down in the hall. Do you know your crimes? I know my crimes. Yi Liusu bowed. Yi Liubu could only lower her head. Elder Mingjing, how should they be punished for their crimes? They lost their territory. They should be punished by the snake cave. The old woman said sinisterly. Yes. Yi Liusu did not resist at all. Yi Liubu trembled all over and revealed a look of fear. She felt a hand land on her head, and heard Li Qingshan say, Liubu has already recognized me as her master. She is no longer bound by your laws. Only then did she calm down. Traitors of the clan should be punished by death by 1,000 cuts. Matriarch Yi. Yi Liubu looked at Li Qingshan like a drowning person desperately grasping at a life-saving straw. Li Qingshan glanced at Yi Mingzhu. Do you still want to put on the airs of a matriarch at a time like this? Sir Northmoon, you're making things difficult for me. The clan's laws cannot be abolished. There's no room for negotiation. However, in consideration of our friendship, I'm willing to make compensation. Lululian. What orders do you have, matriarch? The 2 women who originally sat below Yi Liubu walked up. They were both rare beauties. From today onwards, you're Sir Northmoon's servants. Whatever Sir Northmoon wants you to do, you'll do. Yes. The 2 of them said in unison. 1 for 2. That's a good deal. Li Qingshan smiled. Master. Yi Liubu's face paled. She wailed. However, I can't. Sir Northmoon, are you not satisfied with this compensation? Then speak up quickly. Night roamers. There aren't many other things, but there are plenty of beauties among my daughters. If you like anyone, just tell me. Is that so? Li Qingshan's gaze fell on Yi Liusu, who was on the ground. Afterwards, he looked at Yi Liuxing, which made her heart tighten. During this process, Yi Liubu felt as if she had fallen into an icehouse, and she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. In the underground world, it was natural for people to betray each other. This was not the first time she had tasted the feeling of being betrayed. This was the first time she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Did she really believe him? Believe that I can be protected? Li Qingshan's gaze swept across Yi Mingzhu's daughters one by one, and finally returned to Yi Mingzhu. He said slowly, respect, respect. What do you mean? As my servant, it's only right that you die for me. However, she was a servant. Not goods. Even if I am the master, I must respect this point, cannot casually sell her, so no matter how high the price you offer, it's useless. Master. Yi Liubu raised her head in disbelief, gazing at his face. Her heart felt like it had risen from hell to heaven, and her eyes could not help but moisten slightly. Yi Liusu was rather moved as well. She relaxed. It seemed like she had not followed the wrong person this time. Yi Mingzhu frowned. I find it very regrettable that you're like this. Don't you think it's not worth it to damage our long-term relationship for the sake of an insignificant bitch? To be honest, none of your daughters are more valuable than her. Liuba, it's not like I'm asking you to kneel. Yes, master. Yi Liuba glanced at Yi Mingzhu and slowly stood up. She puffed out her chest and looked down on those who had once needed her to bow and scrape. Her heart was filled with pride. If you find it unacceptable, I can work with the other matriarchs. I believe they'll be very willing. Li Qingshan's words immediately made the atmosphere tense up once more. Since you're so insistent, fine then. Yi Mingzhu sighed. She could only suppress her anger and her face turned cold. Yi Liuba, since you've already admitted to your crimes, we'll begin the punishment immediately. Take her away. Sister. Yi Liuba could not help but call out. The punishment of the snake cavern sealed up all of her strength, making her suffer the bites of thousands of snakes. The venom in the mouths of the snakes might not be fatal to her, but it was extremely painful. Hold on. Ma'am Northmoon, what else do you have to say? Yi Mingzhu squinted her eyes, trying to find an opportunity she could use. I'm not your servant. Yi Liusu's eyes flickered, but her face remained cold. You will be very soon. Matriarch, I have another question. Do the night roamers still want to use that territory? Of course. Yi Mingzhu's eyes immediately lit up. The importance of the territory went without saying, but she had never been bold enough to mention sharing the territory with Li Qingshan. Demons were extremely territorial. Something like that was basically a naked provocation. It was like asking a man, can you lend me your wife? Demon generals with weaker tempers would immediately fall out with her. I've always hated these trivial matters. I want a servant to help me manage it. Li Qingshan was actually not interested in the territory. All he cared about were the resources underground. It was impossible for him to stay underground and watch over it. He was still longing for the pleasures of the mortal world. Under these circumstances, Millipede could not even subdue the demons below with his current strength, and the territory could easily be devoured by other demon generals. He needed a suitable person to manage the situation. Unfortunately, Yi Liuba had yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation, so he had to settle for the next best thing. Yi Liusu became the best choice. Of course, he would not accept any sharing. He could only accept her as a servant. Yi Liusu, from today onwards, you are Sir Northmoon's servant. You will listen to all of his orders. You will no longer be restricted by the Spider Shadow clan, Yi Mingzhu said immediately, as if she was afraid Li Qingshan would go back on his word. She was a servant, but whether she obeyed him or not was just a single thought. Within the entire Spider Shadow clan, there was no one more loyal than Yi Liusu. Matriarch. Yi Liusu, who had always been meek and submissive, finally could not help but raise an objection. However, under Yi Mingzhu's gaze, she could only grit her teeth and lower her head. Yes, mother. Li Qingshan came to a realization. As it turned out, they really were mother and daughter, but he did not take it to heart. He did not care what the night roamers wanted to do with the territory at all. Moreover, loyalty could change. Servant Yi Liusu greets master. Yi Liusu arrived before Li Qingshan and bowed. She was hugged by Yi Liuba and smiled. Sister, from today onwards, we're all master's servants. Yi Liusu smiled bitterly inside. She had never seen someone so happy being a servant. However, as a mighty night roamer, her own mother actually did not even know how to respect demons. In the end, Yi Mingzhu discovered that she had not lost anything, and she had gained a powerful ally. By returning the territory to the demons, the Spider Shadow clan could let out a sigh of relief. They would no longer become a target for the other clans, which was instead a good thing. Once they had accumulated enough strength, it would be time for them to pay their debts of blood. She was extremely satisfied with this outcome, and she rejoiced that she had not chosen to fight to the death. This Northmoon really is different, and he's extremely handsome. He's also extremely handsome. None of her concubines can compare to him. Yi Mingzhu pursed her lips and revealed a charming smile. As a result, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Yi Liuba just knelt beside Li Qingshan, pouring wine and picking food for him. She could not help but rub against him. There was nothing Yi Liusu could do. She pressed her hand against the hilt of her blade and stood to one side, acting as a guard. Yi Mingzhu even expressed enthusiastically that she wanted Li Qingshan to talk to her in detail. Li Qingshan glanced at the frosty Yi Liusu before glancing at the mature and charming Yi Mingzhu. In the end, he hardened his heart and turned her down. It was difficult to endure watching but not being able to eat. However, he believed that all of his patience would be worth it for her sake. He wondered if she had come out of seclusion yet. After the banquet, under Yi Mingzhu's personal guidance, they once again returned to the raging underground river. They followed the current and hurried to Cobweb City to meet Helicoverpa Rosa. Li Qingshan once again displayed his ability to control water. Yi Mingzhu was secretly amazed. Even a water elemental demon general would not be able to do this if he did not have the bloodline of a spirit beast. Everything made sense now. It was not without reason that a demon general who had just passed the heavenly tribulation could easily defeat Liusu. She valued Li Qingshan even more. As long as these demons with supernatural bloodlines continued to cultivate, they would all become incredible figures. In time, they might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the three by Lady Loltha's side. Li Qingshan rode the river like a heavenly horse. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at Cobweb City. The river broke and fell once again. However, the roar of the waterfall was extremely soft and came from far below. Li Qingshan's face was filled with shock. Before him was an inconceivably huge space. The raging river flowed on a vast piece of land with countless tributaries. A cold and majestic black castle rose from the ground, standing hundreds of meters tall. It was actually carved from an entire mountain. There were countless towers straight and sharp, like countless giant swords of different lengths. They gathered together and pointed to the sky. Li Qingshan had never imagined that there would actually be such a magnificent structure underground. For a moment, he was actually unable to think of a single structure he had seen in both his lives that could rival it. This was Cobweb City. This was where the Spider Queen ruled over this web-like underground world. It was raining. Only now did Li Qingshan notice that the air was very moist and filled with the smell of sulfur. On the other side of Cobweb City, a fire-red river of lava surged over, also splitting into tributaries. Water and fire interweaved to form a strange net that gave rise to clouds of mist. It rose to the top of the cave and turned into a black cloud that never dispersed, enveloping the sky above Cobweb City and raining down rain constantly. It made Cobweb City seem even colder and taller. It actually gave off the illusion that it was impossible to tell just how tall it was. He could clearly see that Cobweb City was connected to the top of the cave, supporting this unbelievably large cavern. We night roamers spent several centuries building this for Ma'am Spider Queen. It's a perfect piece of art. Yi Mingzhu was filled with pride. To be continued. Chapter 382. Li Qingshan sighed. Without the civil engineering skills of the School of Moism, only other folk had the ability to build something like this. Only demons possessed such patience. Outside Cobweb City, at the foot of a relatively flat mountain was a large, complicated city district. The buildings of night roamers rose and fell endlessly. There were actually no streets. Li Qingshan felt like he was moving through one building after another. The space was completely sealed off. The pitter-patter of black rain against the roofs was the only sound here. There was not even a whisper like in Blackluster City. There were only exchanges of hand gestures, auras or blades. The night roamers here were clearly much more powerful than in Blackluster City. Black figures drifted past him silently. Even when they saw the matriarch Yi Mingzhu, they would pass by in a hurry. Isn't this the territory of the Spider Shadow clan? Li Qingshan's voice alarmed a large region. Numerous pairs of eyes looked over from the darkness as if he had done something extraordinary. They were rather hostile, but they only looked away when they saw the horns on his head. This is a mixed residential area in the outer city. There are people from various clans here. Yi Mingzhu still chose to communicate through her aura. Apart from their daily lives, the main mission of the night roamers living here was to find opportunities to assassinate the night roamers of other clans. This was the battlefield of assassins. Only by passing the test here could every night roamer gain the right to enter the inner city and become part of the middle echelon of the various clans. They really don't have anything better to do. There was clearly a deep-seated grievance. Yet they just had to live together. It was conceivable. Scenes from books really would appear here. People selling dumplings, people sharpening scissors, peddlers, and children would all suddenly pull out their weapons and charge at you. Being born as night roamer sure was pitiful, but he also found it rather funny. This was probably not just because of Helicoverpa-Rosa's political schemes, but also because of the dark nature of the night roamers themselves. Only after entering the inner city did the situation take a turn for the better. The clans had been divided into a few large regions. Of course, it was in every single corridor. Every hall was filled with killing intent and unease. As he walked through Cobweb City, Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh at the grandeur and delicacy of the building. It was as if every stone had been meticulously polished by a craftsman, and after a long period of time, it had become even smoother and heavier. Spider totems could be seen everywhere like some kind of primitive worship. He even saw the existence of a sacrificial offering. In the eyes of ordinary people, a demon commander's strength was akin to that of a god. Li Qingshan was very curious. What would Helicoverpa-Rosa look like after ruling this place? Could she see through his mirror image avatar? Should he tell her about the three elders? All kinds of doubts were waiting to be answered. The only fortunate thing was that monsters still couldn't learn the complicated etiquette of humans. After Yimingzhu reported, Lin Mingyao's expression changed. Soon he received the news. Walking up the spiral staircase, Li Qingshan ascended to a higher level in Cobweb City and passed through a long winding corridor. The stone door opened silently, revealing Li Qingshan. It was a large trapezoidal platform that stood like a cliff. Or perhaps it should be said that it had always been a cliff. A woman in a long red dress stood on the side of the cliff with her back to them. When Li Qingshan approached, she turned around just now, revealing a stunning face. However, what Li Qingshan felt first was not stunning, but undisguised cruelty and viciousness. Her lips were scarlet as if she had just drunk human blood. Her eyes seemed to ripple with venom. Humans, even if they were evil, would do everything they could to hide it. They would find various excuses to accuse the darkness of society and the depravity of the human heart, or they would propose some sort of philosophical viewpoint to justify their actions. Whether it was a genius or a madman, all of their actions and thoughts would always be restricted by the ideals of human society. There were no exceptions. She was different. She had no morals, no humanity. She did whatever she wanted. Apart from power, she was unrestrained by anything. She was truly evil without any disguise. Even though she had taken on a human form and lived in a human building, she was still a colorful spider. It was just that she was smarter, more powerful, and more vicious. She occupied the center of the spider web, waiting for her prey to come knocking. All of this did not damage her majestic, queen-like bearing. Instead, she had a strange charm that was hard to come by for humans. Li Qingshan felt a sense of déjà vu. The figure that appeared in his mind was actually Gu Yenying. Yes, it was freedom, absolute freedom. Had he fallen in love at first sight precisely because of this temperament? Had he longed to break free from all restraints? You're the newly promoted demon general? What's your name? The one who asked this question was not Helicoverpa-Rosa. Only then did Li Qingshan notice that there were 3 demon generals beside her. One of them was a pale, handsome man wrapped in a cloak. His short hair was messy, and his eyes were gloomy. This reminded Li Qingshan of the legendary vampires. The other one was a bald man with bulging muscles. He was as tall as 2 people. His body seemed to be surging with endless power, and his eyes were constantly surging with a strong desire to fight. The last one was an old man with a hunchback. He was extremely small and skinny. As he sat there, he bent over like he was unable to bear the burden. His hunchback that bulged out of his clothes became the most eye-catching part of his body. Every single movement he made was very slow. Even his voice was extremely slow. He was the one who asked the question. Li Qingshan had to take 3 breaths before he finished. Any one of them was a distinct and unique existence. However, beside Helicoverpa-Rosa, they were almost ignored by Li Qingshan. From the moment he stepped on the platform and saw that red figure, before he could see her face, all his attention had been attracted by this bright red figure in the darkness. Of course, he was no longer the boy from the mountain. He immediately regained his composure. He was just thinking, if the one he saw back then was her, would he also fall in love at first sight? Your Excellency Dragonsnail, I am North Moon. I have just passed the heavenly tribulation and have come to see Spider Queen. Li Qingshan bowed. And also Excellency Strong Stone and Excellency Blood Shadow. Before this, Yi Mingzhu had already introduced the basic situation of the underground to Li Qingshan. Helicoverpa Rosa had dozens of demon generals under her command. Among them, there were naturally strong and weak ones. The strong ones among them were called strong demon generals. They were equivalent to middle and late-stage foundation-building cultivators. And the strong among the strong were the three in front of him. Not only had their cultivation reached the peak of demon generals, they also had powerful bloodlines that were different from ordinary beasts. They possessed power that was absolutely above ordinary demon generals. It was said that each of them had the terrifying strength to fight against multiple ordinary demon generals. In other words, if they joined forces, they could sweep away all the demon generals in this area. They absolutely could not be underestimated. Even if Li Qingshan's main body was here, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat any one of them. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy for them to defeat him either. Why did you put my name at the end? Helicoverpa Rosa still didn't have the intention to speak. She silently sized up Li Qingshan. Instead, it was the pale-faced Blood Shadow who opened his mouth to question first. His expression was even more gloomy. Then, Your Excellency Blood Shadow, which excellency do you think your name should be in front of? I can change it. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. I just casually said something, and you're using it to find fault. You're really crazy. In human terms, this was called a show of strength. Among demons, this was even more of a way to show authority. Monkey kings fighting over ordinary monkeys' food might not be for the sake of eating, but to let others know who was the boss. However, how could Li Qingshan be willing to admit defeat? I think this ranking is very good. Strong Stone said in a muffled voice. You're very bold. Blood Shadow stared at Li Qingshan. In this territory, very few demons or humans dared to speak to him like this. Li Qingshan thought about it. Just as Yi Mingzhu said. These three demon generals didn't get along well with each other. Of course, this was also nonsense. It would be rare for demon generals of the same strength to get along well. Why have you come for an audience? Dragonsnail didn't seem to hear these arguments. The three of them spoke 4 sentences before he slowly said one. I was originally a demon soldier under Milliped's command, and I've come to claim this territory. After answering Dragonsnail, Li Qingshan said to Blood Shadow, I've always been very bold. I wonder how strong you are? Strong Boulder grinned. Of course they're very bold. Li Qingshan did not back down at all. Only the weak would show weakness, submitting to the strong so that they could avoid disaster. Human modesty was not popular among demons. Displaying their strength or even putting on a show of bravado was necessary. Oh, then I'd like to try, Blood Shadow said coldly. I really want to know where you've been during this period of time. Dragonsnail finally said something else. I've been cultivating arduously in the boundless mountains. I've never heard of your name. You're not a demon that belongs underground at all, so how can you claim territory underground? Millipede has lost his identity as a demon general, so he's no longer fit to be a lord. That territory has already been bestowed to the Night Roamers. The Night Roamers have already agreed to give me their territory. Whether I can possess territory underground probably isn't something you can decide, right? Blood Shadow. Li Qingshan directly referred to him by his name. Very good. Blood Shadow's figure vanished, appearing behind Li Qingshan. His pale white fingertips turned into sharp claws, reaching over with lightning speed. He actually struck out as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation at all. He moved with startling speed. In that moment, even Li Qingshan failed to grasp his movements. He reacted and his back throbbed with pain. Strong Stone only grinned viciously. Since he dared to provoke the strong, he had to bear the corresponding consequences. Only by enduring it could he earn respect. If he could not, then he was an idiot. He deserved to be taught a vicious lesson. Dragonsnail was still organizing his words leisurely, ignoring everything that was happening before him. Helicoverpa Rosa finally became interested. With a clang, the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up. It was azure and slightly transparent. Countless hexagons formed a perfect, stable structure, blocking the claws. Blood Shadow's face became even colder. His cloak fluttered as he turned into a black shadow and surrounded Li Qingshan. In that moment, who knew how many attacks the spirit turtle's profound shell had endured? A black tornado whistled and spun, connecting the heavens and the earth. It rushed straight to the dome and scattered the thick clouds. However, it wasn't a divine ability or Dharma spell. It was merely caused by Blood Shadow's figure. Li Qingshan stood in the eye of the storm with his arms crossed. He did not move at all and looked extremely relaxed. Even after thousands of trials and tribulations, it is still strong, no matter what winds blow on it. To be continued. RQ. Oh. Chapter 383. He's actually able to face Sir Blood Shadow's attacks so easily. The North Moon really isn't a regular demon general. His existence alone can change the situation underground. Yimingzhu backed to one side and watched on from afar. She was surprised before sinking into her thoughts. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes also watched this startling sight. They all had different thoughts. When Li Qingshan was still a demon, even when the three elders worked together, they were unable to smash through his spirit turtle's profound shell so easily, let alone now that he was a demon general. Why don't you try smashing through the spirit turtle's profound shell at 30% strength? Blood Shadow, did you not eat today? Do you want me to try? Strong Stone's laughter drowned out the sound of the wind. He was eager to see who was stronger and tougher. Li Qingshan did not ease up either. His demon chi was being rapidly depleted. Once it reached a certain level, he would not even be able to maintain his mirror clone, let alone fight. And he could tell that Blood Shadow had restricted his attacks to a very small area the entire time. He had not unleashed his true strength. After all, this was Cobweb City. Oh right, there's something else I forgot to tell you. I'm afraid that once I tell you, even Ma M Spider Queen won't be bold enough to keep me underground anymore. Oh, Blood Shadow, come back. Helicoverpa Rosa finally said. I'd like to hear what I'm afraid of. Blood Shadow immediately returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. His face became even colder. Nothing. I just paid a visit to the Green Vine Mountain after the tribulation and got some revenge. Li Qingshan thought about it. What he had done on the Green Vine Mountain definitely would not end so easily. He would probably get back to the demons very soon. Since he could not keep it a secret, he might as well use it as a bargaining chip. He refused to believe that he would lose a demon general. Helicoverpa Rosa did not become angry at all after that. She refused to believe that the demons would use him as a scapegoat so easily. You killed the Green Vine Elder? Helicoverpa Rosa was stunned too. No, he got away. Are you toying with us? Blood Shadow said coldly. Helicoverpa Rosa's face turned cold. I never thought the old man Green Vine would be able to escape after being cut in half. Fortunately, though, the three of them happened to be together, so I killed the other two. The Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder. Dragonsnail asked slowly. There was some surprise in her eyes as well. Not bad. What proof do you have? Blood Shadow asked. Evidence? The humans would soon come to question them. I'd better leave now, lest I implicate the lords. Li Qingshan turned around and left. Stop. Li Qingshan stopped and turned around, only to see Helicoverpa Rosa's pupils shrink into 2 dots. If you dare to deceive me, at Lady Spider Queen's disposal. You've done very well. Helicoverpa Rosa stared at him for quite a while. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. Ma'am, this has to do with the Treaty of Kings. This child is a source of trouble. We can't let him live. Blood Shadow advised. Blood Shadow, are you afraid? Helicoverpa Rosa turned around. Her cold voice made Blood Shadow shiver. He knew he could no longer interfere with this matter. Coward. Strong Stone sneered loudly. Lady Spider Queen was bent on war. What the North Moon was doing was perfect for the Spider Queen's taste. It was also perfect for his taste. Blood Shadow was just asking for a rebuff by saying something like that. However, this kid had killed a human Foundation establishment cultivator before, while he did not have the opportunity. Would he not make Lady Spider Queen look down on him? It was the humans who invaded the underground world en masse and killed demons. It was the disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, Fu Qingjin. He even snuck underground and used a type of incense to lure Millipede out, which led to this. It was the humans who broke the treaty first. Li Qingshan tossed out another matter. He must have used this as a precondition. His chances of being betrayed were even smaller now. From today onwards, that territory belongs to you. Helicoverpa Rosa cut to the chase. If the humans came looking for trouble, that would be for the best. Even the Dragon King had nothing to say about her actions. Thank you for your kindness, Mom Spider Queen. There's only one matter that I'm not too satisfied with. What is it? Why is the Green Vine Elder still alive? I will definitely satisfy Ma Spider Queen. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled afterwards. She found Li Qingshan to be very pleasing to the eye. With a capable subordinate like him, she would be a little more confident in her battles against the other demon commanders. How did you do it? Just when Li Qingshan was about to take his leave, Dragonsnail asked slowly. The three elders were not people to be trifled with. Judging from Li Qingshan's performance just now, he might be able to protect himself, but achieving that was almost impossible. Did you just say we should kill them together? Strongstone frowned. Yeah, I have my ways. Li Qingshan smiled and turned around to leave. Dragonsnail pondered. Was that all his true strength? He possessed such strength right after undergoing the heavenly tribulation. If he was given time to develop, just what level would he reach? She could vaguely see the rise of a new star of the demon race. Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes flickered, but she seemed to notice something. Her smile became even more vicious and brilliant. After dealing with the matter of the territory, Li Qingshan stopped worrying. On the way back, Yimingzhu treated him with even more respect. She silently dismissed some of her vicious thoughts too. Clearly, he had already gained the Spider Queen's favor. If anyone killed him, they would definitely incur the wrath of the Spider Queen. No night roamer could bear the consequences, so cooperation was the only choice left. Returning to Blackluster City, Yimingzhu immediately went to prepare the spiritual herbs for the first transaction. She wanted to exchange them for the talismans in Li Qingshan's possession. At this moment, Liubo played a crucial role. Li Qingshan did not understand the exact value of spiritual herbs and talismans underground, but Liubo knew very well. That was not all. She understood the importance of this resource to the clan, as well as the clan's ability to endure it all. She was sharp-tongued, constantly pushing the bottom line of the Spider Shadow clan, or even pushing it a little further. It made the elders who negotiated with her glare at her furiously. They were almost tempted to draw their blades and stab this traitor to death. Liubo was fearless, as Li Qingshan sat nearby behind her. She was filled with confidence, desperately demonstrating her value as a servant. She also treated this as an opportunity for revenge. She even drew an arcane treasure that said, "If you don't want to negotiate, I'll find another clan to work with," forcing the Night Roamer elders to turn purple. Such a large number of talismans and spiritual artifacts had indeed surpassed their own value. It was of great strategic significance. If it were not for the fact that Yimingzhu had returned from Cobweb City and told them that Li Qingshan had already caught the eye of the Spider Queen, they really would have considered falling out with him. In the end, it was Li Qingshan who could not stand it any longer. A high-grade talisman was going to be exchanged for a 1,000-year snake gall flower. Even if it was an open robbery, it would not be so vicious. He cleared his throat. Liubo, respect. He did not care too much about a high-grade talisman or two. The Spider Shadow clan would have other uses in the future. Pressuring them too much was not a good thing. Liubo glanced at Li Qingshan grumpily. All she could do was lower the price, and only then did the elders ease up. In the end, they came to an agreement. That was, they exchanged for it with a minimum price. Li Qingshan obtained 11 spiritual herbs, and none of them were younger than 500 years old. Above ground, even 100 talismans would not be enough to exchange for a single one. That was truly a huge profit. After becoming a demon general, he had higher requirements for the quality and quantity of elixirs. Although elixirs such as chi gathering pills and chi amassing pills were still being produced, the efficiency was still not as good as when he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. From demon general to demon commander, he had to cross a millennium. Just the pills he obtained were simply a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Now that he had finally found a new way, his heart was filled with indescribable joy. I can live for 1,000 years? Li Qingshan suddenly came back to his senses. Unknowingly, he already had a lifespan of 1,000 years. This kind of feeling was very strange. The lyrics went, borrow another 500 years from the heavens, but he had already reached twice this number, far exceeding the extravagant hopes of mortals. What was he going to do with these 1,000 years? Once he thought about this question, he was somewhat at a loss. However, he quickly came to his senses. Of course, he would do what he wanted to do. In his previous life, he had read many books about how painful it was to live a long life. His evaluation of it was only 4 words: moaning without illness. What he wanted to do, even 1,000 years wouldn't be enough to do. My dear daughter, don't feel unhappy. This is just a temporary measure. You know that I have always doted on you the most. Otherwise, I would not have given the territory to you. You need to do everything you can to win his favor. It's best if you can make him fall in love with you. I can tell that he likes women too. This will bring great benefits to our entire Spider Shadow clan. In this region, he'll definitely become a powerful figure that won't lose to the 3 sirs in the future. Yi Mingzhu called Yi Liusu to one side and said earnestly while taking advantage of the negotiation, I've never known how to win the favor of others. Are we supposed to rely on demons and not fight for it with our own cultivation? As long as we still live in this region, the status of other folk will never be higher than demons. You need to understand this. The Bat Shadow clan is only bold enough to act so arrogantly because of Sir Blood Shadow. As long as you do this well, the position of matriarch will be yours in the future. What right does a servant have to inherit the position of matriarch? I haven't worked so hard for the sake of becoming matriarch, but for the sake of allowing all night roamers to see the stars and moon again. Yi Liusu's gaze was determined, filled with unshakable conviction. Her identity as a servant had not changed at all. You want to go above ground? Perhaps there'll be an opportunity very soon. The war between the humans and demons is not far away, but don't take this as a good thing. If the war really does come, we'll definitely be fighting on the front lines. We can throw ourselves into the humans. Shut up. Before Yi Liusu could even finish, Yi Mingzhu had already grabbed her by the neck. Why do you think we've been forced underground? It's all because of humans. In the eyes of demons, we're only treated as a special race that needs to be restrained and restricted. However, in the eyes of humans, we're aliens through and through. We have to be slaughtered or we have to be enslaved. Do you understand? If you dare to say those words again, I will kill you with my own hands. To be continued. Chapter 384. Yes, mistress. Yi Liusu closed her eyes, but she refused to accept it inside. My good daughter, I'm doing all of this for your own good. You'll understand in the future. Yi Mingzhu let go and gently touched Yi Liusu's face. After completing the deal, Li Qingshan immediately set off on his journey back. After being scratched several hundred times by Blood Shadow, a lot of his demon chi had already been depleted. If this dragged on, he would probably not be able to maintain his mirror clone for much longer. Blackluster City completely vanished into the darkness behind them, and the sound of the waterfall grew closer and closer. The 3 of them traveled against the flow, and after an hour, Li Qingshan suddenly stopped. What's wrong, master? Yi Liubu asked. Yi Liusu frowned, as if she had sensed something as well. You're just haunting me. Let's go. Li Qingshan picked up Yi Liubu and sped up. Blood Shadow unfurled his cloak and whistled up the waterfall. He was like a huge black bat. His teeth protruded from his mouth, making his handsome face seem very vicious. He said, North Moon, are you bold enough to fight me? Let me see just what you're capable of, killing the elders of the 3 mountains. His voice was not loud, but it pierced through the cavern like an invisible sword, reaching Li Qingshan's ears and producing an ear-piercing hum. You're bold enough to hunt me down? Aren't you afraid of Ma and Spider Queen's punishment? Li Qingshan called out. Wild gusts of wind wrapped in wind blades shot out with his voice. I won't kill you. I'll just suck every single drop of blood from you so that you understand the consequences of offending me. Blood Shadow unfurled his cloak and shattered the wind blades. He did not slow down at all. I don't have time to play tricks like that with you. As they spoke, the distance between them shrank by half. Compared to Blood Shadow, the three of them moved at a speed that was nothing. They were horrendously slow. You guys go first. I'll deal with him. Li Qingshan stopped and turned around. He handed the 100 treasures pouch and saber to Yiliobwa, then tossed Yiliobwa to Yiliosu. Master, I can help you. Yiliosu held a curved sword in her hand. It's rare for you to have such loyalty, but his target is me. Protect Liobwa and yourself. This is an order. Yiliosu didn't say anything and left immediately. Li Qingshan turned around and flew towards a nearby cave. Blood Shadow arrived in a flash, almost without any hesitation. He immediately chased after Li Qingshan. At this moment, Li Qingshan's aura suddenly disappeared. Child's play. Blood Shadow sneered. The sound waves spread like a fine filter, leaving no gaps. Immediately, Li Qingshan's figure appeared. As the chase continued, the distance between the two of them rapidly shortened. The wind whistled and the figure moved swiftly. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the deep cave was like a roller coaster, undulating and wriggling like intestines. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. The cave in front of him was cut off. It was a dead end. Li Qingshan let out a breath. It's about time. He pressed his hand on the rock wall. Blood Shadow had already sensed the situation in the cave. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he instantly turned into the cave. He saw Li Qingshan 1,000 feet away. To him, this distance could be covered in a breath's time. Rumble. Tremors filled the cave. Cracks instantly covered the rock wall, and thousands of kilograms of earth and rocks fell. Li Qingshan's mocking face. Smoke and dust rose, and the sound wave detection was interrupted. Don't even think of escaping. Blood Shadow advanced instead of retreating. His figure turned rapidly, and he turned into a black and red drill, penetrating the layers of earth and rocks. Giant rocks crumbled into dust like chunks of earth. But when he came to the depths of the cave, Li Qingshan had disappeared, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Releasing these shockwaves had used up the last of his demonic aura. The mirror avatar could not maintain it, and it naturally dissipated. Very good, I have already remembered this name, and this smell. North Moon, I will taste the taste of your blood sooner or later. Anger flashed across his face. Blood Shadow raised his head and sniffed, revealing his fangs with a ferocious smile. He flung his cloak, turned around and left. Oh, Master will be fine, right? Yiliobwa said anxiously. Yiliosu remained silent. He went to lure the enemy away, and let his servant escape. This kind of monster, no, this kind of person she had never seen before. In the sea of blue butterfly flowers, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The sneer on his face had yet to vanish. If his original body were here, he definitely would have fought Blood Shadow. Glancing at little Anne, who was focused on forging artifacts, Li Qingshan closed his eyes again. All of the pills in the Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder's 100 treasures pouches had already entered his stomach. He had cleaned up everything the two sects had accumulated over the years. After becoming a demon general, his digestive abilities had become even stronger. The pills were converted into spiritual qi, pushing for the third layer of the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression. Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly snapped open. He extended his hand into his bosom, and the Scarlet Wolf tablet flashed rapidly. This was an urgent summons from the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan extended a finger and touched it gently. The tablet returned to normal. If he did not respond, he would be treated as having died in the line of duty, so Li Qingshan carried it on him the entire time. Of course, it did not have any tracking function. Just what has happened? Does it have to do with the three elders? Whatever. I'll finish practicing the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression first. I still have to wait for them to return. He sank into his thoughts once more. After who knew how long all of the pills had been consumed, a strand of spiritual qi rampaged through Li Qingshan's body. If it were not for the fact that his body was tough enough, this power alone would have been enough to blow him to pieces. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved rapidly, forming a huge swirl above his sea of qi. It sucked in the spiritual qi strand by strand. The spiritual qi decreased, but the spirit turtle's demon core shone brighter and brighter. When the final strand of spiritual qi was drained, the spirit turtle's demon core had already shone like a blue sun, shining with unprecedented light. The light was powerful but not dazzling. It was filled with a tranquil aura, as if it could remain unmoving for tens of thousands of years. In the cavern, Li Qingshan shuddered. His red hair danced like fire as rippling blue light filled the entire cavern. A tremendous demon qi rose up. Little and stowed away the prayer bead he had refined and turned around. The slumbering millipede was startled awake as well. In human terms, the tiger demon and ox demon were body practitioners, while the spirit turtle was qi practitioners. It was the true core of Li Qingshan's cultivation as a demon. In his sea of qi, the spirit turtle's demon core bobbed up and down. Suddenly, cracks appeared on its surface, producing a cracking sound. It collapsed loudly, kicking up huge waves as his sea of qi surged. Li Qingshan peered into his body and saw that his perfectly round demon core had actually turned into the shape of a turtle shell. It was as high as the sky and as flat as the ground. On the back of the turtle, he coiled around the mound. The profound inscriptions crisscrossed, multicolored as they circulated the 4 seasons. In the turtle shell, vaguely something was about to break out. He came to an understanding. It was the spirit turtle's head, tail, and limbs. However, due to his insufficient cultivation, the turtle shell was still a mess. It had not condensed its true form. But even with that being the case, his demon qi had reached an unprecedented peak. His senses had multiplied as well. The world in his eyes had become vastly different. Many messy pieces of information surged into his head, making him feel confused. However, they vaguely indicated the changes of fortune and the ebb and flow of fate. Little and had once told him about the feeling when he performed divination. He understood that he was in a similar state. In the endlessly spinning kaleidoscope, it was as if another world existed there, a profound world that regular cultivators would struggle to come into contact with. The spirit turtle knew fortune and misfortune, believed without words. After breaking free from that state, Li Qingshan suddenly became convinced. Wang Puxi had summoned him back in such a hurry precisely because of the 3 elders. This conviction was groundless, but it was firm and unwavering. Li Qingshan smiled. Finally, he took another step forward. Its master's demon qi, Yi Liubo said in surprise and joy. Yi Liusu found this slightly strange. Why was he ahead of them instead? However, when she thought about his various abilities, she did not take it to heart. She felt at ease for some reason and quickened her pace. Master! Yi Liubo flew into Li Qingshan's arms. Li Qingshan patted her back. You've returned. Yi Liubo originally wanted to give him another French kiss, but when she met his clear, unfazed eyes, she was afraid to act up for some reason. She lay in his arms obediently. Yi Liusu was even more sensitive. All she felt was that Li Qingshan had lost some of his violence and impetuousness. Instead, he had gained a sense of maturity and wisdom. The pressure she felt from him seemed to have lessened significantly, but he was even more unfathomable. She dared not tarry, and there was also a sense of unparalleled strength. She also called out, Master! Blood Shadow, I've shaken him off. I don't have time to waste with him. Right, I need to go out and complete the mission given to me by Madam Spider Queen. The underground world will still be managed by you, King Yi Liusu. Don't let anyone disturb Millipede's cultivation. What? No, it's too dangerous above ground. Yi Liubo turned pale with fright. The world above ground was filled with human cultivators. In her eyes it was filled with killing intent and incomparably dangerous. This was the same as how the cultivators above ground viewed the underground world. I have my own plans. Right, the 100 treasures pouch that we agreed on. Li Qingshan took out 100 treasures pouch that was about the same size and handed it to Yi Liubo. Thank you, master, but no buts. Yes. Yi Liubo's expression was full of grievance. You can try this pill. It might be able to assist you with the heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan took out a true spirit pill from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in Yi Liubo's hand. Although he had no idea how effective a pill refined for human cultivators would be on night roamers, since it had the word human in it, it should still be of some use. Apart from increasing his own cultivation, a few capable subordinates were crucial too. Mirror clones were good, but they were unable to take care of everything. If Yi Liuba could undergo the heavenly tribulation, then the underground trade could be left to her. She would not have to take care of everything herself. Yi Liusu's gaze was drawn away by the true spirit pill. She sighed in amazement and sighed. There's actually such a wondrous pill in this world. Yi Liuba had already become so touched that she was speechless. She understood the value of the pill even without saying, "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan saw how Yi Liuba's eyes had reddened and was rather surprised. "Ever since I was young, no one has ever treated me so well. I definitely won't let you down, master." Li Qingshan was rather embarrassed. Most of the time what he considered first were benefits and returns. However, there was no such thing as a pure relationship that could completely disregard benefits in the world. Even if it did exist, it would be fragile and fragile. People needed each other, so they would form bonds. Because they no longer needed each other, they would remove the alliance. That had always been the logic of the world. What he wanted to be was not a master who wholeheartedly thought for his servant, but a master who was trusted and needed by his servant, so he accepted this loyalty calmly. To be continued. Chapter 385. Moved, Yi Liuba kissed him again, but Li Qingshan stopped her with his hand. He smiled. "That'll depend on your performance." Little and watched on with interest. He could not lead a child astray. Arriving on the surface, the sunlight was dazzling. "Little and, how's your refining of the prayer beads?" "I've only refined a single one." Little and counted the 5 prayer beads in her hand. "It's fine. Take it slow." Li Qingshan touched her seaweed-like hair. Little and raised her head. Her dark eyes reflected his ordinary face. Li Qingshan rubbed his cheek. "Sigh, the life of a handsome man was like a dream. Where have you been during this time? What have you been doing?" On the highest floor of the Hawkwolf Guard in the Clear River Prefecture, the floor-to-ceiling windows filled the entire room. However, Wang Puxi sat on a high-backed chair. His expression and bearing were always cold and solemn as he studied Li Qingshan before him. He struggled to imagine just what was so special about him that Gu Yinying would treat him differently. A genius? She had seen even more geniuses like that than dogs. Only Little and had a chance. However, in just 2 years he had indeed grown quite a lot. He actually gave off an indescribable sense of steadiness and tranquility as he stood there normally. To complete the missions, obviously, Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of fact. "You've only completed these missions?" Wang Puxi patted the thin mission documents on the table. Originally, Li Qingshan planned on completing all the missions after dealing with the matters underground, but he had been summoned back in a hurry, so he obviously completed very few missions. There's collecting information too. An idea flashed through Li Qingshan's mind. Collecting information? "I'm a novelist," Li Qingshan said seriously. He stared ahead. "What bullshit novelist? You're a Hawkwolf Guard. Commander, even you can't look down on the school of novels." Heh. Li Qingshan remembered the shoddy excuse Lu Chuanfeng had given him when he first met him. "What are you laughing at? Now, I don't care what family you're from. Go and complete this mission." Wang Puxi took out a mission document from the drawer. He threw it on the table in front of Li Qingshan. "The Green Vine Mountain has been attacked. 2 sect masters have been killed. The revenge of the underground demons." These words immediately popped up, landing in Li Qingshan's eyes. Sure enough, it was as expected. Flipping through page after page, Zhang Xian explained the cause and effect of the incident in great detail. When he flipped to the last page, it was the painting that Chu Danqing had drawn, and it immediately attracted his full attention. That's right. The one who committed this crime is this monster. He's at the demon general realm, so he should have passed the heavenly tribulation not long ago. It might not be an ordinary beast. It's likely to be a mixed-blood descendant of a powerful monster. Wang Puxi noticed Li Qingshan's strange expression, but he misjudged Li Qingshan's thoughts. "Heh, I'm so goddamn handsome." The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched, and he held back his smile. he said sternly. With my cultivation, I can't deal with such a powerful demon. Why do you say he's a mixed-blood descendant? It's just an investigation. Little Hua has seen his original body before, and there's even a record. His original body possesses ox horns and a tiger's tail. He even possesses a basic human form. It's very likely that he's a descendant of an ox demon and a tiger demon. What a brilliant analysis. Li Qingshan applauded inside before shoving the document into his 100 treasures pouch. Investigating his own murder case felt like the plot of a detective drama. Would the police be the murderer in the end? Yes, I'll do it right now. Hold on. Wang Puxi leaned back in his chair. Suddenly, he remembered Gu Yanying's instructions. He stopped Li Qingshan. Don't forget to write a report. Report? Why do I need to write a report? Li Qingshan looked back in surprise. Since it's an investigation mission and not a vacation, of course you have to write a report. All right, I understand. There was nothing Li Qingshan could do. He just casually wrote it down and dealt with it. You have to add your own opinion. It has to be no less than 10,000 words. Wang Puxi added. Since it was Commander Gu's instructions, regardless of whether he could understand the meaning behind it, he had to complete it 100%. Anyway, he didn't need to complete it. Bang! Li Qingshan flashed back and slammed the table. Commander Wang, you're not messing with me, are you? Who needs to write so many words in a report? You're a novelist, right? So what if I am? If you are, then scram and write it. I won't forgive you if you miss one word. Wang Puxi's cold aura surged out. Bang! Li Qingshan flew into the wall of the corridor, and the door closed in front of him. Li Qingshan exhaled. Novelists were people too. Writing 10,000 words, wasn't that asking for his life? At this moment, two familiar figures appeared before Li Qingshan, staring at him in surprise. You're Diao Fei and great hero you. Li Qingshan blinked and made out their faces. They were actually two familiar people he had not seen in quite some time. Qingshan, I've been ordered to investigate with you. As the first senior brother of the Green Vine Mountain, Diao Fei would definitely be involved in this case. Really? You're a Scarlet Wolf Guard now. Congratulations. Li Qingshan saw Diao Fei's uniform. I should be the one congratulating you. 8th layer Qi practitioner. How did you cultivate? Diao Fei was filled with disbelief. Back then on the dragon ship, Li Qingshan was only a 1st layer Qi practitioner. An insignificant little Qi practitioner. In just a few years he had undergone such a great change. I just casually cultivated. Oh right, I'll leave the report this time to you. Li Qingshan smiled resplendently as he wrapped his arm around Diao Fei's neck like he was very familiar with him. Apologies. I really want to help you, but Commander Wang has specially ordered that only you can write this report. No one else is allowed to interfere with it, Diao Fei said unnaturally. Although he could feel that Li Qingshan's aura had become much calmer now, the feeling from back then was just too deep. He could not stand with a vicious tiger. All right then. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched. He let go of Diao Fei. Great hero you, why have you come too? Oh right, were you injured on the Green Vine Mountain? Fortunately I wasn't injured. It's been 2 years and you've become an adult. I've come to seek refuge with Zijian. Do you still remember that girl? Yu Shuquang glanced at Diao Fei from the corner of his eye. Of course. She's a genius of our 100 schools of thought. It's a pity that you're too old so you can't join the 100 schools of thought. That's fine. You can still cultivate in the Clear River Prefecture. If you need my help, just let me know. Thank you, but I have to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang beamed. Sure enough, he still had not forgotten about his old friend. Afterwards, he became helpless. It'll be dangerous. The sect master has already issued a summons, recalling all the disciples. If you don't return, you'll be treated as a traitor. You mean the Green Vine Elder has returned to the Green Vine Mountain again? Li Qingshan's eyes flickered slightly as he asked slowly. Yeah. Yu Shuquang lowered his head and sighed. Diao Fei suddenly shivered. In that moment he felt like he was under the claws of a tiger, shivering. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. When he returned to his senses, all he heard was Li Qingshan's smile. Looks like I have a report to write. Was it a false impression? Let's go. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. That old man really doesn't take my words seriously. But that's fine too. In the hall below, Little An sat on a bench for resting, leaning on her hands as she waited for Li Qingshan. She swung her legs around. Suddenly her ears twitched. She heard a voice that she found to be slightly familiar. Afterwards, she immediately recalled the person's name and appearance. Zijian, you better stay here. The Green Vine Mountain is far too dangerous. Perhaps that demon will return. You haven't seen it, so you don't know how terrifying demons are. Yu Lian persuaded painstakingly. How do I not know how terrifying demons are? It's exactly because there's danger that I want to go take a look. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Yu Zijian frowned slightly. She was determined. It had been 2 years. She also wanted to go back and take a look. Yu Lian failed to persuade her, so all he could do was sigh. His gaze drifted through the hall aimlessly, quickly sweeping past a tiny figure. Yu Lian looked away again, looking at Little Anne's face in the end. Although he did not possess Little Anne's impressive memory, Little Anne had left a deep enough impression on him. He could not help but make his way over. You're that first senior sister, you're here too. Do you know each other, senior brother? Although they had never met before, they were no strangers. Yu Zijian had heard of Little Anne, the greatest genius of the 100 schools of thought. The primary disciple of the school of Buddhism obviously had the right to be referred to as first senior sister. First senior sister? 10th layer Qi practitioner? Yu Lian was surprised at first before becoming surprised again. The aura she gave off had clearly reached the peak of Qi practitioners, the 10th layer. If it were not for the fact that she was so special, he basically would have suspected that he had mistaken her for someone else. Yu Lian crouched down. Do you still remember me? I'm Yu Lian. Where's Niu Wuxia? Isn't he with you? I do. You're the delivery man. You can talk. That was great. Oh my Zijian, what are you doing? Yu Lian was overjoyed, but he felt his wrist tighten. Looking back, he saw that Yu Zijian's expression had changed. She had become extremely serious. Senior brother, are you talking about Niu Wuxia? She's the child I told you about, the one who was with Niu Wuxia. She's very pretty, but she can't talk. She can talk now. Alright, why are you here? Are you really at the 10th layer? Yu Zijian let go of Yu Lian's hand. At first her head was a mess. Various thoughts flashed through her head, as if she had a fleeting flash of inspiration. It was extremely important, but she was unable to grasp it no matter what. Little An, let's go. At this moment the three of them made their way down. Li Qingshan called out from afar, and Little An leapt off the bench and ran over to grab Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan glanced at Yu Zijian before waving his hand and summoning a cloud. After becoming a demon general and reaching the 3rd layer of the spirit turtle, using water techniques felt as simple as blinking an eye. The cloud he summoned was both large and fine, so he even had to control it a little. Yu Shuquang saw how Yu Zijian stood there without moving, so he thought Yu Lian had already convinced her. He called Yu Lian over, but Yu Lian was rather confused as well, but he had no time to think too deeply about it. They boarded the cloud and were about to fly off. A flash of inspiration appeared in her head, connecting everything together. Yu Zijian suddenly turned around and called out to Li Qingshan's back. Niu Wuxia. P.S. There's only a single chapter today, so please forgive me. I need to think about the plot carefully. To be continued. Chapter 386. Yu Shuquang was alarmed. He looked at Li Qingshan. Yu Lian had been wondering why Little An was with Li Qingshan, but he seemed to understand something now. Only Diao Fei was confused. What are you shouting for? Do you want to come with me? Li Qingshan slowly turned around. His voice was steady, and his expression was natural. Having undergone the baptism of 2 identities, he could be regarded as an actor at the very least. He would not give himself away just because a little girl called him that. Yu Zijian stared at Li Qingshan closely. She made her way over step by step, but she was rather hesitant inside. If you're not going, then we'll be leaving first. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief inside. As it seemed, she was not very certain either. I'll go. Yu Zijian leapt up. She refused to let him go just like that. She sat down beside Li Qingshan and continued to stare at him, like a swordsman searching for an opening in her opponent. Yu Shuquang shot a glance at Yu Lian, and Yu Lian lowered his head. The cloud shot off. Her long hair and clothes ruffled in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the Clear River Prefecture had been reduced to a small piece, vanishing into the horizon. Great hero Yu, don't tell me your daughter has taken a fancy to me? Li Qingshan felt uneasy under Yu Zijian's stare. Zijian, don't be rude. Yu Shuquang scolded. Father, tell me. Yu Zijian pointed at Li Qingshan. Tell you what? Yu Shuquang frowned very seriously. On the Green Vine Mountain, the main hall stood majestically. Through some unknown method, it had actually returned to its original state. Fellow Fu, the Sword Collection Palace really does live up to its reputation with its wondrous techniques. The Green Vine Elder's hair and beard were tangled together, shining like silver. At first glance, he seemed rather like a hermit, someone of great virtue and prestige. However, his eyes were filled with respect as he looked at the young man before him. There was even a hint of flattery. No matter how majestic the structure is, it can't escape the fate of ruin's end. Fu Qingjin strolled through the hall. It was as if he had not heard what the Green Vine Elder had said at all. He sighed and muttered to himself, "What a condescending attitude." The Green Vine Elder frowned, but he still asked politely, "Will the demon really come?" "I will." Fiendish demons are all arrogant, and he is the most arrogant among the arrogant demons. A gleam of light flashed through Fu Qingjin's eyes. The moment of sharpness made the Green Vine Elder shiver in fear, but it also eased him up slightly. "You have a guest." Fu Qingjin's figure gradually disappeared as he reverted to his dispirited and tired appearance. He stepped into the void. "Sect leader, senior brother Diao and senior brother Yu have returned. There's also a Hawkwolf guard who says he wants to investigate the deaths of the two old men." At this moment, a disciple reported in a hurry. The Green Vine Elder beamed with joy at first before frowning again. "The Hawkwolf guard?" Li Qingshan climbed onto a platform and raised his head to look at the grand hall that he had personally destroyed. He was slightly taken aback as well, finding it interesting. He continued on his way. "I am Li Qingshan of the Scarlet Wolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. I've come to investigate under the orders of Commander Wang Pushi. Please cooperate with me, Sect Master Green Vine." He entered the hall, and Li Qingshan bowed politely before studying his old enemy again. "Where's your commander Hua?" The Green Vine Elder saw how Li Qingshan was only an 8th layer Qi practitioner, so he became rather impatient. He could sense that the Hawkwolf Guard's contempt for this matter was clear enough from the people they had sent. He could only rely on the Demon Slayer for the matter of revenge. After all, even Gu Yening was a half-demon. "Our commander Hua is currently in secluded cultivation. Then you should go. Go back and tell your commander Wang that I, the Demon Slayer, will fight demons to the death." The Green Vine Elder waved his hand like he was swatting away a fly. Talking to a nobody like him would just lower his status for no reason. "I've only come to investigate. I can't interfere with this. Please cooperate with us, Sect Master. Our Hawkwolf Guard will do our best to investigate this matter," Li Qingshan said boldly, ignoring the glances from Diao Fei and Yu Shuquang beside him. "See him off." The Green Vine Elder waved his hand. Qi practitioners like him who had no sense of propriety were even more annoying than flies. Did he really think he could stand on equal footing with Foundation Establishment cultivators just because he was a Hawkwolf Guard? Yu Shuquang stood up and accompanied Li Qingshan to the foot of the mountain. He grumbled, "Qingshan, you should be a little more polite to the sect master. That way he'd be able to talk to you a little more. I've come as a representative of the Hawkwolf Guard. Your sect master finds my cultivation to be too low and looks down on me, but I can't look down on myself. This is all a small matter. Tell me what's going on with Zijian." Yu Zijian paced around the mountain out of boredom. She was not a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain, nor was she a Hawkwolf Guard, so she had no right to see the Green Vine Elder. Her head was filled with Neo Juxia's matters. She held a flower petal in her hand and plucked it off one by one. Yes, no, clang. The thrum of a sword interrupted her thoughts. Yu Zijian suddenly looked back and followed the small path into the forest. In the ruins, Fu Qingjin fished with his sword. He looked back and smiled. You've come. So it's you. Why have you come again? I don't seem to be very well received. The sunlight filled the pavilion as Fu Qingjin smiled faintly. He seemed indescribably unrestrained and graceful. I'm going. Yu Zijian glanced at the green ruin's sword. It's very inconvenient for a man and a woman to be alone. Yu Zijian turned around and waved her hand, leaving quickly. She knew this guy was going to try and persuade her to go to some sword collection palace again after just a few words. Master treats me very well. He said he'll formally accept me as his disciple once I undergo the heavenly tribulation. I'm not going to the sword collection palace. Everything she cared about was here. Her father, her master, her senior brother, her siblings from the school of Taoism, and Wuxia. Before she understood everything, how could she leave? Fu Qingjin was taken aback for quite a while. He was almost tempted to trap her here and say a few words to her. He let out a long sigh. Is it not fate yet? After leaving the green ruins illusion, Yu Zijian took out the flower in her hand and was about to count. Oh no, was it a yes or a no earlier? I don't have to worry now that you've said that. Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed that he would handle the matter properly. Li Qingshan stopped worrying. Oh right, why do you seem like you don't want Zijian to know? Are you looking down on me? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Yu Shuquang immediately acted like he had been wronged, but he was sweating inside. Li Qingshan seemed very reasonable, but he was not a kind person. He was a truly vicious and merciless person. All right, I was just joking with you. What are you so nervous for? I'm going. Oh right, if you can't make it on the Green Vine Mountain in the future, feel free to come to the Clear River Prefecture and seek refuge with me. Li Qingshan patted Yu Shuquang's shoulder with a smile before calling out to Little, and who was waiting at the foot of the mountain. He rode off on a cloud. Is it a trap? Little An asked. Most likely. That old bastard has been far too composed. Then are we still going? Of course. At the very least we need to see what kind of trap it is. Li Qingshan smiled. If the trap was too shallow, wild beasts would rip it to shreds. The cloud turned towards a lake. It was deep in the mountains and ancient forests. There was no one around. The ripples flattened out, and the clear lake was like a mirror. The water and sky merged together. Li Qingshan stood in the center of the lake as his red hair drifted about. Water mirrors image. Ripples appeared layer by layer, and the water and sky surged together. It lasted for a very long time. A hand extended out from the center of the ripples, pressing against the surface of the water and leaping up. His scarlet eyes were like fire, and his red hair drifted about. He was even more powerful than before. He was even more agile. After reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and turning his demon core into a turtle shell, Li Qingshan's demon chi had become even more powerful, and the power of the water mirror's image had become even more powerful. It was basically twice as powerful as his previous mirror clone. Otherwise, even the Green Vine Elder probably could not deal with his previous mirror clone, so there was no point in trying it out. A crescent moon and a sky filled with stars. Security was lax on the Green Vine Mountain. Only a single protective formation continued to stand guard tirelessly. Even Hua Sungzan had managed to sneak in here in the past. To a demon general, it posed even less of a problem. All of this was strange. Two patrolling disciples discussed softly. Senior brother, have third senior brother and the others returned? No, but they're probably going to be punished. That demon is far too terrifying. Afraid that you'll return? Are you afraid of being hunted down? We're master and disciple, so there's no need for them to be serious. What do you know? I'm not afraid of being hunted down. Being an independent cultivator is far too difficult. Even master is bold enough to return, so why wouldn't I be? At this moment, a figure made his way around a large tree and appeared on the mountain path. Who's there? Senior brother. It seems like demon chi. Oh no, it's a demon. Using the moonlight, they finally made out the newcomer's appearance. They did not look at the horn on his head, nor did they look at the ice blade in his hand. They forgot about all of these characteristics. Only his scarlet eyes flickered in the darkness, even more profound than the moon and stars. Li Qingshan did not hide his demon chi or figure at all, making his way up the mountain step by step. The two patrolling disciples stood on the mountain path, staring blankly at the figure walking towards them. Even their courage to flee or call for help had collapsed. It was like a mountain was crushing down on them. "Excuse me," Li Qingshan arrived before them and said softly. Only then did the two of them return to their senses. They scrambled out of the way and watched as Li Qingshan continued up the mountain. They glanced at one another before rushing down the mountain at the same time. The Green Vine Mountain was far too dangerous. They would never return this time. In the hall at the top of the mountain, the Green Vine Elder suddenly snapped open his eyes. They shone with green light and flickered with uneasiness. He looked around before settling down. As soon as Li Qingshan reached the waist of the mountain, all the Green Vine disciples were alarmed. Jiao Fei wiped away his cold sweat and forced himself to remain composed. He managed to gather the remaining Green Vine disciples together. Since the sect master had not fled, he could not flee either. However, all he could do was watch as Li Qingshan made his way to the top of the mountain from afar. "Old bastard of the Green Vine, your death is here." Li Qingshan smiled and bared his fangs as he called out. His voice pierced through the clouds as demon chi surged into the air, and the entire mountain trembled. "How dare you, wretched demon! You've killed my fellow cultivator and insulted my sect. I'll show you what I'm capable of today." The Green Vine Elder replied, "Pass down my orders. All disciples of the Green Vine Mountain are to disperse far away. There's no need for you to fight. Watch me purge demons." Two voices conversed in the hall. "Is that his real body? This demon chi should be real?" With a swing of the ice blade, Li Qingshan crossed several hundred steps in a single step, leaving behind a long trail of light. He arrived at the top of the mountain in a flash, crushing the ground. He raised his blade and pointed it at the sky. The blade whistled through the air, illuminating the gloomy hall and the Green Vine Elder's sunken face. P.S. His mental illness has improved. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 387. Evildoer, today is the day you die. Xiao Chun swung his green vine staff down and shattered the saber light. Greenwood transforms into a dragon. Dragon battles in the wild. The Green Vine Elder slapped himself and green light erupted, expanding and turning into an azure dragon with scales and horns. It roared as it soared through the air, flying out of the hall. A clap of thunder tore through the sky. At some point in time, the moon and stars in the night sky were covered by a black curtain. Heavy rain poured down and strong winds blew. The dragon roamed the world, accompanying him. The green dragon looked down from above, its green light shining brightly. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, scattering Li Qingshan's demonic aura. He was awe-inspiring like a god. Magic artifact. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Only a ritual implement could have such power. The verdant wood spirit belonged to the east. When condensed to the extreme, it would transform into a dragon. This was not just the power of an arcane artifact, but the embodiment of the Green Vine Elder's entire cultivation. Xiao Chen's vision darkened. The azure dragon let out a long roar and pounced down. It was like a surging azure wave, sweeping up the sky with an unstoppable momentum. Die, demon! Boom! Billions of raindrops scattered in all directions, piercing through countless leaves. Li Qingshan abandoned his saber and used his fist to punch the azure dragon's head. Waves of energy flowed through Xiao Chen's legs and spread throughout his entire body. Unexpectedly, he was somewhat unable to block it. He was pushed down the mountain by the azure dragon, his feet leaving two deep grooves in the ground. Li Qingshan dismissed his underestimation. He truly was the leader of the three elders after all, a foundation establishment cultivator who had cultivated for a century. When he unleashed a life-threatening attack, it was extraordinarily powerful. He grinned. If you hadn't pretended to be dead that day and the three of you had teamed up, I wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Shut up, evildoer. The Green Dragon Demon Slayer. The Green Vine Elder was enraged. He no longer possessed any elegance at all. He spread his arms and a green light surged out like a tide. The Azure Dragon shone brightly, and its body swept over, wrapping around Li Qingshan. Its 4 dragon claws dug deeply into the ground, extending thousands of roots into the Green Vine Mountain. Even though his divine strength was astonishing, it was still difficult for him to use it. He wanted to kill Li Qingshan on the spot. Boom! Another clap of thunder resounded in the sky. But it couldn't suppress Li Qingshan's growl. Shockwaves surged, and visible ripples appeared on the Azure Dragon's body as it roared. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain watched on from afar. He tottered about. Looking up, the Green Vine Mountain was actually trembling gently, as if it was trembling under the power of the powerful demon. Li Qingshan's dragon body shattered and he shot into the sky. However, in the span of a breath, another dragon roar sounded from beneath their feet. The Azure Dragon's figure coiled up and actually chased after them again. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of green light. Li Qingshan frowned. He used the Spirit Turtle's profound shell, and green light shot out. Suddenly, they transformed into thousands of vines and branches, entangling and pulling him down. It was like a frog spitting out its tongue to catch insects. With a flash of the blade, the long tongue was severed. But immediately, more vines stretched out like an endless green wave. The ice blades danced wildly, like sharp wheels spinning rapidly. They tore apart the wave, but there was no end to it. He wants to exhaust my strength. Take out the leader first. Li Qingshan guessed the Green Vine Elder's plan. He sucked in a deep breath and let out a great roar at the Azure Dragon. The Tiger Demon Slaughter Roar. Fierce winds surged and thunder rumbled faintly. A black pillar of wind spun and rushed into the Azure Dragon's mouth. It immediately swelled up, and thousands of wind blades shot out, shattering the Azure Dragon. At the same time, a pair of half-transparent wings of wind unfurled on Li Qingshan's back. With a flap he vanished into the sky. In the next moment, he appeared in the main hall, above the Green Vine Elder's head. He wielded his blade with both hands and swung down. The second innate ability of the Tiger Demon. Giving wings to a tiger. With the fierce winds as his wings, he controlled the divine wind and soared through the sky. Li Qingshan's scarlet hair was like fire, and his eyes narrowed to the size of needles. Killing intent surged out and poured into the blade. No matter what your trap is, as long as I kill you, it's all for nothing. Die. Defense Talisman Formation. The Green Vine Elder was surprised, but he did not panic. With a wave of his hand, 7 talismans lined up in a row. They shone brightly and turned into 7 layers of light. The first layer, the second layer, the third layer. The ice blade pierced through the third layer of light without any sluggishness. Its sharpness diminished, and its momentum was thwarted. You wretched demon! The Green Vine Elder stared at Li Qingshan in hatred and fear. He formed a series of seals with his hands, and the shattered Azure Dragon outside the hall actually reassembled, flying back into the hall. There's no end to this. Li Qingshan made up his mind. He ignored the raging Azure Dragon behind him, abandoned the power of the Spirit Turtle's profound shell, abandoned the wings of wind, and poured all of his demon chi, power, and killing intent into the blade as he roared out. The 4th layer, the 5th layer, the 6th layer. The layers of light were ripped apart one by one. Only a thin layer remained. The Green Vine Elder immediately remembered the icy cold feeling of being cut in half by the blade last time. He did not want to experience it a second time. He powered the Azure Dragon desperately, slamming it heavily into Li Qingshan's back. Bang! There was a heavy thud, followed by the soft sound of bones shattering. Thank you. Li Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not care about his wounds at all, using the force to swing his blade. The final layer of light shattered. Save me, fellow. The Green Vine Elder cried out. If his head was split open, even he would not be able to come back from the dead. The hall, which stood firm in the storm, distorted and disappeared. It was nothing more than an illusion. A green sword appeared out of thin air. Green light flowed through the blade, slowly drawing an arc before returning to its sheath. It was like a dream. The broken blade spun into the air and stabbed into the ground. A thin red mark appeared on Li Qingshan's throat. He was calm. He glanced at the broken blade in his hand before glancing at Fu Qingjin beside him. Only then did he develop a frigid fury. As it turned out, this was the true face of the trap. Fu Qingjin. You wretched demon. You'll die a horrible death. The Green Vine Elder was overjoyed, as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, he also felt slightly uneasy. He just felt like what he faced today was not as powerful or terrifying as last time. As he looked at Li Qingshan's calm expression, his uneasiness became even more intense. No, that's impossible. I hope you can always protect him. There will be a day when I personally kill him and you. Oh right, I'm called North Moon. Li Qingshan straightened himself, and his figure gradually faded. Just a clone. The light in Fu Qingjin's eyes flickered. Just a clone possessed such strength. It was truly shocking. He could vaguely sense that failing to kill him back then might have been a very great mistake. In the lake in the distant mountains, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and sat up on the surface of the water. He rubbed his neck instinctively. How was it? Little An asked. I almost killed that old bastard, but someone stopped me and killed my clone. It's also an old friend. He's called Fu Qingjin. Cold light flickered through Li Qingshan's eyes. He was the one who lured out Millipede and forced him to blow up his demon core. His grievances ran even deeper than the three elders. If he worked with Little An and went up the Green Vine Mountain, would he be able to kill him? Should we do it? The flames in Little An's eyes flickered. No. That sword is just too sharp. Probably even the spirit turtle's profound shell can't block a few hits from it. He probably wasn't serious at all last time. Li Qingshan was interested. After a moment of thought, he shook his head in the end. Through this clash he had instead gained an even deeper understanding of Fu Qingjin's strength. He was powerful, but his sword was even more powerful. As one with the sword, he could unleash extraordinarily terrifying strength. That sword might have already surpassed the level of arcane artifacts and reached the level of arcane treasures. He needed to properly investigate the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace when he returned. When he was struck, Li Qingshan had a feeling that the sword had not even unleashed a tenth of its power. Originally, it would have been impossible for a Foundation Establishment cultivator to wield an arcane treasure. However, the cultivation method of the Sword Collection Palace had made the impossible possible. After 2 years, Li Qingshan was not the only one who was improving. The talented prodigy who wielded a renowned sword, Fu Qingjin, was also improving at a startling rate. Every strand of fusion with the Green Ruin sword made his strength stronger. Fair enough. Once I refine a string of skull prayer beads, I'll compete with him. And he expressed his agreement. Li Qingshan was only a little bit away from reaching the 3rd layer of the Tiger Demon. By then, both of their strengths would take another step forward. It's best if you refine your Whitebone sword too. It's impossible for me to fight him with regular weapons. I need to find a suitable weapon to use as well. The ice blade forged from the whale's ingestion of water could only be regarded as passable. Whether it was sturdiness or sharpness, it was nowhere close to what Li Qingshan wanted. It was fine against weaker opponents, but against an opponent like Fu Qingjin who wielded weapons and was extremely powerful in the first place, it was far too disadvantageous. However, Li Qingshan was still in quite a good mood. After this round of verification, at the very least, he was no longer at the mercy of others like he was in the past. He was unable to deal with Fu Qingjin right now, but Fu Qingjin was unable to do anything to him either. God damn it, I've got nothing better to do anyway. I'll assassinate him once a day with my clone. I'd like to see how many times you can protect that old coot. And he smiled. Fellow Fu, what do I do now? If that wretched demon sends his clone to assassinate me every day, what should I do? The Green Vine Elder was filled with worry. He truly was the wisest of the 3 elders. He immediately thought of this. I'll help you cast down a Tai dust formation of disintegration on the Green Vine Mountain. Even if demon generals fall into it, only death awaits them. You don't have to worry. Sai, that's all we can do. Though I'm a mighty sect master. If I'm scared off by a demon general, what dignity do I have left? What dignity do I have left for the demon slayer? The palace master has already negotiated with the Dragon King of the Sea. He won't just let this matter slide. If the demons refuse to give an explanation, then all we can do is fight. The Green Vine Elder thought that's what you want. If that really happens, I'll probably be even more afraid of leaving my home and roaming around. Sect Master Jiao Fei came to see him with a group of disciples. He did his best to suppress his fear and avoid looking at the mess on the top of the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang followed behind. He made up his mind, no, I have to come up with an excuse to leave the Green Vine Mountain and seek refuge with Li Qingshan. I feel like doing this is very wrong. We should abide by the Treaty of Kings and allow humans and demons to coexist peacefully. What the hell are you writing? Open your dog eyes and count. Are there even 10,000 words? Chapter 388. Every single character in the report was the size of a cup, and the handwriting was terrible. It seemed crooked like a child's careless homework. As for the content, it seemed to further prove this point. It's not good for demons to kill people. It's not like the Green Vine Mountain is innocent. Why do they have to hold some herb gathering ceremony? Of course, demons are still wrong. They need to be punished. It was just a few sentences, vague and ambiguous. Commander, it's not that I don't want to write it, but the sect master of the Green Vine Mountain refuses to cooperate. I don't know what to write either. I can't just make it up. Li Qingshan laid out his hands and said helplessly, I don't care. You'll make it up whether you want to or not. You're the commander and I'm the commander? Wang Puxi used his authority as the commander to force Li Qingshan to submit. You're far too unreasonable. That's what you get for being arrogant. Now do you understand what it means to be one rank higher than you? Wang Puxi sneered. Li Qingshan became slightly infuriated. He slammed the table and said, at the end of the day, this mission is just nonsense. Whether they die or not has nothing to do with me. It's not like I'm familiar with them. The Green Vine Elder doesn't take a measly chi practitioner like me seriously at all, so why would I have so many thoughts for them? The two men glared at one another furiously. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair. They looked back at the same time. Before they knew it, Gu Yenying was sitting on a bench in the corner of the room with her legs crossed. Commander Gu. The two of them called out at the same time. Wang Puxi made his way out from behind the table in a hurry and bowed towards Gu Yenying. One rank higher than you really do. Li Qingshan sighed gently, earning a vicious glare from Wang Puxi. Little bro Qingshan, are you dissatisfied with my mission? With a flash, Gu Yenying arrived before the table and picked up the thin report. No. I just feel like 10,000 words is too much. Li Qingshan was completely unable to grasp her movements. Compared to her speed, Blood Shadow seemed like he was crawling on the ground. Even if he transformed into a demon general, he was definitely not a match for her. And with this strange speed, it was likely that he would not even be able to escape. 10,000 words? Gu Yenying laughed. Old Wang, you're abusing your position to avenge a personal grudge. This subordinate doesn't dare. The mission given by the commander must be completed 100%. Doing so half-heartedly is a disgrace to commander's love for him. Wang Puxi paid no attention to Li Qingshan's angry glare. Did you return after seeing the Green Vine Elder? Gu Yenying suddenly asked. Her gaze became as sharp as a hawk's, as if she could see through him. Yes. Li Qingshan lowered his head, not daring to look at her in the eye, for fear of exposing himself. Then we've missed out on a great show. The demon went to the Green Vine Mountain again. If it weren't for Fu Qingjin, he almost killed the Green Vine Elder again. Gu Yenying leaned against the table. Cross your arms. Commander, was the demon slain? Pressed Wang Puxi. No, it's just a clone. Just a clone possesses such strength. If the main body had taken action, probably not even Fu Qingjin would have been able to handle it. Gu Yenying glanced at Li Qingshan with a smile. Li Qingshan listened quietly, but he felt like Gu Yenying's gaze. She had never left him. Once upon a time this was the attention he hoped for, but right now he only felt very pressured. Gu Yenying changed the topic again. Little bro Qingshan, tell me, Just what is the demon thinking? Li Qingshan said. He wants to die. Really? He's seeking his own death by doing that. He's defied the Treaty of Kings and destroyed the current peace. Even demons won't spare him. Li Qingshan raised his head and stared into Gu Yiniying's eyes. He vaguely felt that Gu Yinying already knew something. She had specially arranged for the report to beat him up. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Wang Puxi interrupted. It's not as simple as you think. If the Dragon King of the Sea would hand over his clansmen so easily, he wouldn't deserve to be called the 10 Demon Kings. But if it's not handled properly, I'm afraid it might lead to a war. I'm here to handle this matter. No matter what that demon is thinking, I hope he can calm down during this time, Gu Yinying said as she walked out the door. Li Qingshan's heart tightened, but then he let out a sigh of relief. She stopped and looked back. That's right. Rewrite it. 10,000 words, not a single word less. Wang Puxi laughed and patted the stunned Li Qingshan's shoulder. What does Gu Yinying know? How much does she know? He wondered if he should just leave in a hurry. But she doesn't seem to have any intention of investigating. If I just leave like this, wouldn't I be too cowardly? She'll laugh at me. Speaking of which, she's also a half-demon. Although she's not quite the same as a half-demon like me, she might feel close to me when she sees me. Not only will she not harm me, but she'll also love me greatly. If I didn't already have a woman, this might be a good opportunity to get close to her. Don't be silly. That woman isn't some dream goddess. Who are you to include the deaths of tens of thousands of people into your plan without a care? On Cloud Wisp Island in the academy, Li Qingshan stared at the verdant bamboo outside the window as his thoughts ran wild. Then he lowered his head and looked at the white paper on the table. He racked his brains and lamented, 10,000 words. In the end, Li Qingshan did not choose to leave the 100 schools of thought. No matter what Gu Yinying knew, she did not seem to have any ill intentions. He had a feeling that if she really did make up her mind to deal with him, he would still be doomed even if he fled to the world of demons. His identity as a human brought him far too many benefits. If he gave up on this, his cultivation speed would plummet. This was intolerable. Even if he had to take on some risks, he would not hesitate. My dear disciple, are you writing a novel? Lu Chuanfeng made his way over and poured him a cup of tea. He was extremely eager. No. Then what are you doing? It's a report from the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan explained the entire story. Isn't that simple? I'll write it for you. This is what I'm best at, Lu Chuanfeng said as he patted his chest. All right then. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Lu Chuanfeng immediately sat down and began to write rapidly. In just 2 hours, a report of 10,000 words was completed. Here, just take it and copy it. Thank you. Li Qingshan accepted it and took a look. The content was extensive, deep, and flowery. It discussed the meaning of the Treaty of Kings in depth, and the conflicting relationship between humans and demons. Even Li Qingshan found it very enlightening. He developed some admiration for Lu Chuanfeng. My dear disciple, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Chuanfeng rubbed his hands and said in embarrassment. What is it? Can you lend me some spiritual stones? Lu Chuanfeng poured another cup of tea for Li Qingshan. What do you need spiritual stones for? Don't tell me you're going to the brothel again. No, I want to buy a true spirit pill for establishing a foundation. Lu Chuanfeng had been attempting to establish a foundation for the past few months, but he never succeeded. The main issue was that he was very poor. He could not afford a true spirit pill. Although he had already recovered some of his dignity as the leader of the School of Novels, novels could not be converted into spiritual stones, so he was still very poor. He could not afford a true spirit pill. The power of will gathered could be used for cultivation, but it could not be used to break through to the next level. Just as he was feeling vexed, he saw Li Qingshan return. He immediately thought that this disciple of his seemed to be quite rich. Li Qingshan was stunned. A dignified family leader living in such a state was really pitiful. If you can't, then forget it. Lu Chuanfeng's face turned red. What kind of family leader would borrow spiritual stones from a disciple? He did not even know when he would be able to return them. I can't borrow spiritual stones, but I'll lend you 2 true spirit pills, Li Qingshan said after some thought. Are you serious? Lu Chuanfeng was greatly disappointed after hearing the first half of the sentence. But when he heard the second half, he could not believe his ears. What kind of chi practitioner would be willing to lend out true spirit pills? Of course. As he spoke, Li Qingshan took out 2 brocade boxes and placed them on the table. Is this really for me? Lu Chuanfeng swallowed his saliva and opened the brocade box. As expected, it was the true spirit pills that he had been looking forward to. They shone brilliantly and were extremely alluring. It's not for you. You'll have to return them in the future, Li Qingshan reiterated. All right. I'll definitely return them before you need them. Lu Chuanfeng was deeply moved. Although Li Qingshan did not say it, he could imagine how much effort Li Qingshan had put in to obtain these 2 true spirit pills in preparation for building his foundation in the future. Now, without any hesitation, he had lent them to him without even signing a contract. What kind of trust was this? His nose turned sour. He placed his hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder and said, Qingshan, to be able to take in a disciple like you, I am truly blessed. There's no need for that. If you can build your foundation successfully, it'll be beneficial to the entire school of novels. I'll be able to bask in some of your glory as well. Li Qingshan still had about 40 true spirit pills on him. Lending out 2 was not a big deal. As for whether Lu Chuanfeng would renege on his debt, he did not even think about it. It was not because he trusted Lu Chuanfeng's character, but because he trusted his own strength. If he dared to not return it, then he would pay it back with his life. Scoundrel, I helped you out of goodwill, yet you dared to cheat me. Die. Oh right. Don't tell anyone that I gave them to you. Otherwise you'll have to return 4 pills. It was best if fewer people knew that he possessed the true spirit pills. All right, I won't tell anyone. Lu Chuanfeng was so moved that his eyes turned red. He said with a trembling voice. He clearly did not want this matter to spread out and embarrass himself as the clan head. How attentive, how considerate. Qingshan, I'm leaving. Lu Chuanfeng did not say anything else. He stood up and walked out the door. At the corner of his eye, another tear slid down. Is it that exaggerated? Li Qingshan scratched his head and muttered to himself. What's so exaggerated? A familiar voice came from outside the window. Chongji. Li Qingshan looked back and saw a familiar smiling face at the window. Wasn't it Han Chongji? Hey brat, you haven't done anything shameful behind my back recently, right? Be honest, I've heard about it. Han Chongji suppressed the excitement in her heart and pretended to be serious. To be continued. Chapter 389. Li Qingshan went directly to the window, hugged her delicate body, and carried her into the room. What are you? Before Han Chongji could finish her words, her lips were sealed by him. She could no longer be reserved, tightly hugged his broad back, and passionately responded. They fell to the floor and rolled a few times. I missed you so much, why did it take you so long to come out? You're only in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, you're really stupid. Li Qingshan pressed her under his body, his face full of smiles, and after saying this he kissed her again. You still dare to talk about me, if it wasn't for you why would I waste so much time? Why did you take off your clothes? Han Chongji flipped over and fiercely pinched his waist. It's all my fault. I'll now bear a bramble and ask for forgiveness. While speaking, Li Qingshan took off his shirt, revealing his strong physique, and backhandedly went to untie her belt. Then why did you take off my clothes? Han Chongji grabbed his hand and stared at him. You made me alone in this room for so long. Shouldn't you bear a bramble and ask for forgiveness? Li Qingshan turned her over and rode on her, grabbed her hands and pressed them on both sides. I almost let you get away with it. Tell me clearly, what have you been doing all this time? What's going on with you and Ru Xian? Otherwise, don't even think of touching a single hair on my body. Han Chongji struggled, but she couldn't break free. What a great strength, and still so unreasonable. Do you believe me or not? Li Qingshan leaned down and stared into her eyes. He had gone through a lot of trials and endured a lot, but as long as he could calmly embrace her, it was worth it. Han Qiongji looked up at his bright and fiery eyes, already believing him in her heart. She smiled and gently shook her head. I don't believe you. Good Han Qiongji, you dare not believe your husband, let me punish you. Li Qingshan pretended to be angry, tickling her while looking at her sensitive parts, moving his hands up and down. Good, I believe you. I believe you. Han Qiongji struggled but was no match for his strength. She giggled and panted. As long as you believe me. I kept myself chaste for you. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Li Qingshan raised his hand and closed all the windows. With another wave of his hand, a faint blue light screen enveloped the room. How do we verify this? Hey, stop. Han Qiongji struggled helplessly. The clothes on her body became less and less, and the redness on her face became more and more intense. However, there was only joy in her heart, and even a trace of expectation. In just a short while, her clothes were all over the floor, and her jade-like body was strewn across the floor. Two blazing hot bodies. They intertwined and ignited each other's passion, caressing and hugging each other, as if they wanted to become one. After a period of entanglement, the two lay down in each other's arms. Recounting the feelings of separation, Han Qiongji lay on Li Qingshan's chest and blinked. What did you call yourself just now? What? Li Qingshan was so focused on caressing her slender legs that he felt a punch in his lower abdomen. He retracted his gaze. What are you doing? Doesn't it hurt? Han Qiongji was astonished. In order to free his lower body from the state of thinking, she had used her true qi. But it didn't have any effect. Of course it hurts. It hurts, Li Qingshan said without sincerity. He lowered his head and kissed her elegant neck. Don't try to scare me. Han Qiongji laughed and scolded him. She propped herself up and punched him again. This time she hardened her heart and used half of her strength. However, she saw that Li Qingshan's eyes only fell on her soft breasts that were trembling with her movement. He said angrily, if you keep doing this, I'll put on my clothes. Looking at his own fist, he almost wondered if he had reached the 10th layer of aura training. All right. If you have something to say, then say it. Besides, you can't blame me. He was hugging a naked beauty, yet he couldn't do whatever he wanted. No man would be able to concentrate. What did you say, husband, earlier? Have I married you? Han Qiongji was aggressive, but she was also bashful. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He gently lifted Han Qiongji to one side before standing up and putting on his clothes. Where are you going? Han Qiongji was surprised. I'm going to see your father. Wait here. I'll be back in 15 minutes. There's no need to put on any clothes. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. They had once agreed that once she emerged from seclusion, they would propose and get married. Afterwards, they could do whatever they wanted. Stop right there. Did you marry me just to do something like this? Han Qiongji found it both exasperating and funny. I'm just joking. Though I really am a little impatient. It's not just for that. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and smiled. She was not the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, nor was she the most gentle or powerful, but she treated him the best. If he only wanted to satisfy her, then it would be far too easy. Whether it be the buildings above ground or the night roamers below ground, he could do whatever he wanted. However, no woman could replace her position in his heart. Not even Gu Yining could. He was not someone who did not know how to be satisfied. He was willing to win someone's heart and never part with them. At this moment, he had no hesitation at all if he wanted to marry her. Han Qiongji was entranced. She hugged him gently. My father will be in the estate tonight to celebrate for me. Just who's the one in such a hurry? Li Qingshan smiled and took another punch from her. This time Li Qingshan refused to back down. With a smack he landed a slap on her perky snow-white bottom, immediately leaving behind a red mark. Han Qiongji cried out in pain. She wanted to retaliate, but Li Qingshan pulled her away, and they became entangled once again. 75 kilometers away from Clear River City, there was a mountain called Tiger Hill. Tiger Hill was not particularly tall, only 300 meters tall. However, it was vast, covering several thousand square kilometers. The gentle slope was like a tiger's back, carrying countless pavilions and terraces. This was where the Han estate was located. 30-meter-tall walls separated the inner and outer city. Turrets stood in great numbers, and it was heavily guarded. It was like a fortress. Even in the dark, it was brightly lit. At the top of the 100 steps, there was a majestic gate tower with a tall horizontal board that had the words, General's Mansion, written on it. What was placed at the entrance were not stone lions, but a pair of tigers made of white jade. They lay on a stone pedestal and seemed lifelike, like they were alive. They studied the strangers nearby covetously. The tiger was the symbol of the school of the military. Most of the talismans used to command armies were forged into the shape of tigers, so they were called tiger talismans. The white tiger was of the metal attribute, making it a god of war and slaughter. So this is your home? Li Qingshan raised his head and sighed in amazement at the Han family's scale and wealth. What do you think? You've profited from following me. It's enough that I've profited from you. I don't care about anything else. If you talk big. If I didn't know better, I'd think you've already reached foundation establishment. Han Qiongji narrowed her eyes and scoffed. She liked his arrogance and confidence the most. Compared to those who wanted to marry into the Han family's power, this kind of heroic man was what she liked. I'm suddenly a little nervous. Li Qingshan took out a present from his 100 treasures pouch and exhaled. The present was also prepared by Han Qiongji. It was suitable for father-in-law Han's taste, neither too light nor too heavy. Li Qingshan could not help but tease, "You really can't wait." However, his heart was filled with gratitude. You can also be nervous? Han Qiongji was a little curious. It's all because of you. Qiongji, what if your father doesn't agree? This was not a random thought. Li Qingshan had a vague premonition. The complicated information in the tortoiseshell indicated that this trip would not be as smooth as expected. He won't say no. Han Qiongji was full of confidence. Han Anjuan had no reason to be dissatisfied. All these years, she had never seen her father so satisfied with someone. Even if it was for the Han family's sake, he would still agree. What if he really doesn't agree? Li Qingshan teased. If he doesn't agree, I'll elope with you. Han Qiongji looked at Li Qingshan with a burning gaze. This feeling was as hot as fire. Be careful that I don't abandon you. Li Qingshan's heart was as gentle as water. Who could abandon such a woman? Then I'll die with you. Han Qiongji glared at him. Clang clang clang. Clang 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 clang. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, alarm bells rang and gongs sounded. The entire Han family was alarmed and mobilized. Li Qingshan was surprised. What's going on? There's an enemy invasion. Han Qiongji was not surprised at all. She was angry and helpless. In the Han family, this kind of drill was common. The Han family's disciples would defend while the Han family's army under Han Anjuan would attack. She was no stranger to this scene, but she did not expect it to happen tonight. That enemy, don't tell me it's me. Li Qingshan pointed at his own nose. He already knew that his future father-in-law, Han Anjuan, was a standard battle maniac. Was this a test for his future son-in-law by putting on such a show? In the Han family's inner mansion, Han Anjuan was wearing armor and holding his sword. He sat in front of the main hall as if he was facing a great enemy. This time was different from the usual drill. The stalwart tiger guard stood solemnly on both sides. Their faces were hidden in their armor, and their eyes were fixed on the front. They were not ordinary disciples of the Han family, but a real army known as the Han family's army. Under the leadership of Han Anjuan, they had fought against demons, mutants, and evil cultivator sections. Every one of them had been through hundreds of battles. Even though they stood still, there was a murderous aura that soared into the sky. This time for Li Qingshan, Han Anjuan had gathered both the Han family's disciples and the Han family's army. Han Tie held a long spear in his hand and wore a shiny silver armor. He looked even more handsome and heroic. Pass down my order. Block him regardless of life or death. Han Anjuan said indifferently, as if the person who was about to enter was not his son-in-law, but a real enemy. Yes. Han Tie accepted the order and led the army away. The sounds of iron boots stepping on the ground and armors colliding rang out in unison, forming a torrent of iron and steel as it surged forward. No, it's us. Han Qiongji grabbed his hand. Li Qingshan's heart moved. He held her hand tightly. From today onwards there was another person who could fight side by side with him. The door suddenly opened. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji looked at each other and walked forward side by side. On top of the gate, a group of archers pulled their longbows to the fullest. Inside the gate, a group of soldiers with spears in their hands were ready for battle. For specks of white light shone from the eyes of the two white jade tigers. They shook their bodies and stood up from the stone seats. Their bodies, which were 2 meters tall, looked extremely mighty. They faced the sky and let out a wild roar before pouncing down. Can I throw away my gift? Li Qingshan looked at the tigers that were pouncing at him. He tilted his head slightly and whispered to Han Qiongji. This kind of bastard father-in-law was not worthy of his gift. No. All right then. To be continued. Chapter 390. Li Qingshan flashed past the two white tigers. The white tigers did not slow down and aimed at Han Qiongji. They were not living creatures and could not differentiate between friend and foe. Once they were controlled by their master, they would tear everything in front of them apart. Han Qiongji made a hand seal and did not even look at the white tigers that were pouncing at her. Just as the strong wind blew her long hair and the sharp claws were about to grab her, she stopped. Li Qingshan opened his arms and grabbed the two tiger tails. The white tigers roared and bared their fangs and claws, but they could not advance any further. They turned around and pounced at Li Qingshan again. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and he spun around like a spinning top. His two tiger tails were completely straight, and he actually flung the two tigers of white jade that weighed several hundred kilograms into the air. With a rumble they smashed into two deep pits. What powerful strength! No wonder he dared to propose to the Han clan. This move shocked all the Han clan disciples on the gatehouse. They quickly took action and shot thousands of arrows. Twang 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 twang. The bowstrings cracked. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The arrows were as dense as a dark cloud. Blazing firebird. Han Qiongji shouted. Li Qingshan's vision dimmed before lighting up again. A firebird soared through the air, unfurling its 30-meter-long wings of fire. It dispersed the dark clouds and rushed up to the tower, turning into a great blaze and forcing the archers to retreat. They were in complete disarray. This is your home. Li Qingshan looked back. It's better not to have a home like this. Below the dark gatehouse, there were close to 100 armored soldiers with dagger axes in their hands. They were in a square formation and looked murderous. They're here. Be on guard. A Qi refinement stage 8 old man with a mustache shouted like thunder. He pointed the dagger axes at the gate. Two figures, Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji, walked over slowly. They were like a couple who were taking a stroll and were even talking in low voices. Is this really just a gatehouse? Li Qingshan looked at the formation in front of him and was slightly surprised. The so-called gatehouse was also known as the old man who guarded the gate. He had never seen a gatehouse with such an imposing aura. His cultivation was so high. We usually call it the gatehouse army. There are 8 divisions in total and they guard the 8 gates. The commander is the gatehouse centurion. Han Qiongji explained with a smile. Miss, this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly so that you don't get hurt. Brat, if you have the guts, come and try it yourself. What kind of man was he to rely on a woman? Let this old man teach you what wishful thinking is. The centurion shouted. He brandished his halberd and sharp winds surged. His beard trembled, and he appeared hale and hearty, without the slightest sign of old age. Centurion, this is a matter between the two of us. If we go alone, what's the point? If it was any other day, Han Qiongji would have to call him Grandpa. But today it was as if two armies were facing each other. He didn't care about personal feelings and only addressed him as a soldier. What's wrong? Han Qiongji suddenly felt that Li Qingshan was looking at her with his bright eyes and touched her face. Nothing. I just think you look very beautiful today. You're still talking nonsense at a time like this. Han Qiongji blushed and was about to step forward when Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulder. Leave this to me. You recover some strength. I also want to teach this gatehouse centurion what it means to have a son-in-law come and be unstoppable. Han Qiongji burst into laughter. This guy could be so frivolous sometimes. Go easy on him. Okay. No. Li Qingshan and the gatehouse centurion replied at the same time. The two looked at each other, one smiling and the other angry. Kill! The gatehouse army centurion pointed with his halberd, and the gatehouse army centurion roared at the same time. Kill! The gatehouse army centurion's footsteps were sonorous, and their halberds were like trees in a forest. The gatehouse army centurion charged at Li Qingshan like a magnificent army. The gatehouse centurion thought to himself, you're only in the 8th layer of chi refinement, and you're from some school of novels. How can you be worthy of the miss? You must be using flowery words to fool the Mississippi. You even dare to say that you'll go easy on him. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think we old soldiers are ordinary chi refinement cultivators? No matter how I look at it, it's 100 against 1, and I'm also in the 8th layer of chi refinement. Boom! A loud noise interrupted the gatehouse centurion's thoughts. In front of him, the soldiers screamed and flew into the air, slamming into the wall of the gatehouse army gate. From afar, they were like a monster charging at them, wave-treading style. The waves under Li Qingshan's feet surged, and he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, straight into the army formation. Vortex style. The waves in Li Qingshan's right hand spun rapidly, and his whole body was like a giant drill as he charged forward. When he touched the soldiers, he bounced off and was sucked into the halberd, breaking into pieces. Wherever he went, people and horses fell. In an instant, he pierced through the army formation and arrived in front of the gatehouse centurion. Watch out, sir. The centurion was taken aback. He had never imagined that his gatehouse army would be so vulnerable. How could he possibly back down? With a loud roar, his halberd shone brilliantly, shattering the tiles beneath his feet. Wielding the halberd with both hands, he thrust it toward Li Qingshan with all his might. The dagger axe and the drill bit collided fiercely. The sound was like an electric saw cutting through metal, but it only lasted for a moment before the dagger axe was sent flying. The centurion retreated in shock. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was torn apart. The water ripple drill drilled into his body in an unstoppable manner. His protective zhenqi was as fragile as paper, and his shining armor was torn into pieces. My life is over. The centurion let out a long sigh in his heart. He had never thought that he would die here after spending his entire life fighting. The terrifying might of this battle technique was something that he understood clearly the instant they clashed. Flesh and blood would not be able to block it. He did not feel any pain either. When he lowered his head, he saw that he was completely naked, but he was not injured at all. When he looked up, he saw Li Qingshan standing in front of him, smiling at him. He could not help but be stunned. All of this took a long time to describe. From the moment Li Qingshan used the vortex technique to defeating the centurion, it took less than a breath's time. Han Qiongji was rather surprised as well. She had already known that Li Qingshan's abilities were impressive. Even Chu Tian, who had a higher cultivation as a qi practitioner, was not his opponent. He definitely could not be stopped by the gatekeeper army, which was why she told him to hold back a little, just to avoid harming this old man who had watched her grow up. However, she did not expect him to win so quickly and cleanly. Moreover, he did not hurt the centurion at all. Her heart was filled with pride. This was the man she valued. He could always surprise people. Anyone who looked down on him would be blind. I've lost. You do have some skill, but it won't be so easy from now on. I advise you to retreat as soon as possible. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. The centurion said solemnly. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Being able to break through the wild goose formation was not particularly impressive. He could just about do it. However, being able to tear apart his clothes without hurting him at all proved that he still had a lot of strength left in him. His control over his combat skills had also reached the realm of minute subtlety. If it was a real life or death battle, these 100 people would probably be killed by this brat with one hand. Where did the young miss find such a monster? She did have a good eye. Elder, you'd better block him. Han Qiongji walked to Li Qingshan's side and pointed at the centurion's lower body. This old man deserves to die for dirtying Mrs. Eyes. The centurion's face turned red, and he hurriedly covered his lower body. Anyway, I've been dirted many times recently. I'm used to it, Han Qiongji thought. She hooked her arm around Li Qingshan's. Let's go. How's your recovery? Li Qingshan asked. You're so fast. How would I have time to recover? Yes, as a man, how can I be too fast? Don't worry, madam. I'll try to slow down in the future. Li Qingshan chuckled. Han Qiongji kicked him. Don't think I don't understand. This is my home. I've never seen a home that knows how to build a barbican. After saying that, the two of them passed through the gate. Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks. In front of him was a large open space. There were high walls on all sides and watchtowers and battlements. It was a barbican. The only way to pass through the barbican was through a huge black iron gate about 1,000 feet in front of them. An elegant man with a long beard and a tall hat was playing the guqin on top of the tower. Uncle Chao's zither is still as pleasant as ever, Han Qiongji said as she introduced him to Li Qingshan softly. This Uncle Chao is Chao Gan. He's my father's military advisor. Not only is he a 10th layer Qi practitioner, but he's also known for his resourcefulness and schemes. He's no trifling matter. Looks like my father intends to stop us in this barbican. Li Qingshan grinned. Wasn't it natural for a man to marry a woman? Why was this old man acting like he was guarding against a thief? Could it be that he had a father who was obsessed with his daughter? Qiongji, this is the end. It seems like your father doesn't like the brat beside you. It's useless even if he sees you. It's not too late to leave now, Chao Gan said as he played the guqin. I don't care if he likes me or not. It's enough that I like him. Who's going to get married? Me or him? Han Qiongji was also angered. She said rudely. Well said. Li Qingshan rode a cloud and charged toward Chao Gan. Capture the leader first. So what if he was a 10th layer Qi practitioner? The city walls could stop ordinary people, but how could they stop cultivators? The barbican was just a joke. Clang! The strings of the guqin vibrated. Now's the time. A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Many archers on the four sides of the city walls stretched out their battlements. Their bows were released and the triggers were pulled. With a buzzing sound, the sky was filled with arrows covering the sun. At the same time, the sound of gears turning came from the 12 arrow towers. There wasn't a single archer in the towers. Instead, there were huge black crossbows engraved in the shape of a dragon. The eyes of the dragon flashed, and the crossbows automatically adjusted their direction, accurately locking onto Li Qingshan in the air. The dragon opened its mouth and shot out spear-like arrows. Huge arrows shot out of the dragon quiver one after another like the breath of a huge dragon. The Mahis mechanical crossbows could kill enemies from 1,000 steps away. Every one of them was worth more than a high-grade spirit artifact. The custom-made cloud-piercing arrows specialized in breaking through protective spells and true Qi were also very valuable. Even if ordinary people could afford it, they wouldn't be able to use it. With the two together, killing Qi practitioners was like slaughtering dogs. Qingshan. Han Qiongji drew her saber and stood up. Just as she was about to help, a cluster of arrows flew toward her. She swung her saber and slashed away the layers of arrows. The ground beside her was filled with arrows, but she could only watch as Li Qingshan was drowned by the rain of arrows. This isn't a test. It's killing. Li Qingshan muttered and dodged to the side. He conveniently grabbed a cloud-piercing arrow that brushed past him and swung it horizontally, knocking away a few cloud-piercing arrows with a series of crackles. He danced around flawlessly as he rushed into the air. To be continued. Chapter 391. Li Qingshan watched as the barbican beneath his feet became smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, it was covered by a dark cloud formed by the rain of arrows. The cloud was torn apart in an instant. He was secretly shocked. If he was one step slower, even if he didn't end up in such a miserable state, it wouldn't be good either. Chao Gan smiled leisurely as if he had already expected this scene. Be careful. Han Qiongji wasn't happy but shocked instead. In an instant, a blazing white light illuminated the night sky and dazzled Li Qingshan's eyes. Only then did he hear a loud rumble. Li Qingshan was struck by a heavenly lightning and fell from the sky. The Han clan's disciples were not allowed to fly in the general's residence because the entire sky above the residence was covered by a formation. Once it was activated, even a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to come and go as he pleased. Whether it was Li Qingshan or Han Qiongji, they didn't expect to encounter this kind of obstruction. Chao Gan raised his hand and the rain of arrows stopped. After taking this lightning, you won't be able to get up until half a month. The general mobilized so many people. You really think too highly of this kid. Qingshan. Li Qingshan fell into Han Qiongji's arms. Seeing her face full of concern and anger, he said, I'm fine. Looks like I have to be more serious. He flipped over and stood up. Compared to the lightning tribulation, this kind of lightning was like a tickle. Are you still going to be stubborn? You won't be able to pass the barbican. You don't even have a 1/10 of a chance. If you continue, you'll only increase your injuries. Chao Gan frowned. He didn't expect this kid's body to be so strong that he could even withstand the heavenly lightning triggered by the formation. Let's go. We don't need my father's permission. I'm a man. I don't need a woman to teach me what to do. Li Qingshan said proudly. Leaving Han Qiongji with a tall and broad back, he turned around and smiled. This isn't for you. It's for us. His smile was as bright as the sun. Han Qiongji was momentarily speechless. She stood up and gritted her teeth. What are you talking about? Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. Li Qingshan smiled and pointed at the top of the city wall. Chao, I was careless just now. I let you be complacent for a while, but now I'll beat you up. Little brat, how dare you spout such arrogant words? Fire. Leave this to me, stinky man. I'll show you the power of a woman. Li Qingshan was about to step forward when Han Qiongji brushed past him. He smiled and stood still. 12 crossbows locked onto Han Qiongji, but 5 of them immediately lost sight of her. It turned out that she didn't go straight for Chao Gan, but instead flew towards the city wall by following the crossbow's blind spot. Whoosh! 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 The giant arrows shot over, but Han Qiongji didn't even turn her head. They turned and jumped on the city walls as if they were walking on flat ground. The giant arrow brushed past and nailed itself deeply into the city wall. As the young mistress of the Han family, she was very familiar with the accuracy and attack of these crossbows. She jumped onto the city wall and rushed into an arrow tower. She looked up and saw a crossbow in front of her. The gem dragon eye flashed, and she was like a weak willow facing the wind. She leaned back, and the giant arrow whistled past the tip of her nose. She turned around and came to the side of the crossbow. She patted it, and the dragon eye suddenly dimmed and stopped working. On both sides of the arrow tower, the armored soldiers rushed forward. The door of the tower suddenly opened, and the heat wave hit her face. She saw Han Qiongji's whole body was covered with raging fire. She shouted, "Get out of my way!" Like a leaping stream of fire, it dragged a long fiery tail behind it as it whizzed towards another arrow tower, leaving a trail of fire on top of the city wall. In the blink of an eye, she invaded like fire, circled the city, turned off all the crossbows, and landed in front of Chao Gan. She gasped slightly, and the fire on her body weakened. Although the third fire True Qi was very destructive, it was consumed very quickly. "Young mistress, you've grown up." Chao Gan sighed. His fingers moved quickly, and the music became chaotic. The sound waves turned into sharp blades. With a clang, Han Qiongji took a step back. Her saber swam around her to block the sound waves, but a thin cut appeared on her cheek. She knew that Chao Gan's cultivation was deep, far above hers. Moreover, he was waiting at ease and had the initiative. If this dragged on, it would be difficult for her to win. She made up her mind, and the flames on her body burned brightly. Just as she was about to swing her saber, a figure blocked her. Chao Gan was slightly surprised. Seeing that Li Qingshan was covered in a thin layer of water, he felt disdain. You want to block my music with a mere water screen? He played the zither even more urgently, like a basin full of pearls falling into a jade plate. However, the water screen on Li Qingshan was unexpectedly tough. The sound waves created countless ripples, but they could not penetrate it. After reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle, the effects of various water spells cast by Li Qingshan had become extremely powerful. Facing the sound waves, he strode forward. Dance of heavenly music. Chaogan pressed and clasped, and the 7 zither strings were stretched to the limit. They released extremely violent sound waves, piercing and tearing the water screen. Before Chaogan could rejoice, a black shadow enveloped him. Li Qingshan looked down, and 2 red dots flickered. Bang! Li Qingshan said nothing. He grabbed the zither and swung it around, slamming it against Chaogan. Are you done? Chaogan spun and crashed into a group of soldiers rushing over to help, crushing them. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a mere 8th layer Qi practitioner block his dance of heavenly music at such a close distance? Li Qingshan's clothes were tattered. He grabbed and pulled, revealing his bronze skin, which was completely unharmed. The zither in his hand trembled as if it wanted to return to its master's side. But how could it rival Li Qingshan's strength? He frowned and twisted it with both hands. Although it was a rare high-grade spiritual artifact zither, it was much more fragile than weapons like blades. So how could it endure Li Qingshan's strength? It immediately let out a painful groan. My zither! Chaogan exclaimed. Qingshan, Han Qiongji pressed down on Li Qingshan's arm and studied his expression. Are you angry? Didn't I tell you not to fight? I can't just watch him hurt you. Han Qiongji touched her cheek. She had gotten used to this kind of small injury since she was young. Even she did not think much of it. She smiled. The feeling of being cared for was really nice. Uncle Chao, do we win this round? You win, you win. Give me back my zither. Chaogan said. Okay, I'll give it back to you. Han Qiongji nudged Li Qingshan with her elbow. Li Qingshan leaned back and raised his arm, making a perfect throwing gesture. The zither instantly turned into a small black dot and flew down the mountain. Brat you! Chaogan hurriedly chased after him. You're too bad. That's Uncle Chao's lifeblood. Han Qiongji smiled. You're also my lifeblood. Li Qingshan's hand touched her cheek, and the injury disappeared. How disgusting. Han Qiongji blushed, but her heart was filled with sweetness. I really didn't mean that this time, Li Qingshan said, feeling wronged. The two of them passed through the barbican and continued forward. It was a flat plain and there were no more obstacles. Only the Han family members in the buildings were whispering. Look, that's Li Qingshan. I heard he's very strong. I heard that even the guards and the military advisor were defeated by him. What? He's only at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He must have won with the help of the young miss. Girls of age really can't be kept at home. Han Anjuan's way of governing the family was like governing the army. The entire general's mansion was like a military camp. There was also a training field in front of the city gate. It was used to train the Han family members. The 300 soldiers were either standing or lying down. Some were even talking in low voices. The discipline was lax. Only Han Tie stood straight like a statue with a spear in his hand. When he saw Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji appear, he suddenly said, Prepare to meet the enemy. The 300 soldiers stood up and turned around. At first glance it was a mess. There was no formation to speak of. However, there was something indescribable that connected them together. The 300 people of different heights and sizes seemed to be a single entity. These are my father's personal guards. They are the elites of the elites. We must not be careless. Han Qiongji saw this and felt bitter in her heart. In other words, if we defeat them, we will be able to see your father. Even without Han Qiongji's reminder, Li Qingshan would not be careless. The murderous aura of these soldiers made him feel a sense of danger. We can't win. We must think of a way to get through here quickly and reach the inner city. Li Qingshan stepped forward and laughed loudly. Brother-in-law, you see your future brother-in-law. Why don't you come and greet him? I don't think you will turn back no matter how I persuade you. Let's do it. Personal guards, meet the enemy. Under Han Tie's order, the 300 soldiers silently surged forward like a tide. At this time, Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji attacked together, taking the initiative to attack first. Han Qiongji attacked with raging flames and waves of heat. Li Qingshan walked on the waves, the water swirling and surging. The two colors of water and fire chased each other, advancing side by side. They merged into one and rushed towards all the soldiers in front of them. The other soldiers around them did not stop them and brushed past them. In an instant, the two of them passed through the military formation. With a loud bang, Han Tie's spear struck out like a dragon, colliding with the saber and the fist. The light from the surging true qi lit up the night. A huge force pressed down from the fist, and Han Tie felt that he could not withstand it. He was shocked. They had not seen each other for a long time, but he, Li Qingshan, had become stronger and faster. The aura he exuded was breathtaking. If they fought one-on-one, they would not be his match. This speed of improvement was strange. Why did his father insist on stopping them? This thought flashed through his mind. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji roared in unison and poured all their true qi into it. Han Qiongji was forced to retreat step by step until she reached the city gate. She suddenly abandoned her spear and punched the chests of the two of them. At the same time she shouted, "Trap the enemy!" Li Qingshan blocked with his arm, but he only swayed slightly, and Han Qiongji was sent flying. Looking back, all he saw was that the 300 soldiers had already fallen into the coiled snake formation before he knew it. A huge snake coiled around, sucking Han Qiongji into the formation. It called out, "Don't worry about me. Go see my father and explain things to him." Li Qingshan did not hesitate to charge into the formation, and came to Han Qiongji's side. The two of them were back to back, surrounded by enemies. Han Qiongji said, "Fool, why did you come back? If I go alone, what's the point of it?" To be continued. Chapter 392. During the bitter battle, the formation kept changing. Snake formation, tiger trap formation, dragon trap formation. There were no flaws in the changes. The same formation was like heaven and earth compared to the one used by the military disciples. 300 people silently waved their spears. Li Qingshan roared and charged, but he couldn't break out of the encirclement. There was also Han Tie constantly commanding the formation. If he was alone, he might have a chance, but with two people, he couldn't advance any further. In the blink of an eye, Han Qiongji's true qi was exhausted. She was sweating profusely. Fighting against a military formation alone wasn't something a normal qi practitioner could do. Seeing a row of spears stabbing towards her, she couldn't stop them. Her waist tightened, and she was pulled back by Li Qingshan. "Hold me tight." Li Qingshan carried her on his back. The situation was even more critical. Han Qiongji leaned on his back. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind coming from behind. As he turned around, 3 spears stabbed into his body. "Qingshan." Li Qingshan broke the spear and pulled it out. The tip was dyed red. With the power of the entire formation, even the bull demon forges its hide couldn't block it. It was lucky that it wasn't pierced. Seeing this, the soldiers all attacked Han Qiongji at the same time. This made Li Qingshan curse them for being despicable. "Put me down." Han Qiongji's heart ached. These were her father's personal guards. As long as they gave the order, no matter what enemy they faced, they wouldn't show any mercy. "Don't move." Han Qiongji struggled, but Li Qingshan held her back. These people really wanted to kill. They didn't treat Han Qiongji as a lady at all. Han Qiongji immediately did not dare to move. Because of her movement, a few more wounds appeared on Li Qingshan's body. She leaned against his back firmly as her eyes reddened uncontrollably. She murmured, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan held the broken spear and supported his body. His true qi was almost exhausted. His body was full of wounds. Behind him, Han Qiongji was unscathed. 100 of his personal guards were heavily injured, and only 200 remained. However, he still firmly maintained the formation and did not relax at all. At the same time, he was astonished and shocked. He had never seen such a tenacious enemy before, not to mention that the enemy was in such a disadvantageous situation. He also used this short stalemate to recover his strength. At this time, a human figure flew up, immediately triggering the army formation's killing intent. Spears and halberds came from all directions. The assassin came. Just now he could see clearly that the person was actually Han Qiongji. Turned out she had recovered some of her zhenqi on Li Qingshan's back. Immediately she flew out to meet the forest of spears. Qiongji. Li Qingshan flew up as well, but it was already too late. Seeing that Han Qiongji was about to be pierced by the spear, Han Tie swept across the sky and thrust his spear forward like a dragon. It pierced below Han Qiongji's body. With a hook and a flick, it grabbed her shoulder and brought her out of the formation. Qingshan. Han Qiongji stretched out her hand, only to see a relieved smile on Li Qingshan's face. Retreat. Han Tie ordered. The personal guards immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, there was no one around Li Qingshan. Behind Han Tie, the gate to the inner city suddenly opened. He asked loudly, "Does this count as passing the test? At least you passed my test." Han Tie let go of Han Qiongji and walked to the side of the gate. Li Qingshan strode forward. The personal guards lined up on both sides and paid respect to him. Someone shouted, "Bro, you're amazing." An injured person supported his comrade. "Yeah, you're really something." Li Qingshan grabbed Han Qiongji's hand. The two of them walked into the inner city together. "Where's the gift? Can I keep it for myself?" "No. General Qiongji and I are truly in love. I'm willing to take her as my wife." Han Anjuan sat upright at the front of the hall. Li Qingshan went up, bowed and said boldly. Han Qiongji's face was flushed with joy and shyness. "No." Han Anjuan's voice was resolute and full of unchangeable determination. "What?" Li Qingshan was surprised. They had already come this far, but it was still not enough? "Why? Old man, explain it to me." Han Qiongji couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward and pointed at Han Anjuan's nose. "There's no why. No means no. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, let's go." Han Anjuan stood up and turned to walk into the inner hall. "Stop right there. We didn't come here to listen to your opinion after suffering untold hardships." Han Qiongji snatched the gift from Li Qingshan's hand and threw it in front of Han Anjuan. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She had never seen such an unreasonable father. She pulled Li Qingshan's hand and rushed out of the door, brushing past Han Tie. Han Tie was slightly stunned. He walked into the door and saw Han Anjuan bending down to pick up the scattered pastries on the ground. He said without raising his head, "What are you doing here?" "I ordered the troops to retreat. I disobeyed the military order. I'm here to accept my punishment. Even you dare to disobey me." Han Anjuan straightened his body and put a piece of pastry in his mouth. He chewed a few times and swallowed. "Tastes good." This girl, she threw it away just like that. "Why didn't you agree with them, father?" Han Tie lowered his head deeply. He was extremely puzzled. "You also think that I'm unreasonable? I don't always do the right thing." Han Tie raised his head in shock. He could not believe that these words came from his father's mouth. However, he saw a rare smile on Han Anjuan's face. "I wholeheartedly want to groom all of you into talents. I don't want to become an obstacle in your hearts. Even that girl seems to do as she pleases, but when she finds a man, she still has to come to my door and ask for my permission. Why does she need my permission? Tie, you have to understand that before the generals and their sons, we are first and foremost cultivators." Han Tie left thoughtfully. Han Anjuan returned to the hall. Chao Gan was holding the zither as he carefully tuned it. "General, that son-in-law of yours is too ruthless. He almost broke my zither. However, his strength is really impressive. Why don't you recruit him into the Han faction? He will definitely be a great help in the future. You refused him not just to teach young miss and young master a lesson, right? I can't hide anything from you. That kid is no ordinary person, but he will never submit to someone else. On the path of cultivation, there are only companions, not lovers. If we don't share the same ideals, how can we last a century?" We're united because of love today, but we'll definitely part because of love in the future. The title of husband and wife only adds to the shackles. That's fair enough. When two balls of fire are gathered together, it seems like they're blazing, but it's difficult for them to last for long. In my opinion, it'll be difficult for them to last a few years. Young Miss will definitely understand your thoughts in the future. The two of them left the general's estate, but they did not return to the 100 schools of thought. Instead, they arrived in Clear River City, in one of Han Chongji's courtyards. Han Chongji remained silent the entire time. Li Qingshan had no idea how to persuade her. I think it's still because my cultivation is insufficient. Once I cultivate for a few more days, I'll destroy your father's personal army. He won't have anything to say then. Are your wounds fine? Han Chongji finally asked. I'm fine. Li Qingshan's body had always been tough. After using a few more water healing techniques, he had already made a full recovery. Then let's get married right now. Chapter 393. In the lotus pond outside the curtain, the flowers were in full bloom. As the night wind blew, the fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Han Chongji's face was determined, somewhat similar to Han Anjuan's. She opened her red lips and said again, Qingshan, let's get married. You've decided? Li Qingshan embraced her. Yes. Han Chongji nodded and leaned against his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. This was the sound she always wanted to hear. Why don't we wait a little longer? As long as we insist and let your brother say a few good words, your father will agree. Li Qingshan wanted nothing more than to be with her right now. However, this kind of private commitment might cause her to completely fall out with her family. This was not what he wanted to see. No, you don't understand my father's temperament. Once he has decided on something, even 9 bulls can't pull him back. I spoke to him like that just now. Father must be furious. He probably won't recognize me as his daughter anymore, let alone agree to our marriage. It's all my fault. Li Qingshan patted her head and sighed. He didn't think that a marriage between a man and a woman would actually become like this. From now on, I can only rely on you. Don't let me down. Han Chongji tightly wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's waist, revealing a little weakness. She left the Han family, disobeyed her father, and lost everything she once had in a single night. This kind of loss was far from what outsiders could imagine. However, she did not regret it. From now on, the man in her arms was her everything. What, Miss Han, without the Han family's support, you've become a weak little kitten. Then I'll have to properly bully you. Li Qingshan smiled and buried his head in her neck, taking a deep breath of her fragrance. You dare? Your current cultivation is not as high as mine. Cultivation is a small matter. Still depends on strength. If it only depends on cultivation, I don't even have the qualifications to pursue you. How could I coax Miss Han to elope with me? Wait until I build my foundation. See how I'll deal with you. How the hell did you train? They were whispering. Dark clouds covered the moon and the stars, and the courtyard was pitch black. Her voice disappeared and a few red candles lit up, illuminating her bashful face. I'm going to take a bath. She extricated herself from his embrace and turned around gracefully. Her waist swayed as she walked behind the curtain. Me too. Li Qingshan couldn't help but follow. Han Chongji raised her hand to stop him. No, not today, please. Li Qingshan could only wait outside, watching the flickering candlelight, listening to the night rain falling into the pond. His heart was like the pond water. Tens of thousands of ripples spread out, and it took a long time for them to calm down. After what felt like an unusually long wait, a white hand lifted the bead curtain, revealing a bright and beautiful face. Her skin was incomparably moist, as if it had absorbed a lot of water. She had changed into a bright red dress, and her jet black hair had not been combed, so it was dripping wet and draped over her shoulders. You made me wait. Li Qingshan picked her up. Wait, what happened? There seemed to be many steps to getting married. I only remember one step. Which step? To enter the bridal chamber. Li Qingshan sang loudly, and directly went to her room. Pervert. Han Qiongji pouted. The sound of the rain became louder. Behind the heavy curtain she panted softly. On the bed, her jade-like body was spread out, allowing him to caress her wantonly, passionately offering her red lips. Qiongji. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and said softly, his eyes shining. Han Qiongji leaned back and hugged his neck, burying her face in his shoulder. She said softly, love me. Li Qingshan held her waist. He bent down, only to hear a low moan in his ear. It was like a long sigh full of joy and pain. There was silence, only the sound of the rain came into the room, becoming louder and louder, occasionally accompanied by a few distant thunder. Lotus flowers swayed in the wind and rain, the heart of the flower full of crystal-clear water droplets. Vaguely, there was a moving moan through the curtain of rain. After a night of wind and rain, the raindrops on the lotus leaves, under the light of the rising sun in the east, they were crystal clear, flowing with 7 colors and rolled into the pond. Li Qingshan opened the window, stretched and looked back. Han Qiongji was sleeping soundly, as if she felt the sun. She turned to lie on her side, revealing her beautiful back, and a few bruises on her snow-white buttocks. Thinking of the crazy night last night, Li Qingshan smiled slightly. The weather is so good. Li Qingshan closed the window and returned to the bed. Han Qiongji opened her eyes slightly, first seeing Li Qingshan's face. Her heart was filled with endless tenderness and sweetness. She lazily leaned her face on his chest. What time is it? It's been a while since the sun has risen. Li Qingshan kissed her forehead gently. Oh no, the Hawkwolf Guard still has matters to deal with today. Han Qiongji propped herself up, and she felt weak all over. Just leave it to someone else to deal with. It's inconvenient for you to go out right now. It's all your fault. Han Qiongji's face burned like fire, and she punched him in the chest. She was too embarrassed to think back. She had never thought there would be a time when she would be so unrestrained. All right. It's all my fault. Please wait a moment, madam. I'll go prepare some food. You should rest a little more. With this rest, another 3 days passed. The two of them stuck to each other like glue, refusing to be separated for even a moment. All they could see was each other, completely forgetting about everything else. In the 100 schools of thought, the professors had yet to arrive, but the classroom was noisy. A group of young disciples, both male and female, gathered together and discussed. Really? I thought he was very powerful. What about now? Now I don't know. It's been a few days since I've seen the two of them. I heard they eloped. Wow. There was a series of cries. In particular, the eyes of a few female disciples lit up. Zijian, listen. It's that Li Qingshan again. You don't look too well. Hua Sengzan nudged Yu Zijian beside him with his elbow. During the past 2 years, Hua Qinglu's body had unfolded. She had gone from a budding age to a young lady in the prime of her youth. She was in the prime of her youth. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons, her lips were like vermilion, and her skin was creamy. She was youthful and beautiful. Her face was rather similar to Hua Sengzan's, as if it was a testament to how beautiful Hua Sengzan's face would be if it belonged to a woman. In the 100 schools of thought, she had already gained the title of greatest beauty. She had countless pursuers. Now that she sat with Yu Zijian, she attracted quite a lot of attention. Hua Qinglu was not unfamiliar with the name Li Qingshan. However, they had not had any contact during the past 2 years. Even if she had some special feelings for him in the past, they had already been diluted by the wonders of life. All she could vaguely remember was that he still owed her something. Perhaps he had already forgotten about it. Oh, it's nothing. The professor is here. Yu Zijian was taken aback and pointed at the lectern. The classroom immediately fell silent. Hua Qinglu turned around and focused on the lecture. Yu Zijian frowned slightly. He shouldn't be Niu Juxia, right? Before they returned from the Green Vine Mountain, Yu Shuquang had already repeatedly explained that Li Qingshan had absolutely nothing to do with Niu Juxia. However, only now did she become willing to believe that. She let out a sigh of relief. If Li Qingshan was not Niu Juxia, then he would not have much to do with her. She even felt rather sad for him. They were clearly in love, Yet he could not gain the recognition of his family. How pitiful. Chapter 394. In the depths of the bamboo forest, Little Anne sat in front of the steps, holding her cheek as she waited. The sky was filled with stars. Tonight, he still hadn't returned. Because Lu Chuanfeng was in seclusion and Li Qingshan often went out, the two young disciples were brought along by Sun Fubai. Cloud Wisp Island was truly empty. Only the sound of wind rustling through the bamboo forest could be heard, and the falling bamboo leaves once again covered the small path. Just as she was feeling a little disappointed, she suddenly heard the sound of footsteps crushing the fallen leaves. Little Anne raised her head and saw Li Qingshan striding over with a smile on his face. "Little Anne, why are you? It's my fault for forgetting to tell you. You must have waited for a long time." Li Qingshan slapped his head and said in self-reproach. Little Anne shook her head. "Not long." Li Qingshan picked her up and placed her on his knees. "How's the refining of the prayer beads recently? Did Yin Yan make things difficult for you?" "Oh right, I've encountered something good recently." Without waiting for Little Anne to ask, he began to talk non-stop. Little Anne wanted to persuade him, but seeing the situation, she let it go. As long as he was happy, it was fine. At this time, Han Qiongji also returned to the school of legalism and apologized to Wang Puxi. Wang Puxi saw that she was full of joy and femininity, but he couldn't blame her. He only said, "That brat got lucky. Don't forget to come to the City Guards Institution tomorrow." "Yes, Commander." When Han Qiongji returned to her residence on the island, she saw a figure pacing back and forth outside the door. She said in surprise, "Te." Her expression immediately turned serious. "Did father send you?" "Yes." Han Tie didn't say anything else and handed a pile of spirit stones and medicinal pills to Han Qiongji. "Why are there so many?" "Because you've cultivated to the 10th layer of qi refining." Han Tie was expressionless, but he could see the joy in her eyes. He was happy for her. In order to open the 12 standard meridians, the demand for medicinal pills would naturally increase. "Dad doesn't blame me?" Han Qiongji's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Tie then repeated Han Anjuan's words. "What kind of reason is that?" It was simply too irresponsible of him to stop his daughter's marriage just because of such a messy reason. What obstacle? That old man thinks too highly of himself. "I'm not you," Han Qiongji shouted. However, she was touched. No matter what, everything that man had done for her, it was for her own good. He heaved a sigh of relief and was indescribably happy. No matter how dissatisfied she was, her father was still important in her heart. It was still heavy. The two of them exchanged a few more words. Han Tie was very much like his father. He was a man of few words. After a few words, they parted ways. Before they left, Han Tie stopped, turned around and said, "You're still a member of the Han family. I hope you can focus on your cultivation. I don't need you to lecture me. Just shut yourself up. You should go." Han Qiongji was in a hurry to share this good news with Li Qingshan. Han Tie saw her expression and knew that she was distracted. Knowing that she was distracted, he shook his head slightly. Once they were involved in matters of love, people seemed to become stupid. It was just like how clever his friend was normally. However, he was obsessed with a woman that he could never obtain, wasting so much of his time. After Han Tie left, Han Qiongji directly rushed off to Cloud Wisp Island. They had just parted, but they immediately met again. Little Anne took the initiative to bid farewell. Afterwards, they spent another night together. The next day, Wang Puxi's face was sunken. He waited in the Hawkwolf Guard for quite a while, but he did not see any trace of Han Qiongji. He flew into a rage and placed this on Li Qingshan as well. He was definitely not innocent. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Women just can't be relied on. "Little Hua, you better emerge soon." Time passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, summer passed and autumn arrived. The autumn rain began. Thunder rumbled in the secluded dwelling beneath Contention Island. Lightning crisscrossed and flickered, passing through the stone walls and formations that should have been impossible to penetrate. It was like a ghost from another world. Quite a while later, the closed door opened once more, and Hua Sengzan emerged. His handsome, flawless face was filled with extraordinary confidence. A figure appeared in his mind. At the very least, I have the right to be your chess piece. Did you really have to trouble Miss Hua to make a trip personally for something like this? Li Qingshan accepted the invitation from Hua Chenglu and studied the woman before him. Sure enough, women changed greatly between womanhood and womanhood. When they first met, she was just a little girl with nothing to her name, but now she had become a great beauty. You're both good friends of my brother. My brother said he was unable to personally invite you, so he's truly sorry, Hua Chenglu replied politely, displaying the bearing of a woman from a large clan. Chenglu, why don't you speak as straightforwardly as before? Han Qiongji grabbed her hand with a smile and pulled her into her arms, pinching her soft cheeks. Han Qiongji had always treated Hua Chenglu as her younger sister. She had played with her a lot since they were young, so they were extremely close. Don't mess around, sister. I'm just afraid that if I'm too intimate, you'll get jealous. Hua Chenglu blushed slightly and glanced at Li Qingshan as she giggled. Everyone in the 100 schools of thought knew about their relationship now. But the final development also exceeded everyone's expectations. There was no delightful plot of them rebelling against the Han family or eloping. Han Qiongji still went home when she was supposed to, while Li Qingshan even went to Great War Island to practice martial arts as usual. He did not seem to have any conflicts with his future father-in-law, Han Anjuan. Just like that, the rumors instead died down. To cultivators, committing themselves to marriage and becoming partners of cultivation had always been common. They did not have as many formalities as mortals. Little girl, you're still no match for me. Li Qingshan stowed the invitation away. Alright, I'll definitely be there when the time comes. That guy has finally reached foundation establishment. Brother will definitely become an impressive cultivator. Hua Chenglu was filled with pride. Tell me just now, are you eyeing Chenglu? After Hua Chenglu left, Han Qiongji grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and rode on him. She curled her lips and questioned him loudly. Everyone loves beauty. Although you're my only woman, you can't deprive me of my right to admire other women. Heh, weren't you rather confident earlier? Li Qingshan shifted his gaze. That's your problem. Han Qiongji pressed her face closer. Don't worry, madam. That girl doesn't have your benefits. Let's deal with my problem first. Li Qingshan laughed aloud as he picked up Han Qiongji and made his way into the house. The estate of the Hua family that resembled a city was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The entire city was jubilant. It did not seem like a banquet, but more like a grand celebration. To cultivators, marriage, children, or the four great joys of life were not as important or joyful as breaking through. As a result, the Hua family invited guests from everywhere. This was the time when guests gathered. Flying beasts and flying shuttles hurried over with cultivators. There was no lack of foundation establishment cultivators among them. A cloud passed through the curtain of rain and landed in front of the gates. The gates were wide open and people flowed in and out. As soon as Li Qingshan stepped into the city, the rain stopped. The formation above the city activated, and the rain flowed down along the invisible hemispherical barrier. Under the illumination of the city's lanterns, it was a magnificent sight. Han Qiongji waved away the servant who had come to lead the way. The servant clearly recognized Han Qiongji, so he left with a smile without asking for an invitation. With great familiarity, Han Qiongji followed the winding paths and corridors and arrived before the tower-like building in the center of the city. It seemed like a glorious towering fire tree. Under the fire tree, the two siblings, Hua Sengzan and Hua Chenglu, personally received the guests at the gates. They were both dressed splendidly and stood under the glorious lanterns. They seemed like a pair of immortals, and all the guests sighed in admiration. In particular, Hua Sengzan had always been a rare beauty in the world. After successfully establishing a foundation, his bearing became even more romantic. The female cultivators who passed by basically all stared at him. Qingshan Qiongji, you're here. When Hua Sengzan saw Li Qingshan and Hua Chenglu, he welcomed them with a smile. He did not become arrogant because of his increased cultivation. He was just as cultured and refined as before. making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. His smile even contained some sincerity. Although it had been a long time since they last saw each other, they did not feel like strangers anymore. Instead, they felt closer to each other. That's right. You didn't come out after so long. I even thought you died in there. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder with a smile, but Han Qiongji did the same. It's a joyous occasion. Don't say such unlucky things. Hua Sengzan's smiling gaze moved between the two of them. The two of you as expected. When I first heard about it, you really did give me a fright. Who told me what's the point of having a man? I just found him pitiful. Han Qiongji's face reddened, but she still tried to defend herself. And who told me that I don't know what deep love is? Li Qingshan coughed dryly. I was just playing along. So you were just playing along with me? You misheard. I said I was young and ignorant. I was young and ignorant. Hua Sengzan laughed aloud and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Then how much do you understand me now? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. You still haven't forgotten. Hua Sengzan asked, have you? What have I forgotten? Hua Qinglu and Han Qiongji interjected. With the sharp intuition of women, they sensed that something was amiss. That's hard to say. Li Qingshan snickered and exchanged glances with Hua Sengzan. Both of them shared a tacit understanding. Who would have thought that the very first friendship between them was actually because they both liked the same woman? You can go in first. I'll come find you later. At this moment, more guests arrived. Hua Sengzan said and went to receive them. Tell me clearly. What is it? The two of them made their way into the building. Han Qiongji pressed on with her questions, but Li Qingshan only dodged the question. When he became anxious, he said, this is a secret between men. What are you, a woman, meddling in? Li Qingshan stopped and looked back. Hua Sengzan's face was radiant as he welcomed and sent people off. His features were picturesque and handsome. Even men would be moved. The heavens had blessed him with such amorous beauty, yet he just happened to fall in love with a woman he could not obtain. Was this also a joke of the heavens? He obviously would not forget. After all, she had left behind such a deep memory. However, there was no need for him to dwell on it all the time. Taking pity on the person before him was the most important, wasn't it? He smiled as he pacified the unhappy Han Qiongji. At the end of the day, she still could not understand the thoughts of those in love. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door. His face was bleak, and his green clothes drifted about. Fu Qingjin. To be continued. RQ. Chapter 395. Fu Qingjin stood alone in his tattered, green clothes. At first glance, he seemed like an abject swordsman, but he immediately attracted everyone's gazes. Even the main character of the night, Hua Sengzan, was unable to compete with him for the limelight. Compared to the Sword Collection Palace, the Hua family seemed like a local tycoon. Even though they were known as the greatest clan in the Clear River Prefecture, there were 81 prefectures across the entire Green Province, but only one Sword Collection Palace existed. That's Fu Qingjin of the Sword Collection Palace. The sword in his hand is one of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, the Green Ruins Sword. He's a very powerful figure. Han Qiongji introduced softly. Really? I think he's only an early foundation establishment cultivator, the same as little Hua. Don't look down on him. His Green Ruins Sword is an extremely powerful arcane treasure. It's said that it inherited the wills of past masters of the Sword Collection Palace. Not only is it startling in power, but it advances at a godly rate too. He'll definitely become a great figure who can move freely across the Green Province in the future. Han Qiongji introduced to Li Qingshan extremely seriously, telling him to guard against arrogance and to not look down on the heroes of the world. However, all she saw was a confident smile appear on Li Qingshan's face. Don't worry, your man definitely won't be any worse than him in the future. You're shameless. I think you're overestimating yourself. He's currently a liaison for the Demon Slayer. Several dozen sects of various sizes in the Clear River Prefecture have all joined the Demon Slayer. They're all under his command. With your measly cultivation, you're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Suddenly they heard a familiar voice. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji turned around in surprise, only to see Wang Puxi standing with his arms crossed. Commander, aren't you going a little too far with your words? Sai, you sure are dressed up nicely today. Li Qingshan saw that Wang Puxi was dressed in new clothes. He was neat and tidy from head to toe. He was bright and beautiful. I've said it before. You'll achieve something. Fu Qingjin studied Hua Sengzan. Then thank you for your auspicious words, sir. Hua Sengzan was polite but distant. Although they were both foundation-building cultivators, there was a world of difference between them in terms of strength and future prospects. Fellow Taoist, Fu's visit truly brings light to my humble abode. It was no longer Hua Sengzan's turn to speak. It was Hua Sengzan's father. The head of the Hua clan personally came out to welcome them with a face full of smiles. Behind him, a group of foundation-building cultivators came down from upstairs. There were men and women, young and old. They came from the various sects of the Clear River Prefecture. They were all important figures like elders and sect masters. They all bowed to Fu Qingjin, as if to prove what Wang Puxi had said. Even if he wasn't a member of the Demon Slayer, he still had to go up and greet him. In this land, Fu Qingjin was already an influential figure. He could decide the life and death of a sect with a flip of his palm. Ah, isn't that the Vermilion Clothes sect's sect master Shao and the Red Cloud Valley's second elder? With so many foundation establishment cultivators appearing all at once, the Qi practitioners all sighed in amazement as they discussed among themselves. Fu Qingjin seemed to be enveloped by a dazzling halo, while Hua Sengzan had instead become a fringe figure. Li Qingshan smiled. Commander, since he's so powerful, why don't you hurry up and receive him? I'll receive you. The Demon Slayer is the Demon Slayer, and the Hawkwolf Guard is the Hawkwolf Guard. Wang Puxi shot a glance at him before leaving in a huff. Among the crowd of people who stopped and looked up, he was extremely conspicuous and the crowd made way for him. What's wrong with old Wang today? Why's he so angry? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. You don't pay much attention to the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard, so you don't know. There's a recent case that has something to do with the Vermilion Clothes sect. Every single disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect had to complete a trial mission when they left the sect. It was called staining vermilion clothes with blood, and they had to personally kill 100 people. The mission sounded bloody, but it was fine if it was classified as upholding justice. There were countless bandits in the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture. Finding a random sect of the Jianghu and killing a few would basically not be in vain. However, there was a disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect who had once worked as a stable driver in a wealthy family when he was young and was bullied. As a result, he used this mission to return and kill the entire family. However, even if he included the men, women, young, old, and maidservants, there were only 71 of them. His bloodlust kicked in, and he killed over 30 of his neighbors, making up 100 people. This alarmed the Hawkwolf Guard in the city, who sent Black Wolf Guards to capture him. However, they never expected the disciples' cultivation to be so impressive. He killed another 2 Black Wolf Guards before fleeing back to the Vermilion Clothes sect. This violated a great taboo of the Hawkwolf Guard. Wang Puxi personally visited the Vermilion Clothes sect to demand the prisoner's return. In the past, no sect would be bold enough to oppose the Hawkwolf Guard. All they could do was hand over their disciple obediently. However, the Vermilion Clothes sect had already joined the Demon Slayer. There were several dozen sects in front of them, and they had the Sword Collection Palace behind them. They no longer took the Scarlet Hawk commander, Wang Puxi, seriously. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect denied that he was a disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect. He asked Wang Puxi to look elsewhere. Beside Fu Qingjin, the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect gazed at Wang Puxi's back from afar. His lips curled into a sneer. The Hawkwolf Guard still wanted to strut around like before, but they were mistaken about the situation. The other sect masters and elders were complacent too. Cultivators should have followed their hearts and done whatever they wanted. Yet they were constantly restrained by the Hawkwolf Guard. It was truly displeasing. Today they could finally hold their heads high. Everyone escorted Fu Qingjin back upstairs. Han Chongji said, "It's not just that. The cases have been very difficult to handle recently. As long as they involve sex, they'll all end up unresolved. It's no wonder the commander is so angry." She looked around before saying to Li Qingshan secretly, "Now that little Hua has emerged from secluded cultivation, there might be something big happening soon." Li Qingshan shivered inside. The war between humans and demons had yet to begin, yet the battle on the surface had already begun. There would probably be no peace on the surface in the future either. The surface of the water that had remained calm for several millennia began to ripple. The conflict between humans and demons was only the largest vortex, but it had led to countless vortexes with hidden undercurrents. Any single vortex could devour lives. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Han Chongji could clearly sense Li Qingshan's nervousness, so she rubbed his head with a smile. The two of them teased each other a little. However, Han Chongji was mistaken about something. Li Qingshan was nervous not because he was afraid, but because he was excited. He did not dislike a peaceful life, but he was more than willing to treat this world as a paradise for adventures. "Have all the guests arrived?" Hua Sengzan asked his sister. "A few haven't arrived yet, but they might not be coming. It's about time. Let's go in." Hua Qinglu glanced at the name list. Hua Sengzan raised her head and saw a huge ship break through the clouds descending from the sky. She saw the insignia on the ship, and her eyes lit up. She ordered in a hurry, "Activate the formations." "Chongji, look who's here." Hua Sengzan arrived with an unprepossessing, short, young man. He was dressed in scholar's robes and did not seem at all elegant. As he stood beside Hua Sengzan, Li Qingshan immediately thought of Wu Dalong and Shi Minqing. However, no one dared to underestimate this Wu Dalong, as he had already reached foundation establishment. "Shancheng, you've returned from Pine Suff Academy." Han Chongji also beamed with joy. To be continued RQ. Chapter 396. Jiang Shancheng chuckled, but he was unable to hide the arrogance on his face. Among his friends in the past, his background was the worst, and his talent was not particularly great either. Yet he just happened to enter Pine Suff Academy and succeed with foundation establishment first. He had specially borrowed the soaring dragon ship from his master this time to see his old friends. It was a glorious time for him to return to his hometown. He enjoyed Hua Qinglu's surprised expression at the entrance very much. It had only been a few years since he last saw her, but she had actually become so beautiful. When he saw Han Chongji again, his eyes lit up. She was still tall and slender, confident and high-spirited. She had been rather manly in the past, but she now possessed the charm of a mature woman. "Little Hua established a foundation, so of course I had to come back and take a look. Where's Tie?" Jiang Shancheng's thoughts immediately returned to the past. Back then, he played around with his friends and was often looked down upon by others. Only the three of them never looked down on him, and she even encouraged him greatly. Hua Sengzan said, "You know that Tie hates situations like this the most." "Who's this?" Jiang Shancheng looked around and saw Li Qingshan standing with Han Chongji. They seemed to be very close, which made him frown. "This is Li Qingshan, the primary disciple of the School of Novels and Chongji's man," Hua Sengzan introduced with a smile. "What?" Jiang Shancheng saw how Han Chongji had blushed slightly, but she showed no signs of objecting. His heart sank. "Chongji, why, you're already married? Why didn't you tell me?" Hua Sengzan said, "It's not just you. None of us were informed." "What's going on?" "Big brother bore. There's something you don't know." Hua Sengzan told him the entire story with a giggle. "You're just a foundation establishment cultivator. You're still far from being able to have any designs on Big Sister Han." Bor was Jiang Shancheng's nickname in the past. In the past, Hua Qinglu had looked down on Jiang Shancheng. She found him to be timid and very gloomy. Hua Sengzan didn't take it to heart when he brought out such an imposing manner today. But she couldn't stand it. If he hadn't taken her brother's place, how could he have entered Songsof Academy? You've already. Even though Jiang Shanqing had already cultivated to a level where he could control his vital energy, his face still reddened immediately. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He had wanted to return to his hometown in glory and fulfill his long-cherished wish, his former dream lover. She had become someone else's woman. Blockhead, why aren't you saying anything? This is my friend, Jiang Shanqing. Han Qiongji blushed slightly. She became even more beautiful, bumping into Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled the entire time. He could tell what Jiang Shanqing was thinking with a single glance. Kid, you've come far too late. I might not be Shimen Qing, but with my physique I can't compare to you. At least he is a Wu Erlang much better than you, brother. He clasped his hands and said, Li Qingshan greets fellow Jiang. In the future, I will definitely get Uncle Han to agree to this marriage and hold a grand wedding for Qiongji. When the time comes, I will definitely inform everyone. I hope fellow Jiang can come as well. Qiongji, isn't your insight a little too poor? This person's cultivation is so low, so it's no wonder Uncle Han won't agree. What primary disciple is he? Novelist? Did I hear that right? Doesn't it seem like any random person can become the primary disciple? Jiang Shanqing's expression became uglier and uglier. A mere 8th-layer Qi practitioner actually dared to speak to him like that. Does he think he can stand on equal footing with me just because he's connected to Qiongji? In particular, his victorious attitude made him feel like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. I can kill 10 people like you with a single wave of my hand. Jiang Shanqing, what are you blabbering about? Before Li Qingshan could say anything, Han Qiongji's expression changed. She called out coldly, It's not up to you to tell me who I like. Qingshan, let's go. She pulled Li Qingshan, about to make her way into the building. She tried to pull him away, but he did not budge at all. She cursed inside. This man was not someone who could be mocked. Li Qingshan sniggered. Random people can be like that, but not wild boars. You better go back and look in the mirror, sir. You're affecting my appetite by standing here. Jiang Shanqing was furious. Li Qingshan's face merged with the countless mocking faces in his head. He was about to strike back, but Hua Sengzan grabbed him and pulled him upstairs. Qingzan, let go of me. Today is my celebration, so can't you give me some face? Qiongji really will hate you for injuring him. Jiang Shanqing shot a vicious glance at Li Qingshan. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely make this kid die a horrible death. Li Qingshan recovered his silent smile. I'm not going to stoop to the level of someone who's about to die. Han Qiongji said in irritation. Will you die if you say anything less? I will. Can't you be a little more mature? I can't. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. I'm an 18-year-old man. I'm at the age of youth and childishness. Are you jealous? Han Qiongji was taken aback. She studied his expression in interest. Just because of that wild boar? Li Qingshan said in disdain. He's still my friend after all. Can't you be a little more polite? He hates it when people call him that. It's not like I called him that first. Who the hell would be friends with him? You're calling me a ghost. Sure enough, you're jealous. Whatever, I understand. Petty men. If I find a woman and call you ugly and unworthy of me, you'll feel displeased too, right? Can you find one? Han Qiongji said in disdain. Qinglu, it's all up to you. Hua Qinglu followed the two of them. Just as she listened in with interest, Li Qingshan suddenly turned around. His expression seemed to say, I'll leave this important task to you. I wouldn't dare. Hua Qinglu stuck out her tongue. She was as cute as she could be. I watched you grow up after all. You're not even going to help me with something like this. I remember that you still owe me something. Huh? Who did you watch grow up? You're clearly the one who owes me. Sigh, I've become muddle-headed because of your big sister Han. Sister, if there's anything you want, feel free to tell me. What big brother? Aren't you ashamed? Oh right, was what you said earlier true? What? The wedding. The light of happiness surged through Han Qiongji's eyes. As it turned out, he had been thinking about this the entire time. I've become muddle-headed from anger. I can't remember. Don't you dare. Han Qiongji glared at him. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Now that you've reminded me, I've remembered again. As a man, I'll keep my word. As they spoke, the banquet began. Delicacies flowed out like flowing water. Musical instruments and dancing made it even more beautiful. Gatherings of cultivators were not as particular about etiquette as regular people. Compared to a banquet, it was more like a gathering. People who knew each other gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. Han Qiongji chatted with a group of legalist disciples. Just as Li Qingshan was bored, he suddenly saw a group of people in a corner. There were many people gathered, but it was silent. He walked over to take a look. Chu Danqing was currently painting someone. He had just finished a painting when he felt someone pat him on the shoulder. He turned around. It's you. Come, let's go drink. Chu Danqing did not turn down the offer, apologizing to everyone. He followed Li Qingshan to the side and sighed. Thank you. Someone had accidentally pointed out his identity, and he was asked to paint. In the end, he painted one painting after another, unable to stop. In particular, the female cultivators begged him with seductive voices. He had no idea how to turn them down. Don't mention it. Drink. Li Qingshan picked up a cup and shoved it into her hands. Spare me. Chu Danqing's face was bitter. If he lost face in front of so many people, he would even consider killing himself. Don't worry. If you make a fool of yourself, I'll knock you out. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Count me in as well? Zhu Chenzi walked over with a smile. A beautiful woman with a striking bearing followed beside him. Her cultivation was also at the 10th layer. She was the primary disciple of the School of Music, Qin Yin. She asked with a smile, Junior sister Little and isn't here? Afterwards, the primary disciples of the schools of Moism and Agriculture walked over too. Before long, apart from the primary disciples who had yet to arrive, the primary disciples of the schools of thought had all arrived. The chief disciples of the various sects walked over and called out to their friends. They drank with one another regardless of whether they had ever met before or not. Right now they all referred to each other as senior and junior brothers, which made them seem very close. Zhu Chenzi raised his cup. Let's all have a drink. Our 100 schools are of the same breath and branch, so we should get closer every day. Li Qingshan smiled. As it seemed, everyone had sensed the commotion and had begun to take action. If the 100 schools of thought were treated as a single sect, then they would be the largest and most powerful sect in the entire Clear River Prefecture, occupying the most resources. Primary disciples like them would be the elite disciples of this sect. The various sects banded together. The Hawkwolf Guard was not the only one who would be provoked. The 100 schools of thought's leading position and everyone's interests would be affected too. The 100 schools of thought that had originally been lax silently mobilized themselves. So lively. What are you guys talking about? Han Qiongji arrived behind Li Qingshan and placed her hand on his shoulder with a smile. Hua Sengzan had succeeded with foundation establishment. If nothing went wrong, she would become the next primary disciple of the School of Legalism, so she obviously had the right to take part. The other disciples of legalism knew better than to approach them. Wu Jian also gazed at Li Qingshan from afar. His feelings were very mixed. Who would have thought that the unlucky disciple of the School of Novels in the past would be able to sit there safely? Although his cultivation was the lowest among them, only at the 8th layer, he had already proven his talent and strength countless times. No one dared to underestimate him. Hua Qinglu secretly made up her mind. Even if she did not have her elder brother's talent, as long as she cultivated diligently, she would definitely be able to secure a place among them in the future. Qian Rongji pursed her lips. It seemed like there were more opportunities. Coincidentally, in another corner of the hall, the first senior brothers and senior sisters of the sects had gathered together before they knew it. They chatted and laughed as they gazed over coldly. The hall seemed to be bustling with people, making it a mess. However, there was a clear division between the disciples of the 100 schools and the disciples of the sections. It was much quieter upstairs. The foundation establishment cultivators conversed softly with one another. After the initial politeness, they had unknowingly split into 3 groups. One group consisted of the various sects, while the other group consisted of the leaders of the various schools. The last group consisted of the sects that had yet to join the Demon Slayer, as well as the clans that were currently observing. The Hua family was the leader among them. Although Hua Sengzan was a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, the Hua family was connected to the various sects in countless ways. However, the leader of the Hua family did not just stand by and watch. Instead, he moved about and benefited from both sides. Sect Master Chiu. Hua Sengzan greeted everyone before arriving before a person. He lowered his head slightly. Before him was the sect master Begonia. Tonight, she was dressed in a set of faint pink, flowery palace robes with a thin golden veil draped over it, outlining her exaggerated, alluring figure. Some of her black hair was tied up in a simple bun, while the rest hung by her neck. A tiny red gem hung from her forehead, which was perfect for her appearance. There was a golden ornament with a phoenix hanging in her hair. As she moved gently, it produced a tinkling sound, which gave her a special charm. She was graceful and beautiful, like a peony in full bloom. Ever since Hua Sengzan arrived upstairs, Begonia's gaze had not left him at all. This was exactly what she had been looking forward to for a very long time. However, the two words, Sect Master Chiu, displeased her. Big Sister Chiu. Chiu Haiteng was delighted. However, she saw a short young man approaching her. His eyes were filled with the kind of unconcealable greed that she often saw. She was stunned for a moment before saying coldly, "Oh, isn't this Shan Chang?" "It's me. I just returned from Pine Suff Academy," Zhang Shanqing said in a hurry. Zhang Shanqing said in a hurry. Han Qiongji treated him well, but what interested him the most was still the mature and charming Chiu Haiteng. "There's something I want to say to little Hua." Begonia looked away and stared at Hua Sengzan without blinking. Zhang Shanqing was rebuffed. He thought of something and went downstairs again, arriving before Han Qiongji. "Qiongji, there's something I want to say to you." Everyone stopped talking and looked at Han Qiongji. Han Qiongji looked at Li Qingshan helplessly, and Li Qingshan nodded with a smile. "If you want to speak ill of him, you don't have to. Plus, we can't be friends anymore." Han Qiongji cut to the chase in the corner of the room. "We've been friends for so many years, yet you treat me like this for an outsider. If this continues, you'll suffer. I can ask Uncle Han for your hand in marriage. He'll definitely agree. Let's just be friends." Only then did Han Qiongji understand what he was trying to say. She shook her head with a smile and patted his shoulder before returning to Li Qingshan's side. "Qiongji." Zhang Shanqing felt extremely aggrieved inside. He felt like he had failed to achieve his objective at all with his return this time. He utterly resented Li Qingshan. He was a mighty foundation establishment cultivator, yet he had actually been humiliated by a chi practitioner like this. If he did not get his revenge, he would cease to be human. Returning upstairs, he came across Begonia. Her face was gloomy, and her eyes were red. "Shanqing, I want to go back. Send me off." "All right." Zhang Shanqing was overjoyed. As a foundation establishment cultivator, why would he need someone to send him off? Was this not some kind of hint? Hua Sengzan extended his hand. His lips trembled, but he said nothing in the end. Begonia waited for a while before finally smiling miserably and leaving first. Zhang Shanqing winked at Hua Sengzan. "Qingzan, if you don't want it, don't blame me for beating you to it." Li Qingshan gazed out the window. The soaring dragon ship rose into the air and swirled the cup in his hand. The water rippled. In the vast and boundless lake of dragons and snakes, something was surging under the black water. A figure broke through the surface of the water and passed through the curtain of rain. It flapped a pair of wind-divine wings and flew towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the clouds. The stars shone resplendently, and the bright moon hung like a hook. After flying for a while, he saw a huge, dragon-shaped ship over 300 meters in length sailing through the sea of clouds. It was like the legendary dragon whale that drifted through the sea. Li Qingshan folded his wings and kicked up a wave of air. He flew off and caught up to the soaring dragon ship. He landed on the spacious, empty deck and pushed open the cabin door. "You wild boar! How dare you set your sights on my woman? I'll send you on your way right now." To be continued, RQ. Chapter 397. Li Qingshan stepped on the soft carpet and raised an eyebrow. All he heard was the clanking of machinery from behind the walls on the two sides of the corridor. Exquisite patterns lit up on the luxurious carpet, crawling out of the ground like vines and wrapping around Li Qingshan. The walls on the left and right flipped over. Countless specks of cold light flickered behind the pitch-black walls, and a forest of spears suddenly stabbed out. Crack! Crack! Machine crossbows protruded from the ceiling. Like a swarm of locusts, they rained down. The quiet corridor was immediately filled with death traps. It was a sure-kill situation. The assassination plan has failed. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. He had known this ship would not be so simple. Haitang, drink some alcohol and cool down. Qingzan was just confused for a moment. In the luxurious cabin, Jiang Shanqing picked up a cup of alcohol and passed it to Begonia. He studied her delicate figure countless times from the corner of his eye. His eyes remained fixed on her beautiful face that resembled a crabapple flower the entire time. Begonia felt disgusted when she saw how he feigned pity and struggled to hide his face, but she still accepted the alcohol and drank it all. Jiang Shanqing was overjoyed. He passed the alcohol over and over again, and Begonia drank it all without any hesitation. From the beginning until the end, he just rambled on. Begonia remained silent. Before long, Begonia's face became flushed. Her eyes were like water as they drifted about. She was incomparably beautiful. There was sorrow in her eyes, but after all these years of painstakingly practicing the arts of charm, every frown or smile of hers was filled with unparalleled charm. Jiang Shanqing was basically stunned. Begonia's smile bloomed like a flower. A voice rang out from the center of the flower. Am I beautiful? Yes, you're absolutely beautiful. Begonia laughed aloud. Haitang, you're drunk. I'll help you get some rest. Jiang Shanqing could no longer hold himself back and grabbed Begonia's hand. Begonia actually did not reject him. He was intoxicated. Sigh. There are still many good men in the world, so why must you be so hung up on one? Actually, He stopped there. His expression changed as he took out an item and looked at it. It was like an exquisite palm-sized rudder, flashing with brilliance. Someone has broken in. I want to see who is so daring. I will definitely make him die a horrible death. Having his matters interrupted, Jiang Shanqing was furious. If he missed this opportunity, he would never get another one. Right now, Begonia was in a state of dejection, or she would never look at him properly. Was it him? A strong sense of hope rose in Begonia's heart, and her face lit up. Jiang Shanqing felt even more uneasy. He was also afraid that Wasengzan would chase after him. Oh Qingzan, they were friends after all. Why did you have to ruin my plans? Rays of light shot out from the center of the helm. They formed a picture in the air, showing the situation of every part of the cabin. Everything came into view. In the end, it fixed on the crimson figure at the entrance of the cabin. Begonia was greatly disappointed. Jiang Shanqing eased up. As long as it was not Wasengzan, then everything would be fine. The soaring dragon ship had a defensive formation, but the energy it consumed had always been extremely great. If they activated the formation, it would consume even more. With 2 Foundation establishment cultivators present, even if an enemy attacked, they would probably piss their pants in fright as soon as they saw the symbol of their Pine Suff Academy. Jiang Shanqing activated the defensive mechanisms in the cabin, as if he did not care about the intruder at all. He watched as the crimson figure was swallowed by the spears and crossbow bolts and smiled proudly. The mechanisms and traps in the soaring dragon ship were all the work of Mahist masters. They possessed startling power. Even if the intruder was a piece of steel, he would become a hornet's nest. Within the deathly silence there were creaks, and cracks. There was a series of twisting and snapping sounds. Boom! The spears snapped, and the crossbow bolts scattered. Li Qingshan was unscathed. The spirit turtle's profound shell enveloped him completely. He stepped forward and discovered that the patterns on the carpet were still entangled. He frowned, and the carpet was torn to pieces. His hands fell to the sides of his thighs, and he discovered that his legs were bare. He was running around naked. He plucked out a strand of red hair and turned it into a pair of trousers. He shoved his hands into his pockets in satisfaction and made his way into the depths of the cabin. What's going on? Jiang Shanqing's expression changed drastically. A terrifying sense of danger filled his heart. The figure seemed rather familiar. You still don't remember? Begonia sneered drunkenly. After her disappointment, her heart became even colder. Jiang Shanqing suddenly remembered the great matter that had shaken up the world a while ago. Even now, the repercussions were still lingering. He had once seen a painting of the terrifying wretched demon who had killed the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder, as well as frightened the green vine elder to the point where he dared not leave his mountain. He looked at the image projected by the rudder. That's right, it was him. Jiang Shanqing paled in fright. The rudder in his hand shone brightly as he gave an order to the soaring dragon ship. Activate all mechanisms. Mobilize all puppets. The soaring dragon ship trembled gently. The sounds of countless mechanisms activating overlapped with each other. It was like thunder, like the roar of a dragon or whale. Li Qingshan arrived in a large cabin. An army of puppets waited there. 2 specks of light flickered in their eyes. They all turned around and looked at Li Qingshan. The crossbow bolts rained down like a black storm. Li Qingshan flapped his wings of wind and dispersed the storm. He wrinkled his nose and curled his lips. Boar, I found you. He had no idea what kind of wood the soaring dragon ship was made of. Not only was it extremely tough, but it greatly affected his senses of aura. However, his scent was not affected at all. He had already grasped the trail of a scent. It was a strange fragrance that did not disperse. With a flash, Li Qingshan followed the scent and advanced by leaps and bounds. This boar Jiang sure is a deviant. He even uses perfume. Thump, 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 thump. The cabin doors closed up before him. Boom, boom, boom. Li Qingshan smashed through them one by one. Behind him, groups of puppets pursued him relentlessly. Up ahead, various traps appeared one after another. Sometimes the floor would suddenly cave in and spit out fire. Sometimes the walls would suddenly squeeze in. It was like a whale wriggling its stomach and secreting digestive fluids, desperately trying to strangle an outsider like him. However, Li Qingshan was a foreign object it could not digest. What do we do? Big Sis Chiu, what do we do? The ship's wheel reflected everything faithfully. Seeing Li Qingshan rush over, Jiang Shanqing sweated profusely. He still had some self-awareness. He was only an early foundation establishment cultivator. He had only managed to reach foundation establishment out of sheer luck. However, Li Qingshan had fought against 3 of them alone, killing 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators and almost killing the late foundation establishment Greenvine Elder. He was a great wretched demon with a vicious reputation. I don't know. Begonia also knew she probably wouldn't be able to survive today. But she remained calm instead. If I die here, I'll make that heartless person regret it for the rest of his life. Oh right, your arts of charm might work. Jiang Shanqing took out a stack of talismans in a hurry and stuck them on the cabin door. I'll use my arts of charm to draw his attention so that you can use the opportunity to escape, right? Jiang Shanqing became slightly awkward after Begonia exposed his plan. He wanted to try and persuade her otherwise. Boom! With a great rumble, the heavy cabin door suddenly caved in, sending wooden splinters flying everywhere. The inscriptions on the door twisted. Before this terrifying power, they bowed their heads in submission. Is anyone home? After saying that, Li Qingshan unleashed another punch and cracks appeared on the cabin door. If you're home, please open the door, alright? Boom! The cabin door was on the verge of shattering. The voice from outside was sinister and deranged, which chilled Jiang Shanqing. Without another word, he abandoned Begonia and fled through a secret passageway in the corner of the room. Boom! The cabin door was torn apart, and pieces of it shot out. The fiendish demon with waist-length crimson hair and an insolent face appeared in front of the door. Even though Qiu Haitang had disregarded her own life and death, that intense pressure still caused her pupils to shrink. Why was Begonia on the ship as well? Li Qingshan finally understood where the fragrance had come from, but he struck out without any hesitation. With a flash, he arrived before Begonia and grabbed her slender white neck. Just you. Qiu Haitang stared at his face and did not speak. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Li Qingshan was rather curious. Begonia did not resist at all. She did not even use the arts of charm she was skilled in. Begonia sneered miserably. Li Qingshan guessed the whole story from her pitiful expression that seemed to say, "There's nothing I can do about it." Hua Sengzan's infatuation had not changed. Begonia had fallen for him, but he was heartless. Li Qingshan tossed her aside and slammed her against the wall. Afterwards he wrinkled his nose and kicked open the secret passageway, chasing after her. The secret passageway closed behind him. Seeing how Begonia did not chase after him, Zhang Shanqing let out a sigh of relief. As long as he kept her busy, he could escape from the cabin. He glanced at the tiny ship's wheel in his hand. Perhaps there was still a chance for him to turn the tables. The soaring dragon ship continued to sail through the sea of clouds under the moon. A small door suddenly opened at the back of the ship, and Zhang Shanqing stuck his head out. All he saw was the sea of clouds churning backwards. With a clang, a supreme-grade spiritual sword flew out. He stepped on it and rode it away. He glanced at the ship's wheel in his hand and hesitated. Although there was a chance for him to turn the tables, it was far too dangerous. Whatever. The consequences of losing a soaring dragon ship were severe, but as long as he was alive, there was hope. As long as he survived this, his future would still be bright. There was no need for him to risk his life against a wretched demon, so he had to flee. Zhang Shanqing sensed something and suddenly looked back. All he saw was two specks of scarlet light in the secret door. Oh no! A strike of righteousness! Li Qingshan lunged over. Zhang Shanqing formed a seal with his hand, and the supreme-grade spiritual sword turned into a streak of snow-white light. Human cultivators were not as tough as demon cultivators, but they could control their swords to kill. They moved with startling speed and showed off their abilities. If they truly fought, even regular demon generals might not necessarily be able to emerge victorious. However, was Li Qingshan a regular demon general? He flapped his wings of wind and suddenly turned around. The edge of the streak of light brushed past the spirit turtle's profound shell, and the light collided violently, illuminating Li Qingshan's smile. He avoided the sword chi and shot past it without slowing down at all. He extended his right hand towards Zhang Shanqing. Zhang Shanqing retreated in a hurry and took out a scarlet talisman. This was a life-saving talisman that the Pine Suff Academy bestowed upon Foundation Establishment disciples. It possessed startling power. Before he could use it, a black shadow enveloped him, blotting out the moon and stars. Li Qingshan's right hand turned into a huge, pitch-black claw, grabbing Zhang Shanqing. He suddenly tightened his grip, and there was a delightful sound of bones shattering. He sniggered viciously. After the lesson from the Greenvine Elder, it was still very necessary for him to reduce his enemy to a pulp, and this guy had always been a piece of scum. He didn't even spare his good friend's woman, even running away after abandoning her. I'll make you a little more deserving of your name. Chapter 398. The sky collapsed and the sea of clouds surged. Both of them were boundless, completely silent. Even the soaring dragon ship had stopped, as if it was silently observing the outcome of the battle. There was a flash of sparks, followed by a violent boom. Li Qingshan felt his hand heat up, and flames shot out from between his fingers. Zhang Shanqing knew he was doomed, so he actually activated the Scarlet Talisman regardless of the consequences. The calm atmosphere was violently ripped apart, whistling through the air. The sea of clouds parted layer by layer, and a great hole appeared. Li Qingshan collided with the soaring dragon ship, and he felt intense pain. His right hand had already been charred, and the huge soaring dragon ship trembled. Zhang Shanqing rode a white streak of light and fled into the distance. Li Qingshan waved his right hand, and the charred part dispersed, revealing his skin. With his recovery abilities, a wound like this was nothing, but it had depleted a lot of demon chi. He thought to himself, sure enough, no Foundation Establishment cultivator can be underestimated. If I'm too careless, it really is possible for me to fail miserably. If the Scarlet Talisman had been a little closer, he might not have been able to maintain his clone due to overexertion of demon chi, even with the spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan spread his wings and pursued. In a few seconds he had arrived behind Jiang Shanqing. Jiang Shanqing was charred all over. Although he was the one who had activated the talisman, it did not originate from his own power. Detonating it at such a close distance still left him heavily injured. It was impossible for him to put up a fight anymore. However, he roared out viciously, "You wretched demon, I'm going to take you down with me." "Just you?" Li Qingshan sneered. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger and looked back. Tiny doors opened on the side of the soaring dragon ship. Countless pitch-black cannons protruded out. Specks of light gathered together, and the cannons grew brighter and brighter. In the gloomy night, a drunkard walked on a small road in the countryside. Suddenly he heard a clap of thunder. The road had always been slippery on a rainy night. He leapt in fright and fell to the ground. "Damn it! Why is autumn still?" He raised his head and opened his mouth, forgetting to close it. All he saw was a hole in the sky. The hole was filled with stars, and a pillar of silver light connected the sky and the earth. He swallowed his saliva, dumbfounded by this strange scene. Before he could react, dozens of rays of light pierced through the clouds, crisscrossing each other. From afar it was as thin as a thread. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a beam of light and landed not far away from him. Immediately, it became a bottomless black hole. "Immortal, please spare my life, please spare my life. I won't drink anymore and I won't beat my wife." His drunkenness had completely disappeared, and he was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Die!" The power of the soaring dragon ship surprised even Jiang Shanqing. He ravished with joy as he gripped the ship's wheel. He activated it repeatedly. The soaring dragon ship was not a transport ship, nor was it used to show off. Instead, it was the crystallization of the wisdom of countless craftsmen of the Mo family. It was truly an unparalleled war machine. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and spared no effort to soar between the light pillars. He flew straight, moved sideways, and descended 100 feet into the sea of clouds. The light pursued him relentlessly, completely unaffected by the clouds. It did not give him any time to catch his breath. Jiang Shanqing gazed at the sea of clouds cautiously. He flew towards the soaring dragon ship on his flying sword. As long as he returned to the ship and activated the defensive formations, the demon would not be able to do anything to him anymore. Li Qingshan turned around rapidly. He dared not stop for even a moment, but he stared straight at Jiang Shanqing. He casually fished out an item from his 100 treasures pouch, weighed it in his hand, and threw it as hard as he could. Jiang Shanqing was just about to return to the ship when his entire body ached like it was being ripped apart. He felt like he could collapse at any time. He was both overjoyed and panicked. He flew quickly on his flying sword, but he came to a halt and lowered his head in disbelief. A bloodied spear had pierced his chest. Behind him a great flag fluttered. As it turned out, what Li Qingshan had thrown out at a critical moment was a great flag. What had pierced Jiang Shanqing was the pole of the flag. His life slipped away rapidly. Jiang Shanqing widened his eyes. "I'm even more powerful than Hua Sengzan, Hantie, and other geniuses with good backgrounds and good looks, yet I'm actually going to die here. I'm going to die to a wretched demon. I refuse to accept this." Li Qingshan rose up into the sea of clouds and shifted sideways. A streak of light shot past him, drawing a slight arc as it flew towards the end of the sea of clouds. This was also the soaring dragon ship's final attack. Under the stars, Li Qingshan leapt onto the deck. He crouched down as his red hair danced around. He held the ship's wheel in one hand and the flag in the other. Jiang Shanqing hung on the pole. With a swing of the pole, Jiang Shanqing landed on the deck. He only had a sliver of breath left. He said weakly, "I beg you, don't kill me. Pine Suff Academy won't spare you. The Demon Slayer won't spare you. I'll let you know what's going on. I'm Li Qingshan," Li Qingshan whispered into Jiang Shanqing's ear. Jiang Shanqing's eyes widened. He wanted to say something. Li Qingshan grabbed his head and twisted it 3 times before tossing it into his 100 treasures pouch. He planned on taking it back for little and as a snack. Is this the controller? Li Qingshan fiddled with the ship's wheel in his hand. The power of the soaring dragon ship had tempted him greatly, but he discovered that he actually could not use it. The ship's wheel did not respond to demon chi at all, and he could not use true chi. If I can't use it, then I can't use it. Li Qingshan stowed the ship's wheel away. He hoisted the flag and made his way into the hold of the ship. With this much effort, the woman should have fled already. Li Qingshan held back his killing intent. Although he had once sworn that he would bathe the sect in blood, that was all a few years ago. He had already taken his revenge, so he did not have any direct grievances with Begonia. He would spare her wherever possible. She could be regarded as one of Hua Sengzan's confidants. If he killed her, it would be difficult for him to meet her in the future. However, if he wanted to spare her, he could not make it too obvious or it would raise suspicion. As a result, Li Qingshan had purposefully thrown her against the wall and injured her slightly before chasing after Jiang Shancheng. He could just treat it as a moment of carelessness which could be considered as an explanation. No way. Just as Li Qingshan was moved by his broad-mindedness, gentleness, and the importance he placed on friendship, he returned to the hold of the ship. He saw that Begonia was still there. Begonia did not seem to sense his departure or return at all. She only cared about drinking by herself, and she did not even ask about Jiang Shancheng's fate. It was as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with her. You didn't flee? Li Qingshan asked in disbelief. Can I? Begonia countered with a question. Actually, after Li Qingshan left, she had considered fleeing as well, but she immediately dismissed that thought. Even if she fled, how far could she go? With his speed, he would probably catch up in an instant. Of course not. Li Qingshan was taken aback. If he pursued her wholeheartedly, it would indeed be very difficult for Begonia to escape. He had no idea how to react. I've come up with this brilliant plan to spare your life, yet you don't even appreciate it. Then why run? If you want to kill me, then kill me. If I kill you just because you want me to, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Li Qingshan bellowed out. He snatched the jug of alcohol and drank it all in one gulp. The light in his eyes flickered as if he wanted to strip off Begonia's clothes. He pinched her chin and smiled lewdly. Play with me first. This was Li Qingshan's second brilliant plan. She was still a woman after all. Even if she did not fear death, it was impossible for her to not fear something like this. She would definitely say something like, if you come any closer, I'll kill myself, so he would go with the flow and let her go for now. Afterwards, he would purposefully give her an opportunity, and she would definitely do her best to flee. Li Qingshan could not help but feel proud of himself for being able to come up with a second brilliant plan in such a short amount of time. You're much more honest than the one before, and you're much more pleasing to the eye. Sorrow flashed through Begonia's eyes, but she remained unfazed. Li Qingshan almost cursed aloud. Wasn't he just a man? Did he have to act like this? A mighty sect master, a foundation establishment cultivator, was actually a love-struck fool. She sure was a match made in heaven with that romantic. Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile and finish off Jiang Shancheng silently, but it's all because of you that my plan fell through. If I go back and mention it, it'll probably lead to suspicion on Li Qingshan. I'll kill one, I'll kill two. Since you don't want to live anymore, I'll fulfill your wish. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'll silence you. Li Qingshan frowned and killing intent surged. He grinned, revealing his long fangs. He felt like he wanted to bite off her fair neck in a single bite. Begonia just closed her eyes, ready to receive the humiliation that was about to come. Suddenly, she thought of Hua Sengzan and felt bitter inside. She was so unfortunate, so why did she have to make him even sadder? She might as well go with her innocence. A clear tear slid down from the corner of her eye. She was about to use her spiritual chi to end her own life. Li Qingshan shuddered inside. What's wrong with me? Why is my killing intent so heavy? The spirit turtle's strength still surpassed the ox demon and tiger demon perfectly. Should not have been like this. This feeling was like a shackle in the depths of his heart had vanished. He looked around and suddenly understood what he was missing. Little Anne. Little Anne was not by his side, so he did not want to set an example. He was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He almost broke free from the final shackle of human nature, and became a demon through and through, fearless and doing whatever he wanted. He even wanted to strip Begonia naked and humiliate her without restraint. So-called morals were extremely fragile before absolute power. The uninhabited environment only encouraged the growth of darkness. Boring. Begonia was taken aback. She opened her eyes and saw Li Qingshan retreat to the back of the table. He picked up the jar of alcohol and began to gulp it down. A woman who doesn't fight back is even more boring than an enemy who doesn't fight back. Li Qingshan said, "If I become like that, what right do I have to teach little Anne? What right do you have to talk about freedom when you're being controlled? Wouldn't that make me even worse than that crazy woman Qian Rongji? Come with me." Li Qingshan strode out of the cabin. Begonia could not help but follow him. Just what was this demon trying to do? Catch! Arriving on the deck, Li Qingshan tossed something out. Begonia caught it and took a look. It was the tiny ship. Li Qingshan crossed his arms. "If you assist me, I'll spare your life. I promise I won't touch a hair on you. Where do you want to go?" Although Begonia's mind was in a mess now that her hopes of many years had been dashed, she was still someone who had cultivated for many years after all. Her willpower was firm, especially after what happened just now. Her will to live instead surged, allowing her to recover some of her usual calmness. Li Qingshan smiled. The Green Vine Mountain. Chapter 399. Li Qingshan gazed at the clouds, in the direction of the Green Vine Mountain. He had already made a big deal out of this anyway, so he might as well cover it up with something even bigger. "Fu Qingjin, let's see whether I'm worthy of carrying your shoes or not. You want to kill the Green Vine Elder?" Begonia was alarmed. He was still not satisfied with killing a disciple of Pine Suff Academy, Zhang Shancheng. No, perhaps this was his original objective. He wanted to intercept the soaring dragon ship and destroy the protective formation of the Green Vine Mountain. That's right. Li Qingshan had originally come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. The more he thought about it, the more he found it to be a good idea. He had heard that the Demon Slayer had cast down some duality formation of disintegration on the Green Vine Mountain. It was extremely impressive, so he could use the soaring dragon ship to destroy it. "Fu Qingjin, if you're bold enough to attend the banquet, I'll make the Green Vine Elder die for you. If I help you, wouldn't I be a sinner? It can't be worse than death, right? How come I don't know whether you'll keep your promise or not?" Begonia studied him. "Looks like you don't have much of a choice." Li Qingshan grinned, revealing his fangs. "Fine then." Begonia no longer hesitated. Just like he had said, she had no choice at all. The other reason was that she felt like he had no ill intentions towards her for some reason. This feeling was completely unreasonable. Was it just because of his extraordinary appearance that was no less handsome than Hua Sengzan's? She shook her head. It was not like she was actually infatuated with him. Under Begonia's control, the soaring dragon ship slowly turned around and parted the clouds, flying in the direction of the Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan sat on the dragon's head at the front of the ship. The breeze ruffled his scarlet hair, as well as Begonia's dress nearby. She stared at his back. What happened tonight was so strange. It was completely unimaginable. She had never thought that Hua Sengzan would actually turn her down. She had never thought that she would almost be humiliated by a despicable person. And now, she was actually helping a demon attack the Green Vine Mountain. Qingshan, what are you laughing about?" Li Qingshan came back to his senses. In the brightly lit hall, Han Qiongji sat beside him and looked at him strangely. Han Qiongji said, "What are you thinking about?" "I've been daydreaming since just now." Zhu Chenzi and the others also looked over curiously. "Are you thinking of another woman?" Zither Note teased. As the chief disciple of the music school, even her usual words would not change. They seemed to have a mysterious rhythm to them. and their voices were indescribably sweet and moving. With a beauty like senior sister Qin here, how can I think about other women? Li Qingshan laughed. At this moment, two scenes unfolded before Li Qingshan's eyes. One was above the sea of clouds, the moon and stars filling the sky. The other was the Hua family's banquet, filled with distinguished guests. It was difficult for outsiders to understand the meaning behind it. Thank you for your praise, junior brother. Qinin pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes seemed to be cold and filled with emotion. She was originally an extremely aloof person. She focused on music and did not like to socialize with others. However, at a time like this, she was forced to use her advantage as a female cultivator to befriend some powerful figures from the 100 schools of thought. Once she really did start messing around, the music family would definitely be involved as one of the 100 schools. Even if she did not plan for herself, she had to consider the junior sisters of the music family. Li Qingshan wanted to joke around a little more. Han Qiongji pinched his ear and smiled. If it weren't for me, would you still be thinking about pursuing senior sister Qin? How did you know? If you keep pinching it, it'll fall off. Everyone roared with laughter. However, the sounds of dispute rang out from the other side of the hall. Beauty, come and have a drink with us. We'll let you go after a drink. Hua Qinglu greeted Hua Sengzan one after another. She arrived before the disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect. A man with a full beard grabbed her wrist. He was drunk. The rest of the people at his table were also drunk and joined in the commotion. Please behave yourself. My elder brother is Hua Sengzan. Hua Qinglu struggled, but she was unable to break free. Her cultivation was only at the 5th layer, while the man was already at the 9th layer. Second senior brother, just let it go. This is the Hua family. Some of the sober ones tried to persuade him softly. What, Hua Sengzan? He's just trash from the Hawkwolf Guard. Is he bold enough to offend me, the demon slayer? The man was taken aback. He sobered up slightly and said something vicious before letting go awkwardly. Everyone in the hall had sharp ears and eyes. The disciples of legalism were all angered. Han Qiongji frowned, but she did not lose her temper. Ever since Hua Sengzan entered secluded cultivation, she had always been handling the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard. She was already the primary disciple of the school of legalism, so before she knew it, she had become much more level-headed. In particular, they were about to embark on a major operation. If they alerted the enemy, it would be bad. Damn scoundrel, take this. Bang! There was a flash of 5-colored light, and Chu Tian appeared out of nowhere. He used the palm of the 5 elements and slammed it against the second senior brother. The second senior brother was also at the 9th layer, but how could he rival Chu Tian, who practiced all 5 elements? He slammed into the table before slamming into the wall heavily, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Junior sister, are you fine? Chu Tian turned around and grabbed Hua Qinglu's hand. His face was filled with concern. The noisy hall immediately fell silent. Hua Qinglu was stunned. Who needed you to save the damsel in distress? If it were not for the bigger picture, if she did not want to ruin Hua Sengzan's celebration, would the Hua family be lacking masters with just a single word from her? If the second senior brother continued, even the first senior brothers would not just sit by and watch, allowing him to offend the Hua family. Just you pieces of trash? Why don't you take a look at where you are? Chu Tian cursed loudly. As it turns out, this guy's idiocy is not just directed at me. Li Qingshan was amused inside. He felt much better for some reason. This bastard's ability to mock was truly impressive. The expressions of the sect disciples changed, and they all stood up. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Immediately, a small interlude developed into a major matter. The second senior brother shook his head and returned to his senses. He was furious and his face reddened. He drew his blade and swung it at Chu Tian. Chu Tian sneered. Trash was trash. This was a great opportunity for him to show off. 5-colored light erupted, and he did not forget to smile at Hua Qinglu. Don't worry, junior sister. I'm here. Lu Dun backed down. Chu Tian, stop. 2 voices rang out. Two figures, one red and one white, basically arrived at the same time as the voices. One grabbed the back of Lu Dun's blade, while the other grabbed Chu Tian's shoulder. Lu Dun and Chu Tian were both arrogant people, but when they saw the two of them, they could only stop and refer to them as senior brothers. The two senior brothers looked at one another and reported their names. Jin Faping of the Vermilion Clothes sect. Wei Yongsheng of the School of Confucianism. Why did you hurt my people? It's just a misunderstanding. Looks like your esteemed sect's disciples possess impressive cultivation, so they're fine. Let's leave it at that. Misunderstanding? Then why don't we return a palm strike to resolve the misunderstanding? What do you think, fellow? Of course not. It might be a misunderstanding, but it's just for your esteemed sect's sake. It's actually a lesson. None of them wanted to make a big deal out of it, but they still clashed verbally. Neither of them wanted to lose the upper hand. Li Qingshan sat in a corner and watched on in interest. Suddenly, he heard a voice by his ear. Pine Suff Academy has already received the distress signal. They'll definitely catch up very soon. Their academy head is a golden core cultivator, yet you still want to go to the Green Vine Mountain? Aren't you afraid of being killed? Li Qingshan turned around. Under the bright moon, Begonia stood on the deck with her hands in her sleeves. Her clothes drifted about. Just them alone can't kill me. Is this your clone? Begonia had no plans of persuading him to leave. She just wanted to break the silence. This demon general shrouded in danger and mystery had piqued her curiosity. His mannerisms even left her rather surprised. She happened to think of a piece of information she had heard before, so she probed him. How did you know? Li Qingshan's words made Begonia completely give up on fighting back. Even if she managed to kill this clone out of luck, she would still suffer vicious revenge. If the avatar was already like this, how strong would the main body be? That's not exactly a secret. I'm very curious. Where's your original body? Begonia immediately grasped the crux of the matter. It's time for you to satisfy my curiosity. Why do you look like you're about to die? Li Qingshan avoided answering the question. Why don't you take a guess? Begonia was tactful and did not pursue the matter. He sat down with his legs crossed. I'm guessing a man dumped you. How did you know? Begonia was surprised at first, but then she broke into laughter. My actions are already so obvious that even demons can tell? Tell me, what kind of man is it? Li Qingshan admitted that he was a little nosy. However, it was extremely interesting to explore the secrets of these familiar people as a stranger. I don't want to say it. Be careful or I'll kill you. I won't say it either. Then forget it. After a long moment of silence, Begonia frowned. Now that the person she had purposefully forgotten was mentioned, it lingered in her heart. Finally, she said, he's called Wasungzan. From the first sentence onwards, the rest of her words were like a dam collapsing. She poured on endlessly, going from being moved by a chance encounter to infatuation towards the end. Her gaze passed through Li Qingshan and reached an extremely distant, hazy place. Perhaps she no longer cared who it was before her. She just wanted to talk. Demons don't understand these things. I actually told you so much? Begonia smiled in a self-deprecating manner. Jiang Shanqing only wanted to take advantage of her when she was down. But in the end, she actually heard about a demon who had almost killed her. Fate sure was unpredictable. Of course, if it were a human, a friend who wanted to listen to what she had to say, it would be impossible. Even if I tell a tree hole what's on my mind, I'll feel much better. Li Qingshan smiled. Originally, he looked down on her behavior, but towards the end, he actually could not help but sigh slightly. Begonia was taken aback. Sure enough, she felt much better, which made her even more surprised. Did demons care about her feelings? And why don't demons understand? Han Qiongji's figure appeared in Li Qingshan's head, and he smiled. Qingshan, you do it. Han Qiongji nudged Li Qingshan. What should I do? Oh, I know. Li Qingshan was taken aback before coming to an understanding. Although he was just now paying close attention to Begonia's story, he still paid some attention to this side. Jin Faping and Wei Yongsheng engaged in a verbal battle, gradually becoming angry. They refused to just let it go. At this moment, Hua Sungzan and the master of the vermilion clothes sect went downstairs to mediate. They wanted to set up a topic and compete against each other. It would not harm their relationship, and it would also liven up the atmosphere of the banquet. The loser would have to apologize and admit their mistakes. On the soaring dragon ship, Begonia looked at Li Qingshan with a smile as she sank into her memories. She remained silent for a very long time. She felt very unbalanced. Do even demons have unforgettable feelings these days? The heavens are far too unfair to me. Oi, we've arrived at the Green Vine Mountain. P.S. My right wrist has been very uncomfortable recently, so I haven't been able to update it properly. I've done a Yunnan Baiyao patch, so it should be fine very soon. Anyway, please forgive me. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 400. The crowd split into two sides. Li Qingshan walked to the center and asked, "What do you want to compete in?" "Compete in strength. You are not allowed to attack each other. Whoever leaves this circle loses. Don't tell me you're the one who's going to compete?" Jean Faping drew with his finger and a circle the size of a round table appeared on the floor. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Qingshan with great interest. When the disciples saw that Li Qingshan was only in the 8th layer of Qi training, they all showed disdainful expressions. Strength was only a part of strength. Qi was the most important. Between Qi practitioners, the difference between each layer was a huge gap in strength. It also determined the level of body tempering. Without the nourishment of Qi, forcefully tempering the body would not only be beneficial but also harmful. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. I thought the 100 schools of thought was amazing, but it turns out it's only SOSO. They can't even find a decent body tempering cultivator, and let this guy come out to be humiliated. Yeah, let's wait for a good show. We have that senior brother on our side. The disciples of the 100 schools of thought had all seen Li Qingshan's strength. They retorted loudly and some even shouted, "Senior brother Li will win." For a moment the scene was extremely noisy. Suddenly, a figure stood up from the crowd. It was a 9 feet tall giant. It turned out that he had been sitting there the whole time. It looked like he was about the same height as the people standing beside him. The giant walked out of the crowd and arrived in front of Li Qingshan, casting a huge shadow. His cultivation was at the 10th layer of Qi training, similar to the eldest senior brother. His eyes were like copper bells, his mouth was like a tiger's and his nose was like a lion's. The muscles on his body were bulging. His arms could really run a horse and his fists could stand on them. He was filled with a heavy and vigorous aura, especially the bulge on his forehead. He looked even more arrogant and ferocious. He looked down at Li Qingshan from above with a contemptuous smile on his face. "I heard you want to compete with me in strength?" The noise stopped and the disciples roared with laughter. Although Li Qingshan had a tall figure, standing in front of him he looked thin and weak. The disciples of the 100 schools of thought calmed down and looked at each other. They no longer had the confidence they had just now. Jean Faping smiled. He was the one who came up with this question. He was determined to win. Horned Rhinoceros Mountains splitting art. It was said that when cultivated to the extreme, one would have the power to split mountains. He was a little slow, but there was no reason for him to lose this kind of competition. Li Qingshan saw Hua Sungzan in the crowd and grinned at him. "Bro, I've heard a lot about you." Hua Sungzan was confused by his laughter. He nodded to signal him to be careful, but he seemed to be absent-minded. He was thinking about Begonia. "I'm talking to you." The huge man glared at him with his bell-like eyes. "I am the head disciple of the School of Novels, Li Qingshan. Let's begin." Li Qingshan turned around and clasped his hands. Even though he addressed himself as this one, he didn't even mention the other party's name or sect. He was even more absent-minded than Hua Sungzan. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't easy to multitask. His voice faded away. Another burst of mocking laughter came from the other side. "What? A disciple of the School of Novels? Is there such a school among the 100 schools?" Li Qingshan was about to say something even more mocking, But Begonia's voice reached his ears clearly, so he shut his mouth. He stood in the middle of the circle casually. Come. Once he finished speaking, he closed his eyes as well. He was truly arrogant. The huge man flew into a rage. He wanted to use this battle to boost Bighorn Rhinoceros Mountain's reputation among the Demon Slayer and gain more benefits, but his opponent did not give him the chance. A pair of fan-like hands grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders. He was not in a hurry to push Li Qingshan out of the circle. The huge man smiled savagely and made up his mind to break dozens of bones in Li Qingshan's body. Qingshan. Han Qiongji's heart skipped a beat. Even though she was confident in Li Qingshan, she felt that he was being too careless. The huge man exerted his godly strength on Li Qingshan, but the sneer on his face gradually disappeared. No matter how much strength he exerted, it was useless. This boy's body is 100 times harder than pig iron. Since he dares to come out and fight, he really has some skills. Don't waste time. Let's end this quickly. The vermilion clothes sect master was a little impatient. While he's careless, I'll throw him out and let him fall flat on his face. That way I'll be able to vent some of my hatred. The huge man no longer looked down on Chu Feng. He roared, and his voice was like thunder on the flat ground. His arms bulged and he pushed with all his might. Chu Feng did not move at all. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. His eyes were tightly shut, and he looked so peaceful that he seemed to be asleep. The huge man's expression changed drastically. He used all his strength to push and pull. However, it was of no use at all. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Li Qingshan stood there casually, but he seemed like a nail that had been driven into the ground. This was obviously not just because of his strength. After reaching the third layer of the Ox Demon and undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he felt like he had developed a profound connection with the earth. In particular, when he stood on the ground, he felt like he had fused with it. This was where the innate ability strength of the earth came from. No matter how powerful the huge man was, how could he shake the boundless earth? As a result, Li Qingshan did not pay much attention to this match, nor did he need to. His mind had returned to the soaring dragon ship a long time ago. Is there someone you love? Begonia's eyes flickered. What did you say earlier? Have we arrived at the Green Vine Mountain? Li Qingshan gazed down. All he saw was a sea of clouds. The thick layer of clouds obscured everything. Begonia raised the ship's wheel in her hand, and it shone with light, forming a three-dimensional map. There was a flickering dot. It was the soaring dragon ship, and the mountain below was the Green Vine Mountain. Descend immediately. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He leapt up and waved his hand. However, the soaring dragon ship did not descend with him. Li Qingshan looked back with a frown. I said descend. I'm asking you, is there someone you love? Begonia was extremely curious. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would have struggled to believe that a demon could actually have an expression like that. As a result, she wanted to understand the inside story very much. Compared to this, even attacking the Green Vine Mountain did not seem important anymore. Of course. Descend immediately. Li Qingshan stamped his foot. Then tell me, do you love her? Does she love you? Are the two of you together? Begonia pursued relentlessly. Yes. We're going to be together for the rest of our lives. Are you done yet? Hurry up and descend this thing. You're so lucky. Luckier than me. Begonia sighed gently. The ship's wheel turned, and the soaring dragon ship slowly descended. Humph, because I'm not going to hang myself from a single tree like you. Li Qingshan was already prepared to enjoy the Green Vine Elder's dumbfounded expression. What do you mean by that? Isn't she the one you love the most? Li Qingshan shuddered, and the soaring dragon ship came to a sudden halt. Begonia's gaze was rather eager, but also rather confused. She only wanted an answer. What are you doing? I'm attacking the Green Vine Mountain. P.S. Phew, it really is much better. I've written another chapter tonight. Thank you for your concern, everyone. In return, I'll go back to my usual 8 to 6 pace. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 401. Tell me, am I wrong? Begonia ignores Li Qingshan's reasonable request and grabs his arm. If you don't listen to me, I will strangle you to death. Li Qingshan strangles Begonia's neck with one hand, but he doesn't find any fear on her face. Alas, a woman in love is irrational, and a lovelorn is even more so. Li Qingshan can only let go of her and be patient. Come on, you are a cultivator. Won't you die if you don't have a man? The combination of yin and yang is the principle of heaven and earth, and it is human nature for men and women to love. If people are heartless, what's the point of living in this world? Begonia says resolutely. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are two-legged men everywhere. Can't you be more open-minded? Li Qingshan pressed down on Qiu Haitang's shoulders. He could not tell normally, but this bastard was actually a young, cultured woman. You better focus on your career as a procuress with great prospects. Although there are many men in the world, I only love him. That's because you don't want to give others a chance. Let me tell you, I also fell in love with someone at first sight. Helplessly, Li Qingshan squats at the bow of the boat, trying to search for all kinds of love guides he read in his previous life, playing the role of a caring brother, such as Love is Blind, and Feelings Are About Choice. Begonia also squats down, listening carefully and nodding from time to time. These topics in the other world have been talked about by various newspapers, magazines, and the internet, but for her it is extremely fresh and she listens with great interest. And the most important thing is that these messy topics are of no practical use. They were all of no practical use, but they sounded very reasonable. Qiu Haitang was inspired and felt deep respect for them. A demon actually knew so many things. The way she looks at him is very different, a lot more friendly. Now Li Qingshan's image. In her heart, it can be summed up as a woman's friend. Do you understand now? Li Qingshan says everything in one breath. He could only watch helplessly as his heroic journey of vengeance was dragged down by a woman to this point. It was an unbearable sorrow. I think I understand a little, but I don't. Begonia pondered. She immediately sensed the murderous aura from the other side. She gently smiled and floated backwards, activating the ship's wheel. The soaring dragon warship finally began to descend again. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He leaped up and stood on the dragon's head at the bow of the ship. He was surrounded by clouds and couldn't see anything clearly. The demonic qi in his body surged, refining the flag. With a wave, the flag grew 10 times larger. It fluttered in the wind, stirring up violent winds and breaking through the layers of clouds. Thank you. Begonia looked at his tall and straight back. What? We're here. Begonia pointed downwards. The last layer of cloud and mist broke through. The mountain peaks gathered and the mountains rose and fell. The Green Vine Mountain was right below. Fire the cannons. Li Qingshan laughed. Yes, Qiu Haitang said. It was clearly such a dangerous thing, but he did it like a child's game. Her mood also inexplicably lightened up, and she didn't feel the slightest psychological burden. Instead, she faintly looked forward to it. According to him, he needed to vent after being heartbroken. Her slender finger tapped the ship's wheel gently, and countless pitch-black holes opened up. I was coerced by a demon, so it's not my fault. Qingshan, Qingshan. Han Qiongji's voice rang out from extremely far away. In the hall of the Hua family, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. It's so dark. What's happened? And there's a foul smell. The huge man, the 10th layer Qi practitioner, first senior brother of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain, was currently engaged in a battle to the death against the dazed Li Qingshan. He hugged Li Qingshan firmly. His face was bright red. His veins bulged and he was covered in sweat. His feet were planted in the ground, and he used all his strength to push Li Qingshan down. His huge pectoral muscles pressed firmly against Li Qingshan's face. Everyone could tell who was stronger and who was weaker. The disciples of the Demon Slayer were dumbfounded, while the disciples of the Academy gradually laughed. Jean Faping was filled with disbelief. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect frowned. Is he really the primary disciple of the School of Novels? He's also a member of my Hawkwolf Guard. I'd find it strange if he lost. Hua Sengzan smiled. Han Qiongji stopped worrying. She called out, Qingshan, stop playing around. Li Qingshan returned to his senses and began to move. He wrapped his arms around the huge man's waist and tightened them. Immediately, he pulled him up like he was pulling up a carrot. His body tilted backwards and with a headbutt, he slammed him heavily into the ground. The huge man was currently using all of his strength, so it was impossible for him to react in time. In the blink of an eye, all he saw was the floor falling towards him. With a rumble, he was plunged into darkness. Boom! All the tables shook. When they looked at the huge man again, most of his body was buried in the ground. His thick, pillar-like legs were still raised high into the air. The 100 schools of thought wins. Hua Sengzan smiled. Senior brother Li is mighty. Senior brother Li is mighty. The disciples of the academy roared with laughter. First senior brother. A group of disciples from the Horned Rhinoceros Mountain went up and pulled the huge man out. The huge man was covered in dirt. He looked at Li Qingshan with a vicious gaze. Who else? Li Qingshan curled his finger at the other side indifferently. He did not even glance at the huge man. The first disciple of the Rose Cloud sect, Man Ro, has come to challenge you. She wants to compete with you in true qi. Immediately a petite, delicate woman walked over. She was also at the 10th layer. Hold on, we'll be changing people for this round. Junior brother, you can go down now, Wei Yangxing said in a hurry. Wei Yangxing said in a hurry. When it came to a competition of true qi, the most important aspect was cultivation, unless they practiced all 5 elements like Chu Tian. However, according to what he knew, Chu Tian only practiced the regular Gui water method of condensing qi. He had heard that the Rose Cloud secret manual of the Rose Cloud sect focused on true qi the most. At the beginning it would be vague as soft as clouds, but it would be extremely tough after accumulating force. Towards the end it would be overwhelming and unstoppable. Even he did not have absolute confidence in winning. Unfortunately, junior sister Little N was not here, so junior brother Chu would have the best chance of winning. Li Qingshan was about to retreat when Man Ro said, What, didn't this fellow just ask who else? Could it be that the chief disciple of the School of Novels cannot speak as well as you? The chief disciple of the School of Confucianism? Man Ro looked delicate, but when she spoke she was full of energy. She actually had an unstoppable feeling. She wanted to use Li Qingshan's words just now to force him, an 8th layer qi refining disciple, to compete in true qi with her, a 10th layer qi refining disciple, to establish this victory and avenge the humiliation of the huge man. Knowing that she was trying to sow discord, Wei Yangsheng did not say anything. The chief disciples were equal in name, and everyone had the right to make decisions. Moreover, in a one-on-one fight, he really did not have the confidence to defeat this unfathomable junior brother Li. Compete in true qi? Then come. Li Qingshan said casually. Qingshan. Worry appeared on Han Qiongji's face. It was very rare for qi practitioners to compete in terms of true qi, but the dangers involved were far greater than ordinary battles. Once someone else's true qi entered their body, the lightest consequence would be that their meridians would be torn and their cultivation would be crippled. If it was serious, their dantian would explode and they would die on the spot. Man Ro was delighted. You're the one who asked for it. Men always wanted to save face and suffer. She raised a pair of petite hands and said, Please. Li Qingshan also raised his hands. Let go of my hands. Man Ro's cheeks flushed red. Isn't it like this? It turned out that Li Qingshan's large hands were tightly grasping Man Ro's tender and petite hands. Man Ro tried to pull away, but how could she? Her face was full of embarrassment. At first glance it didn't look like a true qi competition, but more like a meeting of lovers. Han Qiongji gnashed her teeth. This guy. He only agreed because he wanted to take advantage of me. I'm so worried about him. Just die. It's the palm. Man Ro said angrily. Red Cloud sect was a sect for female cultivators. Since she was a child she had never been held by a man like this. Moreover, in public, under the watchful eyes of the public. What's the difference? Li Qingshan curled his lips. I've had enough of this autumn beauty. Why would I take liberties with you? After adjusting their posture, the competition finally began. You dare to be frivolous with me. I must teach you a lesson. Manro stared at Li Qingshan. Her red cloud true qi was continuously released. Before she could display her true power, Li Qingshan's Gui water true qi began to collapse. Unfortunately, the Gui water condensing qi method was easy to cultivate. It was suitable for all ages. It was not very powerful. The red cloud true qi unstoppably rushed into Li Qingshan's body. Then there was no then. Manro's lips parted slightly. She sensed that the true qi she had sent out had completely lost contact with Li Qingshan the moment it entered his body. Looking up, she saw that he had closed his eyes again. In Li Qingshan's body, the spirit turtle's demon core in the shape of a turtle shell bobbed up and down in his sea of qi. As soon as the colorful red cloud true qi entered its territory, it immediately bowed down and became extremely docile. It just happened to be water type, so it was absorbed into the demon core. This time Li Qingshan did not take it to heart. The spirit turtle's demon core could casually suppress the true qi of a measly qi practitioner. It would be child's play. You're far too naive to want to compete with me in true qi. Let alone her. Even if the two red cloud immortals were here, they would still suffer. Manro did not dare to pull back so easily, or it would be troublesome if the opponent's true qi invaded her body. She was extremely reluctant to just accept this. She urged the red cloud true qi desperately. A hubbub suddenly rang out on the Green Vine Mountain. The Green Vine elder roused from his cultivation and arrived outside. He saw many disciples gazing at the sky, pointing and discussing. What's that? Is that a ship? The Green Vine elder looked over. Isn't that the soaring dragon ship of Pine Suff Academy? Why has it come to the Green Vine Mountain? May I ask which fellow is on the ship? Is it Senior One? The Green Vine elder said loudly. His voice reached the sky with spiritual qi. The head scholar of Pine Suff Academy, Wen Zhengming, was a great cultivator who had undergone 2 heavenly tribulations. He dared not show any disrespect. Green Vine, you old bastard! Hand over your life! Li Qingshan called out. He swung the banner in his hand, and the cloud patterns embroidered on it gathered into 7 large words. It was also Green Vine, you old bastard! Hand over your life! Oh no! The Green Vine elder's heart skipped a beat when he saw the scarlet figure. He saw several hundred stars flicker at the same time, becoming brighter and brighter. In an instant they turned into several hundred pillars of light, bombarding the Green Vine Mountain. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 402. The light and might in that moment made all the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain close their eyes subconsciously. They groaned painfully inside. Just how many times do I have to do this before I'm satisfied? He came alone the first 2 times, but he directly brought a warship this time. I'll give up. I won't be a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain no matter what, but do I still have the chance? The power of the soaring dragon ship left Li Qingshan extremely satisfied. He gave Begonia a thumbs up. Good girl. Begonia turned around and avoided his gaze. She tapped the ship's wheel a few more times, and even more beams of light shot down. At this moment, a screen of black and white rose up from the Green Vine Mountain. It was hazy like mist, constantly merging and changing, creating many profound patterns. The beams of light shot into the screen and were twisted and broken down, turning into tiny particles that scattered across the Green Vine Mountain. It was like a snowstorm, yet also like a night sky filled with twinkling stars. The duality formation of disintegration. A powerful formation that Fu Qingjin had specially taken from the Sword Collection Palace and cast down on the Green Vine Mountain. No matter who it was, they would be reduced to dust if they tried to force their way in. It had been cast down for Li Qingshan. Do you see it? Wretched demon, you can't get in here. The Green Vine elder spread his arms and laughed aloud. His hair and beard danced wildly. He basically seemed a little mad. Yu Shuquang opened his eyes. He was in no mood to admire this rare, wondrous scenery. He ran towards the foot of the mountain again with the other disciples. Why again? The peak of the mountain and the prow of the ship were separated by a short and distant distance. Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes and the Green Vine Elder's green eyes met. Keep firing. I'd like to see how long he can last. Li Qingshan carried the flag in his right hand. He snapped his fingers with his left hand. Without even waiting for his orders, the soaring dragon ship unleashed its full power. It flashed with light, dazzling the eyes. The moonlight pierced through the hole in the clouds, casting down a huge silver beam of light. It dyed the soaring dragon ship silvery blue. In the pitch-black world it seemed like an unbelievably large searchlight. The soaring dragon ship was the main character, roaring as it pleased on the stage. At the center of the ship was the core furnace. It hummed and flickered, releasing the spiritual energy that had been stored for an unknown amount of time. The blood that was delivered to every cannon was like a huge heart, beating loudly, sending blood to every part of the body, turning into furious roars and roaring dragons of light. The duality formation of disintegration did not budge. It allowed the attacks that were enough to flatten the Green Vine Mountain to fall one after another, collapsing against the mist like fireworks. It's useless. All attacks will become a part of the duality formation of disintegration's energy. It's definitely impossible to get through. The Green Vine Elder secretly communicated with Fu Qingjin as he mocked Li Qingshan loudly. That's not necessarily true. Li Qingshan had also noticed that from the beginning until now. The duality formation of disintegration showed no signs of weakening. The hazy mist instead showed signs of growing thicker and thicker. He knew the Green Vine Elder was telling the truth. However, the speed at which the yin and yang dust formation disintegrated the light pillars was getting slower and slower. In the beginning, the pillars of light would immediately turn into mist as soon as they landed in the formation, but now they scattered like fireworks before dispersing bit by bit. He believed that no matter what kind of formation it was, there would always be a limit. One was a powerful defensive formation from the Sword Collection Palace, a supersect of the Green Province, while the other was a supreme war machine that was the crystallization of a master of Moism's wisdom and efforts. No one knew who was the victor between the spear that could pierce and destroy anything, and the shield that could disintegrate and block any attack. The two people involved, Li Qingshan and the Green Vine Elder, could only watch this grand display of fireworks eagerly and hopefully as spectators. Bring the alcohol. Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed and called out. In the estate of the Hua family, Li Qingshan's second match was extremely dull and boring as expected. None of the spectators dared to make a sound. They only exchanged glances silently. As a matter of fact, they were not even sure who had gained the upper hand right now. Man Ro's expression became uglier and uglier. No matter how endless her rose cloud's true chi was, it still had a limit. Before her, Li Qingshan was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much true chi she channeled into him, she was unable to fill it up. And as soon as her true chi weakened slightly, Li Qingshan's Gui water true chi would immediately surge over. She dared not hold back at all. The dangers of a clash of true chi began to reveal itself bit by bit, baring its fangs at her. She refused to admit defeat. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, Li Qingshan's true chi was clearly below hers. However, he had used some sort of method to control the foreign true chi that had entered his body. She believed that as long as she persisted a little longer, Li Qingshan would not be able to last any longer. She would run out of energy and finally regret it. However, she was already unable to admit defeat at this moment. As long as she let out a single breath, Li Qingshan's true chi would invade her body and destroy her. In the blink of an eye, a strand of Gui water true chi flowed through her palm and into her body. It was icy cold before reaching her dantian. As long as Li Qingshan willed it slightly, even if the Gui water true chi was not renowned for its destructive power, it could still easily rip through her fragile meridians. The Vermilion Clothes sect leader saw that something was wrong and wanted to intervene. However, he was stopped by Hua Sengzan, who whispered, "Before you can expel her true chi, that uncontrolled true qi will explode in her body. He transmitted his voice into Li Qingshan's ears. Qingshan, it's about time. Li Qingshan's consciousness was pulled back to this place. He opened his eyes and saw that Manro's face was pale, her lips were bloodless, and there was even a trace of pleading in the depths of her eyes. She was exceptionally delicate and pitiful. Li Qingshan smiled slightly and slowly withdrew his true qi. I lost. Manro's body softened. She took a step back and said softly while biting her lips. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her imposing manner was completely gone, and her voice was also very weak. She looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of resentment, but there was also a trace of sadness. Behind Li Qingshan, cheers rang out loudly. The eyes of the disciples of the 100 clans were full of envy and admiration. With a wave of his hand, he gulped down a jar of alcohol. At the same time, Begonia took out a few jars of alcohol for him on the soaring dragon ship. The feeling of 2 jugs of alcohol entering his stomach at the same time was extremely wondrous. It was especially satisfying. There was nothing better in life than drinking fine alcohol and fighting a stubborn enemy. Multiplying this feeling by 2 made it even more satisfying. Who else? Upstairs, the school leaders chatted happily, while the sect masters were stern. They were also paying attention to the competition below. The strength of high qi practitioners could be said to represent the future of a clan or sect. A competition like this was definitely not just a game. Wang Puxi drank heartily. Although this kid's words were infuriating, what he did was still very honorable. Fu Qingjin poured and drank by himself, standing alone. His face was haggard as if nothing could faze him. He seemed like he did not fit in with his surroundings at all. He frowned, and a jade tablet fell into his hand. The Green Vine Elder's flustered voice rang out. Sir, the wretched demon has come. He's attacking the Green Vine Mountain right now. What are you panicking for? It's not like he can get through the duality formation of disintegration, Fu Qingjin said slowly. It was probably another probe clone, so it was not worth him taking action. He's carrying a soaring dragon ship. Chapter 403. Fu Qingjin's expression changed. He was no longer able to drink any more alcohol in his cup. The other Foundation establishment cultivators heard this too and immediately connected the dots. Was the soaring dragon ship the one Jiang Shanqing had brought with him? Just now Begonia had left with him. Why had she gone to the Green Vine Mountain? Had they all fallen to the demon's hands already? The green ruined sword was drawn from its sheath. Fu Qingjin fused with the sword and turned into a streak of green light, disappearing into the horizon. The other members of the Demon Slayer could not sit still either. They all took off and followed closely behind. News of what had happened upstairs spread downstairs very quickly, leading to an uproar. Haiteng! Hua Sengzan cried out involuntarily. He no longer possessed his usual composure and elegance. He immediately took off. If the woman he had let down died to the demons because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. Are we still going to continue? Li Qingshan looked around. The faces of the Demon Slayer disciples were filled with fury, as well as a sliver of fear. The strength and arrogance of the demons had deeply shocked them. As for the disciples of the academy, they could not help but feel some sympathy for the loss of their own kind. After all, they were all humans. Let's end it here. We'll call it a draw. There will obviously be a time when we fight again in the future. Jin Feiping glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. Li Qingshan did not mind. He returned to his seat and sat down. The primary disciples all congratulated him on his victory, but they were rather absent-minded. After all, compared to the lives of several Foundation establishment cultivators and the battle between humans and demons, the competition at the banquet was just a side dish to the wine. Li Qingshan felt helpless. He felt like he had completely stolen the limelight. However, the competition here had always been a boring game to distract him. He could finally focus completely. He placed it on the soaring dragon ship. The wind whistled past his ears. The duality formation of disintegration. After absorbing and disintegrating who knew how many attacks, the green vine mountain shone with dazzling light. Everything became blurry, illuminating a range of 100 kilometers like it was daytime. How much longer do you think you have? Only then can we break the formation? Li Qingshan stood at the bow of the ship with the flag in his hand. He stared at the light and asked without turning his head. Although it was just a glimpse, the speed of Fu Qingjin's flying sword was still far beyond his expectations. According to his estimation, even if he used the wind god's wings, he would not be able to catch up. Was this the power of a magic treasure? In other words, it wouldn't take long for him to arrive here. That time, this meant that the outcome had been decided. His plan to kill the Green Vine Elder had failed once again. I don't know, but I don't have much spiritual power left. Begonia clicks on the helm, and a picture of the Reiki reserves appears. There is only 1/5 left. Before the spear could break the shield, it had already exhausted all its strength. What do you think, wretched demon? There's nothing you can do. The Green Vine Elder stood on the top of the mountain and bellowed out. However, there's still one last move. Begonia suddenly said. What move? Li Qingshan suddenly turned around. It's right beneath your feet. Isn't this a decoration? Li Qingshan lowered his head and studied the dragon head sculpture on the bow of the ship. Of course not. This is the largest main cannon of the soaring dragon ship. The dragon's roar. A single attack takes up tremendous amounts of spiritual power, and it takes a lot of time to prepare as well. It's completely built for destroying structures and formations. Why didn't you say that earlier? It's too close. The ship won't be able to withstand the recoil. Then why are you saying it now? I want to. Begonia smiled, recovering some of her grace as a sect master. Then show me the power of the dragon's roar. All of the attacks stopped, but the rumbles still seemed to linger in his head. Yu Shuquang, who had fled to the bottom of the mountain but was blocked by the formations, gazed at the sky in surprise. All he saw was the soaring dragon ship slowly rising into the air. Before long, it had vanished into the clouds. Did you make it? Before he had even finished speaking, a white pillar of light descended from above, piercing the clouds and directly striking the duality formation of disintegration. The pillar of light was so huge that it could not help but make people think of the legendary pillar. The clouds parted, revealing the soaring dragon ship above the clouds. The dragon head on the bow opened its huge mouth and let out a furious roar. The pillar of light no longer vanished in a flash. Instead, it was continuous, channeling all of its power into it. The duality formation of disintegration trembled, no longer able to disperse the power completely. It had reached a saturation point, and rings of light dispersed into the surroundings like ripples. On the other side of the pillar of light, the soaring dragon ship trembled as well, creaking and rocking about. The spear struck the shield. If the shield did not shatter, the spear would snap. Can you break through it? Li Qingshan called out. That's hard to say. Begonia frowned as she watched her spiritual power rapidly deplete. Glancing around, her eyes narrowed. All she saw was a speck of green light in the sea of clouds. At the same time, Fu Qingjin also saw the dazzling streak of white light. He frowned and powered the green ruined sword even more urgently. I'll have to trouble you with one last thing. Li Qingshan's voice rang out clearly in Begonia's ears. Do you want to run? This ship can't fly fast. Please help me collect all the puppets and cannons. I want to pack them up and take them away. Li Qingshan had already learnt that the soaring dragon ship could not shrink or expand, nor could it be stuffed into his 100 treasures pouch. However, the tremendous number of puppets and powerful cannons on the ship were all impressive spoils of war. Begonia had no idea how to react. Was this guy really a demon? She controlled the puppets to dismantle all the cannons before gathering them on the deck and stowing them away in her 100 treasures pouch. Let's go down. A cold light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. What did you say? I said fly down. You're crazy. Do you know how much this ship is worth? Begonia finally understood what he meant and was taken aback. I don't care how much it's worth. It's not like it's my ship. Li Qingshan smiled resplendently. Fine. Begonia felt helpless. What could she do when her life was in his hands? However, she became excited for some reason. Afterwards, all of the levitation formations on the soaring dragon ship vanished, and it fell back into the restraints of gravity. All of its propulsion changed directions, rushing towards the ground as quickly as it could. The soaring dragon ship descended faster and faster. Li Qingshan stood at the prow of the ship, waving the banner in the whistling wind. The wind became even more violent, sweeping up the soaring dragon ship and making it descend even faster. Under the recoil of the dragon's roar, the indestructible soaring dragon ship collapsed bit by bit. The furnace in the core groaned in pain. Oh no! Fu Qingjin watched on helplessly and paled in fright. The green vine elder squinted his eyes and did his best to peer through the scorching light, gazing at the sky. However, within the surging light of spiritual qi, his soul sense was useless, and his vision was greatly obstructed. He could vaguely make out a black speck that grew larger and larger. Fu Qingjin's voice rang out from the jade tablet in his hand. Run! In that moment, the soaring dragon ship that was several hundred meters in length collided with the duality formation of disintegration like a small mountain. Time seemed to slow down. As soon as the soaring dragon ship came into contact with the barrier of light, it began to collapse and disintegrate, vanishing inch by inch. Only when the furnace in the center of the ship exploded did the remaining energy erupt all at once. However, before it could unleash its power, it was swallowed up by the duality formation of disintegration as well. The duality formation of disintegration dimmed, twisting as it shrank towards the top of the mountain. It turned into a ball of light and gradually swelled up. In the end, it suddenly lit up, turning the surroundings white. Like a stomach that had been stuffed to its limit, it suddenly exploded after contracting violently. The undigested energy turned into thousands of streaks of light, erupting hysterically. It was like 100 suns had risen up from the ground. It illuminated the green vine elder's terrified face snow-white. He seemed like a mortal as he raised his hand instinctively, as if that was enough to block the danger. He was swallowed up by the rapidly expanding ball of light. Boom! Only after what felt like a very long time did a rumble ring out. The shockwave dispersed the clouds, and the sky was filled with stars, dazzling and resplendent. Fu Qingjin stopped moving and stared at the sight before him in shock. Everything had vanished. The soaring dragon ship, the green vine elder, and the green vine mountain. The green vine mountain had vanished, reduced to a huge spherical pit. Only the foot of the mountain remained, which served as proof of its existence. The other Foundation establishment cultivators rushed over afterwards, and they were all dumbfounded. Their expressions were the same as their disciples, furious and fearful. Shancheng! Haitang! Haitang! Wasungzan brushed past Fu Qingjin and called out anxiously. The ground where the green vine mountain used to be at the foot of the mountain trembled slightly. Haitang, is that you? Wasungzan rushed over, and a streak of green light shot over. Fu Qingjin stood there with his sword in hand. The soil flipped over, and Yu Shuquang stuck his head out. Seeing the tip of the sword before him, he leapt in fright. Afterwards, the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain crawled out one after another. They were unable to leave the Green Vine Mountain, so they dug out a hole together and hid underground. Even if the demons got through the formation and could not see them, they probably could not be bothered with searching for them. As a result, they were buried underground, but they managed to survive. Where's the Green Vine Mountain? Yu Shuquang looked around and saw the pit. He was taken aback before realizing what had happened. He was dumbfounded too. He still had lingering fears. If the pit had grown a few times larger, it would have reached where they were hiding. Fu Qingjin sheathed his sword, while Wasungzan was disappointed. Qingzan, I'm here. Begonia emerged from behind a mountain. Haitang, that's fantastic. I had thought you weren't injured, were you? Wasungzan flew over. His face was filled with joy. Begonia's heart warmed up. After spending so many years together, she had not been heartless after all. It was just a pity that they were not fated to be together. Where's Shancheng? Their eyes met. Wasungzan sighed as well. It was not that he did not have any feelings for her, but he was unable to change his mind. Accepting her feelings when he already had someone else he loved was disrespectful to her. It would only make her even sadder in the end. What about the demon? Fu Qingjin interrupted. Shancheng died to protect me, Begonia said slowly with a desolate expression. In her story, the demon used her to threaten Jiang Shancheng, forcing him to control the soaring dragon ship to attack the Green Vine Mountain. In the end, when the demon wanted to silence her, Jiang Shancheng stood forward and kept Li Qingshan busy, allowing her to survive. It was said that women were natural actors, and Begonia was one of the best. She weaved a perfect set of lies, completely absolving herself of responsibility. Who knew where the demon called North Moon had fled to? However, he had left behind a few things in her possession. Chapter 404. Begonia's face was pale and she was still in a state of shock. If it was someone else, they would have believed her words without a doubt. Fu Qingjin waved his sleeves, and the leaders of the various sects took their leave. He was left alone, standing with his hands behind his back, staring at the sinkhole. The moonlight was like silver, his long hair was like ink, and his bangs were hanging down. His expression was gloomy, but his lips gradually curved. Everything is glorious. It's inevitable to end up in ruins. North Moon, I'll remember this name. Upstairs, Begonia and Wasungzan walked through the rain. They floated down like a pair of immortal companions. Have a good rest. I have to go back. I'll be busy tonight. Before Wasungzan's voice died away, a fragrant wind hit him. Begonia hugged him tightly. He hesitated for a moment, then put his hand on her back and patted her gently. There was a helpless smile on his face. After some time, Begonia let go of him and stared into his eyes. Wasungzan's heart skipped a beat. Her face was separated by the rain. It was a little hazy, but astonishingly beautiful. But it returned to normal in an instant. Sure enough, no reaction. Begonia smiled. Wasungzan opened his mouth, but Begonia's expression suddenly became serious. Tell me seriously, are you using Guyening to hide the fact that you like men? Of course not. Who did you hear that from? Wasungzan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Someone who is not a person. Come to think of it, how is that possible? Qiu Haiteng smiled. That guy said it with a serious face, and she actually believed him a little. You mean? Wasungzan immediately reacted. We're still good friends. Of course. That's good. Go do your thing, Begonia said, then turned around and left without hesitation. Haiteng. Wasungzan reached out his hand. This was what he had always hoped for, but why did he feel a sense of loss at this moment? Finally, Wasungzan disappeared into the rainy night. Begonia stood motionless. She took a deep breath and raised her head. Her face was covered in tears, mixed with the rainwater, flowing down her cheeks. Thinking back to the past, his master had once commented, since ancient times, those who possessed the peach blossom physique were mostly infatuated women, but they were destined to be unable to obtain their love and die of depression. At that time she was still a little girl. She didn't believe this at all. Later on she believed it, but she refused to accept her fate. She persisted and struggled until now, but in the end she gained nothing. He wiped away his tears and revealed a smile. Even if he could not decide the feelings of others, could he not control his own feelings? Die of depression? I want to live happily. Qingzan, I hope you can also meet a human or demon one day so that you can let go. She washed off her makeup and changed into a nightgown. She sat alone in front of the window and listened to the night rain. After who knew how long, a familiar scarlet-red figure descended from the sky. Begonia beamed inside. She was just about to tell him what she was doing just now and ask for his opinion. Tell me, just what are women thinking about? Li Qingshan was gloomy as he asked. Begonia was speechless. Wasungzan returned to the Hua estate. A few sect masters and elders skilled in flight had already returned. The demon slayer disciples were all uneasy. exchanging glances with one another. The disciples of the academy were confused. They had no idea what had happened on the Green Vine Mountain. Qingzan, has the demon been caught or not? How's the Green Vine Elder? As soon as Hua Sengzan returned, he was surrounded. Wang Puxi asked him a series of questions. This isn't the place to talk. School leaders, please come with me. Hua Sengzan clasped his hands. Zhu Chenzi and the others were also concerned. He added, and the primary disciples of the various schools. In a quiet room, Hua Sengzan told them everything he had seen, as well as everything he had heard from Begonia. The atmosphere was heavy. Even though the demon slayer was an opponent, he was still a human cultivator after all. The Green Vine Elder's fate was unsettling. In particular, the primary disciples felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. He had raised the Green Vine Elder and the Green Vine Mountain to the ground. Just how terrifying was that? Let alone the fact that they were still Qi practitioners. Even if they reached Foundation establishment, would they be able to escape with their lives if they faced the demon one day? Li Qingshan's face was heavy too. He secretly studied their faces and found it very interesting. Only when he saw how sorrowful Han Qiongji was did he frown slightly. He was just a friend of the past. Was he worth all this? In other words, Jiang Shancheng and the Green Vine Elder both died to his hands. Wang Puxi broke the silence. Yes, the demon slayer of the Sword Collection Palace definitely won't put up with it anymore. He'll demand the demons to hand over the murderer. Will the demons hand over the murderer? The leader of the Yu family asked in worry. Definitely not, Han Anjuan said firmly. The demon slayer will definitely seek revenge. Mediation and negotiation are all useless now. We need to make preparations. Li Qingshan shivered inside. He was in no mood to care about Han Qiongji's feelings. Hua Sengzan was right. Once the demon slayer decided to seek revenge, it was very likely that Milliped's territory would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He needed to return underground and make preparations. He could move freely on the surface like there was no one there. Meanwhile, if Fu Qingjin ventured underground alone with his sword, just how many people could stop him? This was the law of cultivation. The strong played a decisive role. Once one's cultivation was higher, it would be a one-sided massacre. This law would be most thoroughly demonstrated in war. The strong would personally win the glory that belonged to them. If the night did not fall, how could the stars shine? Tonight, the brightest star was named North Moon. The legend was about to begin. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.